Denham Springs High School football is on the air. Denham Springs High School football broadcast, a John Fine production, on Family Radio 91.9 FM Baton Rouge, on the net at johnfineproductions.com, and on YouTube. Please subscribe at DS Jacket Vision. With Yellow Jackets color commentator Mitch Covington and producer Darren Ferrante, DS Jacket Vision camera operator Chris Ledoux, and station engineer Lamine Figueroa. Here now is your Yellow Jackets play-by-play announcer, Josh Ward.
Good evening and welcome to Yellow Jackets football. It is the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets hosting the Central Wildcats for the 76th regular season meeting between these two teams. I'm Josh Ward. Great to have you along with us here for the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up, brought to you by Sporting Center, as always, proudly serving Livingston Parish since 1977. And at Sporting Center, they have got everything you need, from athletic equipment to school uniforms. So go see Stacy Phipps, James Adam McCants, and their terrific staff that is at Sporting Center. You know the location. It is 205 South Range Avenue in Denham Springs. A rivalry game here tonight. It is going to be a packed house from Yellow Jacket Stadium, expecting one of the biggest crowds they've had in quite some time. And all the excitement building up to this one, you could just feel it in the air here tonight underneath these Friday night lights. We are so excited to have you with us. As always, we come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. As always, please give it a like and subscribe. We come to you on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. We are going to take our first time out. When we come back, we will take a quick look back from Hammond's 34-15 win over Hammond for the Yellow Jackets last week at Hammond High School. Then we will take a quick look at the Central and Denham Springs series history, as it is one of the longest ones in the area. Stay with us. We are back after this on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Your local sporting goods store is Sporting Center. Sporting Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sporting Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sporting Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sporting Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sporting Center, more than just a sports store.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by You Safe and Lock, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Coconut Willie's Daiquiris, Michon and Associates General Contractors, Sport Clips, and Safe Voyage Tattoo. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
As we welcome back into the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up, Denham Springs Yellow Jackets 1-0 on the season. Central Wildcats 1-0 on the season as well. So as we take a quick look at what happened last week in the matchup with Hammond, it was a 34-15 win for the Yellow Jackets there from Tornado Alley. On the night, quarterback John Goldman led the air attack, completing 10 of 17 passes for 125 yards and 3 touchdowns. Dylan Johnson, as we know, came in for a brief appearance towards the end. He had 1 attempt for 1 interception, one that we know that young man would like to have back. For the rushing game for the Yellow Jackets, it was a strong with 188 total yards rushing for the Yellow Jackets. Of course, we know that John Goldman had the 55-yard touchdown run, and he was actually the leading rusher as well with 57 yards overall with that 55-yard touchdown run. Hayden Ray also impressive in that one. He had 31 yards and a touchdown, while Enzo Landry and Britton Paul added some consistent gains as well. As a team, they averaged 6.7 yards per carry on 28 attempts. Looking at some of the receiving stats for the Yellow Jackets, it was Sean Goldman and Brandon Sills. They each had 3 passes for 28 yards and a touchdown. But a little correction there from Coach Ryan Fournier, as he told me that for some reason he had to add the last touchdown that Sean had, so it ended up being 58 yards for Sean Goldman on the night receiving. Matthew Duvall had the longest reception of the night with 30 yards. Overall, the Yellow Jackets were 10 catches for 125 yards and 3 touchdowns. They were averaging 12.5 yards per catch. So that is kind of how the offense scored there with the Hammond Tornadoes last week. So as we now take a look at the series between these two teams, as we mentioned, it has been the 76th meeting between these two. Denham Springs has 35 wins to Central's 37 wins. They have tied 4 times. Some of the scoring stats that you see there, it is 1,287 total points for the Yellow Jackets to 1,332 total points for the Central Wildcats in this one. And some historical highlights, if you will, of this one. This, began back in 1948. Central did win that first matchup. C.W. Board, who was head coach of the Yellow Jackets from 1955 to 62, led Denham Springs through a pretty strong stretch of that, including multiple shutouts. However, Coach Butch Wax, the Hall of Famer, oversaw the most dominant era of Denham Springs, winning 15 of 18 games between 1977 and 1992. This series has seen overtime games, playoff matchups, district matchups, then playoff matchups. It's had it all, folks, and this one should be no different here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. We are so excited about this one. I know all the communities are. Both communities are in this one. The players are excited. You can just, again, as I said earlier, you can just feel it in the air here, and it should be a standing room only crowd as it is starting to pack up here in Yellow Jacket Stadium. All right, we are going to take a timeout. When we come back, it will be executive producer John Fine with DSAA representative, Denham Springs Hall of Famer, good friend of ours here at DS Jacket Vision, Miss Julie Jacobson. Looking forward to seeing her. So that is coming up next after this on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bank Plus makes it easier to bank. With extended drive-through hours plus 24/7 online and mobile banking, we're here when you need us. Lost your debit card? Get a new one instantly at any Bank Plus location. No waiting for the mail. And interactive teller machines offer drive-up personal service 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturdays. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? at State Farm. Because State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is your one-stop shop in Denham Springs for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is ready to help. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. ServPro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is ServPro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at ServPro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. ServPro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so ServPro is faster to any disaster. ServPro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. ServPro of Livingston.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Shay Landry, closing attorney, milestone title, Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground of Denham Springs, Brian Ross, owner, OK Computers and Auto Sales, Quality Furniture Restoration, and Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses. It is Denham Springs and Central. Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up continues. I'm John Fine, producer of Denham Springs High School Broadcasts. With us right now, a great friend of Denham Springs Broadcasts, a great friend of Denham Springs. She is Julie Jacobson, a Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Famer, a member.
No, not quite.
Not quite? Not yet?
Not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, all right. That's coming down the road.
Just an alum.
Okay, all right. A proud alum, a Denham Springs Athletic Association board member, and part of that 1996 32-0 Lady Jackets undefeated state championship girls basketball team. Julie, how are you?
I'm good, and I'm going to correct you. It was 37-0.
37-0?
Yeah.
Jeez, maybe I'll get one thing right. All right, well.
It's fine. It's fine.
Let me ask you a question. Who are you rooting for tonight?
Oh, my gosh. Denham Springs High School.
Okay. All right. There you go. Now that we got that out of
We're
the
not allowed to say the C word in our house.
All right. Seriously?
Yeah,
okay,
you're not
that's
allowed
good.
To say the C word.
That should be mandatory for all Denham Springs residents, actually.
Yes.
Julie, the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame ceremony is coming a week from Thursday, and that would be September the 18th,
Correct.
6:30 at Forest Grove Plantation, and I know you're very, very excited about it.
I am. It is truly one of the best events that we have in our community, celebrating some of the best members of our community. I try to encourage as many people as I can to go just to get the history of our school, the history of the athletic programs, to see just these great men and women that Denham Springs High School have produced in our community and that work and live in our community among us, that their stories are great to be told, and it's just fun to be around with all of those fellow alumni that night and everybody reminisce on the good old days, so to speak, and it's a really, I don't know, I get goosebumps when I get there and see everybody together, and it's what makes Denham Springs High School special, I believe.
No doubt about it. It is really a first-class production. And Julie, tell us what goes into preparing for this, as right now you and Laura are basically taking over and put it together.
Well, I don't think we're taking over and putting it. Let's pump the brake on that a little bit. So we are Miss Kathy DeGeneres. Well, first of all, Mr. Jim Spring was the secretary for the Hall of Fame for many, many years. He moved, and so he comes back every year for the Hall of Fame to participate in the ceremony and all those kind of things. And then Miss Kathy DeGeneres, took over the secretary position when he left, and now Laura and I are kind of sharing those duties between the other things that we do, and try to make sure that we can help keep it as prestigious as it has been all these years, and make sure that all the things are done. So in January of every year, we start a nomination process. And so if family members or friends or whoever it might be wants to nominate someone to be considered for the Athletic Hall of Fame, they will go to the Denham Springs High School website, and there is a tab for the Athletic Hall of Fame. And the application is on there. It'll be on there for January for this next inductees, this next group that we'll do. And then after that, The selection committee meets, I think they met around March, maybe, if I remember. I think the deadline for it to come in is March. This was just my first year, so I'm still trying to remember all the deadlines. But they met in March or April. They make their decision. They go through a process of, certain things that they're looking for, and they go through the nominations and just, look for the best of the best. And then once that process is done and they've made their selection, then the secretaries kind of roll into it with contacting them, sending out letters, trying to get past inductees to come to the ceremony. We set up the date. Coach Wax is a tier above everybody else. And so he is mainly who I speak with most of the time to make sure that we're doing all the things right. Mr. Jim Spring left us a very detailed list of what all has to be done to make sure that we keep it rolling and smooth and prestigious and all those things. So, it's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun and it's very rewarding. And I'm really looking forward to Thursday to see the 5 inductees that we have this year. And it's for the 24-25 class this year. They decided, I'm just the secretary, they decided that probably go to an every other year kind of thing to see if we can get some more nominations come in, and then we'll kind of base on how many nominations we get and the selection that's made, if we'll do it every year or every other year from this point on.
Laura Dunlap, who Julie mentioned and I mentioned, she does a great job with the Denham Springs Athletic Association as well. Now, one of the highlights, and there's several highlights of these banquets, would be the inductees being interviewed. Coach Wax is the one who handles that and does a great job with that. And they also show highlights or pictures of these inductees interspersed as part of this feature. And boy, that is really a terrific deal.
It's really, really nice. So for a long time, Coach Bork and a couple other guys put together these videos, and in the last few years, since we've gotten DSTV and Johnny Lombardi part of our campus here at Denham Springs High School, they've kind of taken over the video production process, and they've turned them into some really, they're just works of art as far as that go. And Johnny has worked on getting them all put on YouTube so that everyone can visit or see them and view them, and they'll be there forever. And it's just a nice way to have Denham Springs High School history shared, and generations will be able to see it. He's also gone back, I think, and put the previous years on the YouTube as well, so that
okay. Is that on the YouTube channel of DSTV?
Correct. It's on DSTV's YouTube channel.
Johnny does a great job as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does amazing.
Talk a little bit about this year's inductees. Small in number, but very, very high in stature.
Yes, absolutely. So the first, I did bring a little cheat sheet to make sure I didn't miss anybody or anything, but Dr. Hunter Bond is going in as a supporter this year. I'm just going to kind of go off of some of this. He's a 3-sport letterman in football, baseball, and track, and he was an honor graduate for Denham Springs High School, and he has, it says that he's shown even a brighter as a lifelong Yellow Jacket supporter, and he has been evident through his unwavering advocacy for Denham Springs High School sports and the 3 decades of devotion. Hunter's always there if a program needs something. He's very supportive of Denham Springs High School and the athletics, and so he's going to be inducted as a supporter. He's
one of our great sponsors as well, and he sponsors our broadcasts because he thinks it's a good, cost-effective advertising promotion for the Von Roten Eye Clinic, as I shamelessly shill for our broadcast. But a lot of it is due to the fact that he thinks our broadcasts are really good for Denham Springs and the community. And so in a certain sense, it's a sponsorship/donation. Dr. Hunter Bond, really great guy as well. A one-time color commentator on Denham Springs broadcast. I think that's what might have pushed him over the top to get into Hall of Fame this year.
Maybe so.
Okay,
I'm
next up.
To that information. So then the next is Josh Lewis as an athlete, which I can proudly say I was his former geometry teacher in 10th grade. He was a kicker on the football team, and his most celebrated for his record-breaking 57-yard field goal, the longest in Denham Springs High School football at that time. And he is also the only Yellow Jacket kicker to have broken the 50-yard barrier with 2 scores beyond midfield. So he had an outstanding career. He went on to play at McNeese, and he holds the record there for the longest game-winning field goal at 52 yards versus Southeastern in 2010.
really good kid, good young man, I should say. Yeah. And one time, these rascal Central people actually took him out on the opening kickoff. Yes. They sent a guy, and they knocked him out. I remember that. So let's win one for Josh tonight, yes. Denham Springs. Yes. Okay.
Then next we have, of course, Big Mike. Mike O'Neill is going in as a supporter. Big Mike graduated from Denham Springs High School in 1986. He was a 2-year football letterman, and he is affectionately known as Big Mike due to his iconic restaurant, Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill. And again, he is very much a behind-the-scenes, quiet philanthropy kind of guy towards Denham Springs High School athletics and all of their programs. He's not one that you're going to see flashing it around or anything like that. He's definitely, again, another person that anybody needs anything for their athletic department or program. For Denham Springs High School, he is very supportive. He's also very supportive of the Denham Springs Athletic Association. We hold our meetings there on the third Monday of every month. He provides soft drinks for our meetings and then little light appetizers for everybody that's there. He gives us a great space to have all of our meetings. And he also, and that's where the Hall of Fame is currently posted up. I think there's going to be plans to move that, but we're going to see how that goes. And we've been really grateful to him for having all the Hall of Fame plaques and stuff up there. So if you want to see past and previous inductees, I would definitely encourage you to go get a bite to eat and then.
Another wonderful sponsor of our broadcast. And a quick story about Big Mike. Okay. Back in the 1980s, he didn't have a pot to hiss in. He was standing on the side of the road, okay? And I dropped by and I said, Mike, how about sponsoring our broadcast? He did that, and the rest is history.
There you go.
As you said, an iconic restaurant, and now in the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Fame. Yes. Obviously, I'm joking about the beginning of that nonsense, but Big Mike is a great guy as well, and he also might not have been valedictorian. Help me out here, Julie. Might not have been a valedictorian candidate, but he's an extremely smart guy, and he's really turned his restaurant and his life around, and what a terrific person. So glad he's going into the Hall of Fame.
Yes. A younger guy that we have is Max Schroller. He is going in as an athlete. He was a pitcher for the Denham Springs High School baseball team. He also played football a little bit. I also taught Max Roller, so I don't know if this means I teach some really great students or if I'm getting really old, that now my students are now getting into the Hall of Fame. But I do love seeing these younger guys get in there. Mac played at Southeastern for 7 years, and then to 7 years in his professional baseball, making his major league debut with the Baltimore Orioles in 2021. And so he had an outstanding career at Denham Springs High School as a pitcher and as a football player, and so he is now going also into the Athletic Hall of Fame.
His uncle, Dr. Michael Soroller, one of the early inductees into the Denham Springs.
Going on here.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
One of the Denham Springs High School Athletic Hall of Famers, and we have Randy Watson.
And then Mr. Randy Watson was he's being inducted in the Hall of Fame for his All-State defensive end career in football. He was only 165 pounds and was the smallest lineman selected among the state's best in 1969 for what was arguably the most challenging defensive position. So he has a long and great outstanding career here at Denham Springs High School as well, and he will be recognized Thursday with the rest of the inductees.
Julie, thank you so much for joining us. Keep up the great work. Looking forward to seeing you at the Hall of Fame banquet. How about tickets? Where can people get tickets?
If you'll go to i2tickets.com, we still have a few tickets left for the banquet. It's going to be great. We have these are obviously big names in our community, and we want to be there to celebrate them. So I encourage you to get on those. They're only $50, and it's going to be a night worth visiting and coming out and hanging out with us.
And what is that website again?
i2tickets.com. Or you can email me or find me at the school if you need more information. We've been posting it on our social media site on the Denham Springs Athletic Association as well.
Julie, keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you for having me.
She is Julie Jacobson. I'm John Fine. It is Denham Springs and Central. It is Josh Ward speaking with Jackets head coach Brett Beard when we return after this pause on Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up on Yellow Jackets football.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, I'll get around to it someday, Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Like it was never there, Louisiana Tree Pro is your tree care specialist, expertly handling tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and storm cleanup with 24-hour emergency tree removal. And Louisiana Tree Pro does it the right way with properly licensed and insured professionals who will get the job done quickly and safely with a quality result. Their goal at Louisiana Tree Pro is to leave your property better than they found it. That's why their motto is, like it was never there. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenk, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Abear, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, the Law Office of Ivy L. Graham, Family Specialist, and Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Yellow Jackets at home to host the longtime rival Central Wildcats. 76th regular season matchup between these two teams. I'm Josh Ward, and we now welcome in head coach of the Yellow Jackets, Coach Brett Beard. Big one this week, Coach, no doubt. But first, let's dig into the 34-15 win over the Hammond High Tornadoes. Start 1-0 on the season. Important to always do that. But, Coach, you talk about the fast starts each week. And last week, it looked like you were about to do just that. Kickoff return by Tanner Kern. Looks like you're about to be first and goal. However, that's called back. But the first play from offense, you take a shot downfield. Goes off the fingertips of Goldman, gets tipped up, and is intercepted. Hammond gets the ball. So the momentum switched very quickly, very early in that one.
Yeah, one of the big things we're trying to address, man, is we got to figure out how to start fast. And again, we come out, we have the big kickoff return, and we have all the momentum, all the life, and it's good. And then it gets called back, then we throw the pick, and you kind of watch us deflate. And that's what we got to get through the handling the ups and the downs. I mean, the downs are going to happen as part of the game. We can't let it deflate us like it does. And we gave them a little momentum, and they kind of gave us fits early on. I mean, it is what it is. That's something we got to continue to figure out on our end, trying to get these kids to tick and understand that there's plenty of football left to play, that you got to ride the highs and you got to weather the lows. And, we can't let the little things that happen and go against us kind of derail us. And you saw that again where it caused us to go from the brink of a huge fast start to a really poor half of football that we've got to get cleaned up.
Do you feel that really affected and kind of got you off kilt to start that game?
Yeah, sometimes with the one thing I've experienced here more so than anywhere I've ever been, when it's good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's bad. I mean, like I said, we come out, we have the big kickoff return, the energy is electric, gets called back, oh, well, who cares, let's go score right here. We throw the pick that bounces off the face mask of Sean. And, you just kind of see us kind of like, oh, what the heck? And then all of a sudden we get into a little physical battle right there in the trenches. And, some of our D linemen start struggling, and, that's infectious. It's infectious in a positive way. It's infectious in a negative way. And the negative was eating us up. And, you kind of see the snowball start to unravel, and it's our job as coaches to kind of put our foot down and stop it and kind of gather them and regroup them. And, and get them dialed back in that you got plenty of football. But yeah, we got to do a better job of just weathering the downs, and it's okay. It's part of it. You're going to have it, and you just got to keep going.
All right, when we look at Hammond, they did have some big plays in that first half. Taron Jones, a very athletic quarterback, and he can cause fits. I think he's going to cause fits for a lot of teams this year. But, what they were able to do is with the screen passes, they were so successful, especially in that first half. How do you counter that?
Well, it's so tough when you have that triangle of dudes that can beat you between the quarterback, the running back, and the slot. They can put you in some conflict, and in the screen game, you start kind of getting your eyes in that backfield trying to stop the run and keep your eyes on the quarterback. And, next thing you know, he flips his hips and he flips the screen out there. And, our D-line was struggling, so they don't make the screen call. They don't set it down and retract. They just keep coming thinking they're about to go make a big play. And, next thing you know, you've got blockers in open space with guys that can beat you. And, we got to do a better job there of keeping your eyes where they belong, trusting your eyes, and, doing your job. We're taught how to play screens, and we got to do a better job fitting them up. And, I tell D linemen all the time, you didn't all of a sudden go from, not getting any pressure to being a stud and freaking just beat this dude. Now you're getting a free rush. Like, that's not how that works. If they let you go, set it down and retract because they've got something going on. And, that's just one thing that we got to continue to get better at. And, screen game, there's a reason offenses call it. It puts you in a tough spot, and, we got to do a better job defending it.
Hammond did have some big dudes on the offensive line. As you talked about last year, you felt like that was one of the best offensive lines you went against. This year, they look pretty good as well. But that's got to be a good test early for your defensive line to go against an offensive line like Hammond, knowing what you have coming up this week with Central coming in.
Yeah, definitely. They were big, they were physical, and then you go on the road and that grass. Our kids are spoiled these days. We play on a lot of turf, and you get on that grass and it's cut a little thick and cut a little heavy, and it's a different feel. It's like running in sand at times, so it's a completely different feel. Plus, it's week 1, so the live bullets are flying for the first time. It wasn't hot, but it was humid, and I think it ate some of our guys. One of our better D linemen told me he screwed up and ate too much of the pregame meal, which we usually monitor that. And one of the little chicken eaters, somebody that shouldn't have given him a meal, gave him his meal. So that added everything to the poor play up front that we got to do a better job, policing and staying on them. And it's kind of a perfect storm, and it had to wake us up, and we finally got going in the second half.
Well, Coach, I think you're being a little nice when you say a little thick-cut grass. I was going back and look at some of the film myself, and I realized when the referee put the football down, half of it, the bottom half of it just kind of disappeared into that grass there. So it was definitely some thick stuff y'all are dealing with.
Yeah, definitely different conditions and something you got to be able to deal with, and a home field advantage for them. And you're going to see them; they're going to win some games. They're a good football team.
All right, Coach. So you do get to half. So my question is, when you go to half like that, who's the loudest voice when you've had the half that you had and you're going into it? You do go in with the lead, so you're feeling okay there. But when you go in, is it the coaches or is it some of the leadership of this team? Who are the loudest voices at halftime for the Yellow Jackets, especially last week?
I mean, it's definitely definitely something that starts with me, and you got to kind of read the room. If you see some fear and panic in their eyes, you've got to be a little more gentle. If you see them pissed off and fired up and kind of getting after each other, trying to call each other out a little bit, you got to get a little more stern with them, and you're in the fight with them. So you're dealing with the emotions of the game as well as a coach. You've played a very poor half of football. You don't look like yourselves, and you're winning. Let's not forget where we're at. So let's separate right here. Let's get our legs back underneath us. Let's talk to these coaches. Let's get it figured out. And let's get ready to get back in this fight because you've played poorly and you're winning. So relax. The pressure's on them. Let's just go get the job done. And we've got some really good. 43 seniors. We got four captains that I absolutely love. That we had a lot of guys get a lot of votes for captains. The first year I've had this many guys get votes. But our 4 captains are Goldman, number 1 Goldman, the quarterback, Sagan, the outside linebacker, Devo Scott, the D lineman, and Caden Allen, our middle linebacker. 4 dudes you couldn't ask for a better group to kind of to lead this team. And Sagan's kind of our heart and soul and kind of our dude. And you could hear him chippy at halftime and talking to guys. And I think once he kind of got back into the fold, they responded and rallied around him.
Second half, it was definitely a game of tale of two halves. In the second half, things kind of get clicking for you. Defense, offense start to get rolling. And once they got comfortable, you could kind of see all those pieces coming together. If that game doesn't start the way it starts, this probably looks a completely different game, and you still come out 34-15 with the win. But once things kind of settled down in that second half, you saw Denham Springs start playing Yellow Jacket football.
Yeah, if we can figure out how to play that for 4 quarters, I think we have a chance to be a scary football team. And that's we show glimpses of being really good, and we show glimpses of being kind of passive and kind of put against the wall, kind of put on our heels. And that's what we have to overcome. You got to be all gas and no brakes for 48 minutes, and you've got to have that mindset, and you got to want that mindset coming out of the gate with the nerves and the pressures of the game and the atmosphere and everything. You got to be able to overcome that while you're trying to settle in. And again, it just took us a little while to get settled in, but when we did, we kind of showed what we are capable of being.
Last touchdown of the night for the Yellow Jackets was quite a fun one. It was a fun one for me to call, and it was Kerner to Goldman. Goldman rolls out, throws it downfield, kind of on the run, and hits a twin brother in the end zone for a touchdown. When you have plays like that, how interested does it keep the kids into looking forward to that, but keeping them involved in this? Because we know that's kind of what this is about sometimes, is trying to keep their focus and attention.
Yeah, and I'm a defensive guy, so when people throw trick plays against us, that's what I tell our kids. They're running trick plays against us because they don't think they can beat us straight up. But on the flip side, you got to put your offensive hat on as a head coach. And the thing is, it's really more about fun than it is trickery. Like these kids love to be able to, Kerner taking a snap and flipping to Goldman. How much fun does that kid have doing that? And it's something different. It keeps the kids engaged. And it kind of gets their creative juices flowing and letting them kind of come up with some stuff too. They take a little ownership. I mean, that's really what a trick play is all about. It's really just having some fun, because at the end of the day, you're throwing something at a defense. You really don't know what they're going to do. You saw Hammond kind of try to do something to us earlier in the game with a little swinging gate. And, we were kind of caught a little bit, not sure exactly what to do. We know how to cover it in PAT and field goal, but they hadn't seen in the middle of the field. But once you get it kind of covered up, and it's more fun for those kids to try to run something like that. And again, like you said, it keeps them engaged, and it is exciting. It's an exciting play, and it's a haymaker that can really swing the momentum. Sometimes they're fun to have in the arsenal.
34-15, the final there from Tornado Alley at Hammond High. Yellow Jackets 1-0 on the season, and it is now Central Wildcats coming to Yellow Jacket Stadium. We will take this time out. When we come back, we will continue with head coach Brett Beard and look to the Central Wildcats. Stay with us. We're back after this. It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy is excited to announce the opening of our newest clinic location in Watson. We are located at 32871 Highway 16 at the corner of Amite Church Road and Highway 16. And don't forget about our Denham Springs Clinic located at 145 Aspen Square next to Spectrum Fitness Club. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Danny Pauline with 5 Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson, State Farm Insurance, Performance Collision Center, Sport Clips, BJ Pawn and Gun, Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, and L. King Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It is the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Yellow Jackets 1-0 on the season. Central Wildcats coming to Yellow Jacket Stadium. They are 1-0 on the season as well. 76th regular season matchup between these two teams from Yellow Jacket Stadium. I'm Josh Ward, and we continue on with head coach of the Yellow Jackets, Coach Brett Beard. Coach, one of the longest rivals in the area dating back to 1948. It did have a 2-year hiatus. We won't touch that. But to you, how important is it to keep this game going after all these years?
Well, I mean, I was kind of – I'm not going to say kind of. I was pissed off and really disappointed that it ever came off the schedule. But I understand, some things change and some things happen and some people don't want to be a part of it anymore. I guess I can say I get it, but I don't. But it is good to have it back on schedule. Look, we're across the river. A lot of old timers. This game was the biggest game of the year to them, and it's fun to relive that. It's fun to be a part of this history and this tradition of this game because it is two communities that are a lot alike. Obviously by the records are almost 50-50. So it's two communities that are close, that are a lot alike, that like to get after it. And what better way to play high school football than that situation right there?
When Coach Semino took over for Central, I think you both kind of had the agreement that y'all wanted to get this back on. As far as you can tell, is this a game that will remain on the schedule for years to come?
Oh, yeah. We've already done the contract for the next 2 years. I don't see anything changing. As long as I'm here and Semino's there, I think we'll continue to keep this rivalry rolling. And hopefully after we're one of us gone or both of us gone, I hope it continues because, again, it's about these kids in this community. It ain't about us. I'm just glad somebody was smart enough to recognize on that side that we needed to get this thing going again.
That was the one thing I was going to say. It was so nice to have Coach Semino come in and grasp the history and tradition of this game and to get it back on the schedule. And I know for both communities, it's very exciting. It gets the fan bases going. It gets the communities going. And more importantly, it gets these players going. And, Coach, I was thinking about this rivalry has seen a lot of years, and some years have been better than others. Some have been a little ugly at times, but right now it seems like a very good, respectful rivalry between these two teams. I was trying to think back in your career, or if you could share in your career, rivalries that you've had at other places maybe that could match up to this one.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, everybody wants to talk about like Live Oak and Denham. And I thought the Live Oak-Denham rivalry kind of blew up the first year I was there when we actually beat Denham for the first time. And then people realized that in watching it, man, we can beat them. And now that's kind of a monster I've since created, and that rivalry's gotten a lot bigger. The thing with Livingston Parish football, Walker, everybody's gotten so much better. These rivalries now have become such great rivalries, intense rivalries, communities with a lot of hatred that you throw out all records. They're a little more fresh. They're not as old as the Central rivalry, but it's definitely ones now in Livingston Parish that match the intensity level of that and have a whole different love and appreciation because, Livingston Parish football is a lot better now than ever before. Another old state rivalry that I've been a part of that I absolutely fell in love with, probably one of the biggest ones, a lot like Central Denham, is Honville-Desterham. That's a big time state rivalry right there that I was able to coach in for a couple of years. So, I've seen some big time rivalries. I have been in some big time rivalry games. And even when I played, a lot of people don't know them from Vestavia Hills, and our big rival is Hoover, kind of a national known team these days. I played in the Bandy, Tennessee rivalry. These things is why you play the game. No doubt it adds a lot of fuel to the fire, a lot of excitement, a lot of fun to these games. And, for the communities, for the people to come out and watch. I mean, at the end of the day, we work our tail off for thousands of people to come watch what our kids can do. And to do it in an intense rivalry setting is so much fun to watch, and I love getting in it.
Absolutely. So let's get to the X's and O's as Central does lose some key players on offense, but 7 returners and their offensive line and their wide receiving core look to be the strength of their offense. How do you see the Wildcats offensively?
Yeah, you definitely nailed it. I think their O-line is really, really good. They're big, they're physical, they're going to play nasty in between the tackles. And Central right now has a mindset that nobody's really seen before, that they've proven that they can win. So, they think they can win. It's kind of like Zachary when they started winning. It becomes a different mindset and a standard that is just understood that when we get off the bus, we're already up 10, 14, nothing on you by who we are. And they have those advantages that we've got to take back. But again, when you win in the trenches, a lot of times you win a lot of football games, and their O-line has a chance to take over because they're really good. Receivers, their receivers are really good. I think they're still trying to figure out the quarterback situation and get that kid comfortable. But they're athletic, they're nasty, and I love the way they play. And that's what makes them so good.
So defensively, you kind of see an advantage there where if you can get to the quarterback and get him rattled earlier, as you mentioned there, they're trying to figure that out, that you can have an advantage there. And, defense played very well, as we mentioned last week, against Hammond. So what's the defensive game plan going into this one Friday night?
Well, one, settle down in the emotions really quickly, and get comfortable. You're going to get hit in the mouth, and you're going to have to hit back. That's the biggest thing with our guys is, settle in. Don't freaking let the emotions of the game eat you. Don't let the atmosphere eat you, and just fight through it because defensively we're on the field a lot of plays last week, so now they've seen it, and they understand that they've kind of been put in the toughest conditions as far as playing, outside of a rivalry game, as far as being on the road on thick grass and playing a ton of snaps that first quarter and a half. So they've already been in it and going into week 2. The thing is, they got to weather the storm, and we got to settle in, and we got to control the trenches. Their O-line is their strength, and I think our D-line is our strength. So it's going to be a hard knock fight right there in the trenches come Friday night.
Behind those matchups on the fronts, right there between your defensive line and their offensive line, where do you see another opportunity? I'm thinking this is an opportunity for your defensive backfield under the bright Friday light nights and to really have an opportunity to show out.
Yeah, and as we're working through our back end and trying to get those guys settled in and comfortable, you saw Jaden Washington get the pick, you saw Angel Morrow get the pick, guys that we know are really good players. We're still working on a few other guys to step up and get the job done. But the easiest thing for DBs right there is to have a great D-line, put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, make him make quick decisions, not having to cover for a long time. And, our DBs, to get them comfortable, our D-line's got to play better than what it did last week. For us to stop that passing attack, we got to get a pass rush against a really good O-line. We got to get that quarterback off his spot so he doesn't have time to kind of pick through there. And, let their receivers make big plays because they're very capable of doing it. And, our D-line's got to accept the fact that if you want to win this football game, you're going to have to win in the trenches and you're going to have to get the job done.
Give us the matchup and your opinion of the Wildcats defense against the Yellow Jackets offense. We saw again in that second half when your offense gets rolling and things are clicking, that comfort level that comes with it, it just seems flawless for them. But to get to that point, what is it going to take Friday night?
Yeah, well, they had a 4- or 5-star linebacker moving in from Alabama that was committed to Auburn that's being recruited by LSU and everybody else that moved in. The kid's a really good player. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. I saw him in 7-on-7, and I've seen him on film now. But he's a really good player. But I'm intrigued to see what our really good tight end can do against them. I think we have a 4- or 5-star tight end that's going to have an opportunity to prove his worth and go get this SEC kid. And I think that's going to be the most fun matchup that you see in that battle with our bigs up front and with our tight end going after their linebacking core that's really good, and this kid. So, yeah, I think you're going to see a real physical side of Hayden Ray this week that I'm excited for him to show everybody that he can do on top of just catching the football and running people over. This dude, what he does without the football is a lot of fun to watch. It makes him a complete player.
Such a big rivalry. We talk about it. It's a trophy game now. They're the Division I non-select state champions coming in. When you look at all that, how do you balance the act of not making this bigger than what it is? Because at the end of the day, it is just one game on your schedule, and you still got a lot to play for after this one, regardless of what happens. But obviously, you want to go out and win this one. But how do you manage that balancing act?
Yeah, well, we go about the old coaching cliche of 1-0 every week, and we do that by really playing. We talk about this is the biggest game of the year. Why? Because it's the next one. And we treat every game as a big one. I'd be naive not to say there's a little more gas on this fire, being the rivalry, being the defending state champion coming in. I'd be dumb not to address it and talk about it and make our kids, aware of what we're dealing with. But at the end of the day, we talk about it's the biggest game of the year because it's the next one, and you're trying to go 1-0. And, and embracing all the fun that comes with it and all the excitement that's going to be around it and the atmosphere that's going to come with this matchup. But if you treat every game as the biggest game of the year, eventually when we get into that big of a game of the year, it's going to be easy because we've done it. And that's kind of our mindset.
Coach, we are so looking forward to this one tonight. It will be an electric Yellow Jacket Stadium. I have no doubt about that. We always wish you the best of luck. We look forward to talking with you next week, and go Jackets.
Yeah, awesome job as always, man. Appreciate you having me on. Mom, Dad, love y'all. I know y'all are listening and watching, and it's going to be a good one. Y'all buckle up.
Absolutely. That is head coach of the Yellow Jackets. Getting closer to kickoff here between the Yellow Jackets and the Wildcats. We are back after this on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
With Bank Plus, your account is always just a tap away. Bank anywhere, anytime with free Bank Plus mobile banking. Pay bills, transfer funds, and check your account day or night with the Bank Plus mobile app. Deposit checks with the snap of a photo. Keep tabs on your account with transaction alerts. Lost your debit card? Disable it instantly from your smartphone. Then, turn it back on when you find it. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We're again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Todd Caruso, Attorney at Law, Duke's Seafood and Steakhouse, Modad 1 Individual Sewage Treatment System, Forest Grove Plantation, and Billy Leach Professional Title Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back in to the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Denham Springs Yellow Jackets, Central Wildcats from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Josh Ward alongside Mitch Covington. Thank you to Julie Jacobson for stepping in earlier with John Fine. Thanks to John Fine for that. And, of course, Coach Brett Beard each week for the weekly interview we do with him. Always look forward to that. Always have a lot of good information from Coach Beard. As always, we do come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision, and always ask that you like and give it a subscribe there. If you could do so, we would certainly appreciate it. Keeps it up to date with all the things that we are doing here at DS Jacket Vision, Family Radio 91.9 FM, and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. All right, Mitch, we have been a part of this thing. This is the 76th regular season meeting between these two. We have been on both sides of it. You had some time on the other side. I had some time on the other side in their broadcast booth as well. But now we're on the good side, and this is going to be a great one here tonight. You can just fill it out walking on the field, Mitch. There's an energy in here tonight that it's just there. You know it's a big one.
Well, to set the record straight, I spent more time on the purple and gold side.
Okay, yes.
There was
There
a few years I was in maroon and silver, but that was just a few short years. But, before and after, always in the purple and gold, so back where it needs to be.
Absolutely. So, Mitch, looking at this one, we talk about it with Coach Beard. Want to get your opinion on it. making it is a big game. It's a trophy game. It's a rivalry. You're across the river from each other. You know each other. Your families know each other. But you go out there tonight, and it's when the clock starts, and you're in between those white lines, enemy number one.
Well, that's it. And it doesn't matter what happened last year, what happened the year before, or anything, before that. It's just what's going to happen in the 2025 season and, the long history of the game and everything that goes with that. But once this ball is kicked tonight, all that goes out the window, and it's just what these squads are going to do here tonight for the next 4 quarters of football. And both teams are looking to try to find themselves right now, kind of see what they are. Central, of course, had the great season last year, but a lot of brand new players as I was updating the roster today and looking at some things. A lot of new names that weren't on the roster last year as far as in the lineup last year playing. And so they're trying to feel their way out with some new players and getting back to, having the success they had last year. And then, of course, Denham, trying to just continue, a little bit of a improvement last season. And, of course, they want to take from what we did there and keep moving forward and advance even farther in the playoffs this year. And so after a good win in the first week, but not a perfect win by any means, just trying to see what you really have and what you want to see going forward.
Definitely offensive line for the Wildcats is one that Coach Beard talked a lot about in the interview with him, and their wide receivers are their strengths there on the offense. So this defensive front line for Denham Springs will have their work cut out for them, but maybe an opportunity to try to get to the Central quarterback early, get him rattled a little bit. That's Platt, who will get the start for the Wildcats at quarterback tonight. So kind of get after him early, kind of get him rattled, get him uncomfortable as a word.
Well, maybe strength on strength. I think the strength of our defense is that front seven, front six, front seven of the Yellow Jacket defense. Played very well against Walker against the run, did a good job last week against Hammond on the run. And so those guys up top, that's the most experienced players that we have done a really good job early in the year. So going against Central's best unit, probably their offensive line, be a good matchup tonight.
Absolutely. And then on the flip side of it, this Yellow Jackets offense wanting to get that quick start going against this Wildcats defense. It looks to be pretty decent here.
Yeah, a quick start, that was the word last week, and then didn't really happen. And I know that's something the coaches are trying to figure out, how can we get more things going early in the game. And so, that's what they want to try to do, get out there, make some things happen. They were so good on defense last year. They just really were. But they lost a lot of those guys and have new players coming back. So mid this year, maybe it balances out a little bit, and we'll see if we can move the ball, have more success on our offensive side than we did last season.
All right, we will take a timeout here for the national anthem. When we come back, we will have you ready for kickoff with the James Drugstore starting lineup and Mitch Covington's keys to the game. Yellow Jackets, Wildcats, Yellow Jackets Stadium, Week 2 coming up. Kickoff after this timeout on the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy has been serving the wonderful people of Livingston Parish for over 20 years now. This is Ben Wilson, Denham Springs High School, class of 98.
And the much younger Stephen Wilson, class of 2003. We are honored to have the opportunity to help those in our community return to a normal way of life following injury. From the geriatric population to the young athlete, we are committed to helping you become stronger, faster, and better.
So for all of your physical therapy and rehab needs, come see us at Peak Performance Physical Therapy located in Denham Springs at 145 Aspen Square, or visit our website at peakperformancephysicaltherapy.com.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as a news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
Fire and Water, Cleanup and Restoration, Serve Pro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is Serve Pro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at Serve Pro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. Serve Pro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. Serve Pro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and Water, Cleanup and Restoration, Serve Pro of Livingston.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central, Safe Voyage Tattoo, Use Safe and Lock, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Mashan and Associates General Contractors, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, and Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
As we welcome back in to the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up, captains going out on the field for the coin toss. So we will go ahead and get the James Drugstore starting lineup, brought to you by James Drugstore, locally owned and operated, serving Livingston Parish for almost 100 years, where old-fashioned service meets modern-day medicine. James Drugstore, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Defensively for the Yellow Jackets will go like this. Defensive end, Devin Mack. Nose guard at Devin Cupid. Defensive end, Debo Scott. Linebackers, Jackson Sagan, Cedric Polk, Caden Allen, and Bryson Smith. Defensive backfield for the Yellow Jackets will be Jane Washington, Trendon Matwire stepping in to start tonight, Angel Morrow, and Quentin Clay. Offensively for the Yellow Jackets, it will go very little similar in names, but a little mix-up on the offensive line. It will be left tackle Nate Black, left guard Max Arce, the center Bryson McCabe, right guard Christian Ferguson, right tackle Angel Villagomez, wide receivers Brenton Paul, Sean Goldman, and Trey Seals. And the backfield will be Tanner Kerner and Hayden Ray, and your quarterback is John Goldman. That is your James Drugstore starting lineup. And now, the best part of the night, Mitch Covington's keys to the game.
Well, looking at the matchup, I think, first of all, Denham's got to be able to match Central's physicality. Last year, we just didn't stand up physically very well. They had a great squad and, of course, went on and won a state title, and that's how their season finished out. We didn't match up well with that, so we want to be able to stand toe-to-toe with them. I think this year we've got a lot better chance to match up physically with them, so that's a key. Want to win the turnover battle. Number 2, last week as we were kind of just puddling along, not getting a whole lot done, middle of second quarter, a defense forced a turnover, get us a short field, and then we went from a 7-0 deficit, and I think after that turnover, got the offense moving, got some points on the board. We scored 34 points in a row after that, and then finally, want to get some consistency on offense, consistency. We have some explosive plays ability, and that's great, but we don't want to have 3 and out. Oh, there's a big play touchdown, 3 and out next drive. Let's get some consistent drives, 6 play, 8 play, 10 play drives. Even if we don't score points, we keep the defense fresh. We move the ball, get some field position. We just don't want to be all, hit or miss. We don't want big play or nothing. Get some consistency within the offense.
All right, we are ready to get going here. It will be the Yellow Jackets kicking off to the Wildcats to start this one. Jonathan Bravo to kick it off from the 40-yard line. Back to receive is Marvin Joseph and Keithan Womack. So we are ready to get this one away. Let's have a good one, fellas. Thank you all for joining us. Bravo ready to go. Ball teed up at the 40. Steps up. Kick is off. End over end. We are underway. It will be fielded at the 30-yard line, getting to the 33. Before being pushed out of bounds is going to be Tyron Williams. Going to be first down for the Wildcats to start it at their own 34-yard line.
Last week we were working with those kickers trying to get the sky kicks somewhere between the 25 and 30. We were giving up too much field position. And right there, very good kick by Bravo. The ball's caught right about the 30-yard line. He gets about a 2-yard return. So keeping them inside the 35-yard line as Central's offense comes out for their first drive.
All right, so it will be 1st and 10. Wildcats, their own 34-yard line. At quarterback is Ja'Cory Platt. And he will work it from the shotgun. 4 receiver set. Waits for the snap. Gets it. Drops back. Looking to throw. He does. Hits it really quickly to Shane Brown. Brown going to the 40. Going to be pushed out of bounds about his own 45-yard line. Should be just enough for a Wildcat first down.
Nice design play right there, slipping the running back out the backfield. Linebacker's probably assigned to get him, Caden Allen. He chased him down after about 11-yard play, but we want to get to that earlier. Just a nice start for Central.
Going to be a pistol formation now for Platt on 1st and 10 from his own 44-yard line. Hands it off in the backfield to Brown, and Brown is going to be stuffed at the line and brought down for no gain.
There's that defensive front we talked about. It's kind of the leader of the Yellow Jacket defense. Both Devin Mack was in the backfield. Debo Scott was back there. Both our senior defensive ends doing a real good job on the bookends, and then also had some pressure coming up the middle as well. But that's Devin Cupid coming from the nose guard position.
Loses a yard on the play, make it 2nd down and 11 from their own 43-yard line. Platt from the shotgun will get the snap, looking to throw, throws it to the middle of the field, has his receiver at the 49. That is going to be Ty Williams on the reception. Going to make it 3rd and about 5 now for Central.
Yeah, just hooking up right there in a little hole. Central did a good job. They call that a little stick route inside the trips receiver. The third guy goes about 6-7 yards downfield. He's going to run a quick out or just kind of hook up right in the hole in the zone on the Yellow Jacket defense. A good throw and catch, and Cedric Polk there to make the tackle with no gain after the catch.
On 3rd down, it will be Platt waiting for the snap. He gets it. He drops back. He is looking to throw. He fires it. It is going to be incomplete. Intended receiver, Brody Dill, nicknamed Lil Dill Pickle, since we're all about nicknames this year.
Yeah, I don't know. You got a long way to go if you're going to try and top Donut, though. And I tell you what, if this Dill Pickle is better athlete than Donut from last week in Hammond, we may be in for a long night. But good pass coverage right there for the Yellow Jacket defense. Nice job after the first play, picking up about 11 yards for Central, forcing the punt team to come out quickly after that before any more field position is given up.
All right, so it will be Brody Dill will also handle the punting duties as well. Tanner Kerner back to receive, stands about his own 15-yard line, 10:32 left here in this opening quarter. Here is a snap. Dill will punt it away. Kerner steps up, will catch it at the 20. He's going to be hit immediately and brought down there. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets, so they will start this drive at their own 22-yard line. Goldman quickly going to get a swing pass to Hayden Ray. Ray going to spin around and gets 2, still on his feet. He refuses to go down, gets across the 25, going to be marked about the 27. Mitch, my goodness, talk about a bull, huh?
You said he refused to go down. We could have said that all year long. Hayden Ray, what has impressed me the most about seeing him is just the first guy doesn't get him down. A lot of times he's a big guy and they try and go low around the knees or sometimes the ankles, and he's able to kind of keep his knees up high and not go down with a little bit of contact on the knees right there. There, 3, 4, 5 Central players had a chance to get him, and he was still able to pick up 6 or 7 yards on the play.
2nd down from their own 27-yard line. Now going to be empty backfield for John Goldman. Here is a snap. Quickly going to get it to Trey Seals on the sideline. He will be pushed out of bounds shy of the 35-yard line, but they will mark him down at the 33, and that is enough for a Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Big Mike's is children-friendly, great food, and locally owned by Big Mike O'Neill.
And that's an important first down. If you recall last year's game, their kickoff team, their punt team, all that kept pinning us back inside our own 20. We were having trouble getting first downs, and the field position battle just killed us last year. Starting at our own 20 today on the first drive, at least we got 1 first down, moving it forward. Very good start.
1st and 10, Yellow Jackets, their own 34-yard line. Going to be a pistol formation now for Goldman. He will hand it off to Ray, and Ray will try to fight to the 35 and will do just that.
Central's
they saying the
looking
ball
like they
came
had the
out?
ball, but officials have not motioned anything. No one has signaled anything.
Are they looking at it? Defense looks like
Everybody's
it's coming
running
out.
Wow.
Yep, first down, so it will be a fumble and a turnover for the Yellow Jackets, and it will be Central ball after this quick timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenk, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Hebert, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Hebert, and Angel.
Welcome back in Yellow Jackets football. As we were coming back there, it was a Ja'Cory Platt pass to Keithan Womack. It was going to be incomplete at the 15-yard line. And after the fumble there, Central gets to take over from the Denham Springs 35-yard line with 8:50 left here in this first quarter. So talk about the turnover battle, Mitch. That's not what you want there deep in your own territory.
No, Central took a quick shot downfield. Quentin Clay did a good job of getting in there, breaking up the pass because it looked like it was going to be completed about 25 yards downfield. But I thought that was Quentin Clay. Yeah, I believe so. He's matching up maybe personnel-wise. He went in, made a good hit, knocked the ball loose right there. But as we mentioned before the game and right before that play, pretty much the field position battle killed us last year in the matchup with Central. And just when we were hoping to move the ball out toward midfield, put the ball on the ground, Central recovers, and now they have great field position starting their second drive.
Penalty against the Yellow Jackets will move it up 5 yards. Going to be 2nd down and 5 from the Denham Springs 30-yard line for the Wildcats. Platt from the shotgun has pressure coming. It is going to be tipped in the air and almost intercepted, but unable to bring it down. Was that 90? Who was that?
But it was Caden Allen.
Cupid?
I think Caden Allen got his hands on the ball and knocked it away. Really good that he did. Last week, Hammond got us on a couple of screens, and that was set up really well, a running back screen, little middle running back screen. Had a lot of room with blockers in front of him, but Caden Allen, I believe, was the defender that got his hand in the air, knocked the ball loose, and then it did flutter over by Devin Cupid. Yeah. The nose guard almost had a chance to pick it off.
3rd and 5 now for the Wildcats. Denham Springs 35-yard line. Here is a handoff in the backfield to Rose. Rose is going to get to the 25, the 20, going to be brought down right about the Denham Springs 21-yard line, where it will be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats.
Wildcats found a good hole on the right side of the Wildcat offensive line. Nice room for Tristan Rose to be able to run through. Angel Moro did a great job coming through with a big tackle in the open field to keep it, from getting inside the 20.
1st and 10, Wildcats, Yellow Jacket, 21-yard line. Here's a snap to Platt. Looking to fire it. He does. There's going to be caught at the Denham Springs 10 and making a move to the 5. That is going to be Womack on the reception for the Wildcats. 1st and goal.
Well, Keithan Womack said his name a few times last year, said his name a few times in the basketball game. Good two-sport player. And, of course, if you recall, the Yellow Jackets met Central in the semifinals of the 5A state basketball tournament last year. And Keithan Womack is a good athlete, their best receiver, and they're going to go to him plenty tonight.
1st and goal, Wildcats, Denham Springs 5-yard line. Platt from the shotgun will roll to his right. Still rolling. Will fire it towards the end zone. It is going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Deal. Going to be 2nd and goal.
Good job by the Yellow Jackets secondary. They brought Womack in motion, tried a little clear out, flood route on the right side, trying to get Womack in the front of the end zone. We picked him up, had him covered. The other 2 receivers from Central dragging around the back of the end zone, had defenders tightly there, and so not a lot of room for Platt to find an open receiver. So good tight coverage around the goal line for the Yellow Jacket secondary.
2nd and goal for the Wildcats from the Yellow Jacket 5-yard line. 7:59 left here in the first quarter. We are scoreless, but Wildcats are knocking on the door. From under center will be Platt. I formation will hand it off, and getting across the 5, that is going to be Brody Knapp's, his first carry of the night for the Wildcats.
Good job by the Yellow Jacket cornerback, Jaden Washington, getting in there. That ball's around the goal line. We need all 11 guys ready to help tackle. Cornerbacks most time are playing pass first, but right now it's all hands on deck, and Jaden Washington did a great job getting in there with a good tackle.
3rd down and goal. 3-yard line of Denham Springs for the Wildcats. I formation again. Platt will hand it off to Knaps again, and Knaps will get towards the goal line and waiting for the signal, and he is in for the touchdown.
Just can't give them short fields. Can't put the ball on the ground and give them 30 yards to go, that short distance for a touchdown. So Central did a good job of capitalizing on it, moving it down, didn't take a field goal, was able to get 7 points put on the board, or at least 6. The line up here with a swinging gate look. Yellow Jackets have to be sound right here, have all areas covered.
Yep, so we saw Hammond do that last week, so Yellow Jackets are familiar with it, got to see it, so always good to have that little bit of...
Playing from behind is something we have done in the past, so it's not going to be a foreign territory.
Here is the extra point, and it is going to be no good, so he misses it. Extra point is no good, so with 7:26 left here in the first quarter, it is Central 6, Denham Springs 0. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center. More than just a sports store.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
And we welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. It is going to be the Wildcats kicking off to Denham Springs now after they take the 6-0 lead. Here is a kick. It will be fielded at the 15-yard line by Trey Seals. He gets to the 20, going to be brought down at the 22-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets at their own 22 with 7:21 left here in the first.
And in the battle of field position, the first two Yellow Jacket possessions started at the 23-yard line and their own 20. Central's first two possessions started at their own 34, and then the Yellow Jacket somewhere right around the 30. So got to do a better job of trying to create some field position, whether it be through special teams or creating a turnover of our own when we're on defense, trying to, not have to march 80 yards to put points on the board.
Well, Coach Beard talked about it, taking that early hit when it happens. He said you're going to get punched in the mouth. How you respond to that will be big. I know the offense here needs to it's not an immediate need to get an answer right here, but you just want to start getting this thing back to level playing field. Here is Goldman from the shotgun. We'll hand it off to Kerner, and Kerner will be stopped at the line for no gain.
Not a lot of room right there. Good job by the Central defensive front, and it's going to be a challenge for our offensive line to make sure we hold up and find some running room. We need to be able to pick up 3-4 yards or so on first down and not stick ourselves in spots where we're facing 2nd and 9 if we try to run the ball on 1st and 10. You don't always have to get 7-8 yards a carry, but if you're moving the chain, moving the down marker, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5, it's a lot more manageable.
2nd down and 9. Kerner got to the 24-yard line, so it'll be 2nd and 9 from their own 24. Goldman will get it out of the shotgun. Will fake the handoff, throwing it downfield. Going to be caught by Sean, and Sean is going to have a first down at the 41-yard line. Make that a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Check out the Denham Springs Sports Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Goldman to Goldman, our first one of the night. We need many more of those.
It was a good throw, good catch. It was a nice little read by Jean, the quarterback. He could have handed it to Kerner. He saw the linebacker stepping up. He pulled the ball out through the quick little glance route, they call it, a little deep slant to his twin brother. And Bo Hill, the senior safety there for Central, put a big hit on Sean Goldman, but he held on to the football.
All right, so 6:13 here is 1st and 10 from the 41. Going to get it to Trey Seals, and Trey Seals will be pushed out of bounds on the far sideline as he gets to about the 47-yard line.
And that's a quality first down play. We just mentioned that before. You don't have to get 10, 11, 12 yards every time, but heck, you get 6 on first down, you play in 2nd and 4, and now you feel like still the whole playbook is open. We can run the ball on 2nd down. We can take a shot downfield. We got a couple downs to try and make something work with it, but the Jackets right there, Coach Fournier, getting them going side to side, throwing a wide receiver screen out there, stretching the defense out, and not just trying to pound right in the middle all night long.
Going to be 2nd down and 4 for the Yellow Jackets, their own 47-yard line. Here is Goldman, quarterback keeper, going to get stood up right just shy of midfield, be brought down at the 49-yard line, but that will bring us to our first Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break. Water that makes you feel great. That is Water Tree of Denham Springs, Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham. We're back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts, 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Okay, back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. We come to you on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. As always, we please ask that you give it a like and subscribe. Certainly would appreciate it, and we'll keep you up to date on all the things we are doing here at DS Jacket Vision and Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Third down for the Yellow Jackets from their own 49-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun keeps it, gets across midfield, fights for extra yards, has the first down, and more. Still going, gets to the Wildcat 43-yard line. That's what we like to see. Another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Big Mike's is open after the Denham Springs football games. That is Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
Really good push on the right side of the Yellow Jacket offensive line. That's Christian Ferguson and Angel Villa-Gomez on the right side. Jean Goldman took the snap. Straight up in there, a little bit of quarterback zone kind of play, I guess you're looking at. He's trying to find a little gap, but he didn't waste any time, got up quickly, and then drug a few defenders forward to pick up even more yards.
First and 10 for the Yellow Jackets, Central 43-yard line. Here's a handoff in the backfield going off the left side. Is that Paul?
That would be Brenton Paul, yes.
Yep, Brenton Paul on his first carry of the night.
Come on, man. That's going to be a fly, I believe, on us. There's been a little bit of after the play, guys drawing with each other, and I believe Sean Goldman just, ended up throwing a little push after the play, unless that's offsetting, but you just can't do that. I mean, we got a drive going. That was a great inside run right there, picking up 7 yards on first down, and a receiver outside after the play is going to pick up 15-yard penalty and really put you in a bad situation.
Yeah, and those are the things where, I mean, you've gotten into Wildcat territory now. You're starting to feel a little momentum. You're settling down a little bit, and then this just as a gut punch backwards that you don't need. You just got to keep your head about yourself.
We're doing a great job running the ball. Was running right at him just right there. A little inside ISO play, I formation almost, and Brenton Paul was following fullback up through the hole and picking up 7 yards on the inside of that Central defense. But instead, after the play, receivers out there chicken fighting and pushing after the play is over and going to back us up 15 yards. You just got to, be better than that.
It's going to be about second down and 19 now for the Yellow Jackets. Pushes them back to their own 48-yard line. Central 6, Denham Springs 0, 5:19 left here in the first quarter. Goldman will be out of the shotgun. Got 3 receivers to the far sideline, 1 to the near. Here is a snap. We'll hand it off to Kerner, and Kerner going to be hit at the Wildcat 47-yard line. Will he be brought down? So it'll be third and long now for the Wildcats. For the Yellow Jackets.
So an important spot here, ball around midfield. It's 3rd and 14, 3rd and 13. We'd love to try and pick up this first down, but we can't be too greedy. Jean's got to be smart with the football. If it's not there, don't throw it into coverage. If we end up having to punt them back inside the 20, and now let our defense use the whole field to, have a little bit of room to work with, and just don't do anything silly here to put yourself in a bad spot.
Third down and 14 from the Wildcat 47-yard line. Throwing it downfield, looking for Brenton Paul. Paul has it at the 15-yard line, and it will be first down for the Yellow Jackets. Big catch right there. Brenton Paul from Goldman, and that's a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Cater your next party at Big Mike's. Heard a nice little voice crack there.
Good job by the offensive line. Jean had plenty of room. That was about his third option, I believe. He checked to the right, looked short left, and then Brenton Paul streaking down the field on a deep post, had gotten behind his man. Good throw, good catch, and a big play there for the Yellow Jackets to pick up that first down, and now inside the Central red zone.
First and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Wildcat 13-yard line. Going to be an I formation. Goldman will go under center. Here is the snap. We'll fake the handoff to Paul, looking to throw it towards the end zone. He does. It's caught for a touchdown. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets. Trey Seals. Yellow Jackets on the board.
Going to be Trey Seals' second touchdown of the season. A little bootleg action. Fake to the left. Jean Goldman bootlegged around to the right. We had Hayden Ray in the flats. A lot of defenders ran with him short near the line of scrimmage. That left one-on-one coverage in the back with Trey Seals, who beat his man on a corner route on the outside. Good throw. Good catch by Trey Seals, and now the Yellow Jackets have a chance to take the lead with this extra point.
Jonathan Bravo to attempt the extra point. Dylan Johnson is the holder. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It is through the uprights. Extra point is good. Yellow Jackets 7, Central 6. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Your local tree service in Denham Springs is Louisiana Tree Pro. Louisiana Tree Pro is a licensed and insured arborist. Louisiana Tree Pro is the only company in the parish that has a saw head, so they can remove trees by remote, making the job safer and more efficient. Louisiana Tree Pro specializes in emergency removal of trees on homes, and they're experienced with billing insurance companies. And Louisiana Tree Pro offers free quotes. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro. Visit treeprolaA.com.
Welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football. 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Denham Springs takes the lead 7-6 over the Central Wildcats. Jonathan Bravo will kick it off from the 40-yard line. He will step up. Here's a kick, hitting the mark about the 26-yard line. On the return is going to be Ty. Ty gets to the 30, the 35. We pushed out of bounds around the 40, between the 40, 45. We'll see where they spot him. But first things first, it is time for our Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Janet Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net.
The Yellow Jackets went 77 yards in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. We finish it off with a John Goldman to Trey Seals 13-yard touchdown. And with 4 minutes left in the first quarter, the Yellow Jackets take a 7-6 lead.
That is your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats from their own 46-yard line. Platt from the shotgun. Waits for the snap. Central no hurry here. Sends the man in motion. That is Womack. Here is a snap. Tosses it in the backfield. And it is going to be brought down back around the original line of scrimmage on the carry there as he gave it a toss back. That is to Max Gasso, the backup quarterback.
Well, that was going to be a halfback pass. You definitely could tell he was trying to set up, throw another pass downfield, but Debo Scott was in the backfield so quick, blew up the play right there. Central felt with their good field position, man, we had great coverage on the kick, had them running sideways. We just didn't make a tackle when we had the one-on-one chance to have them hemmed up, and they was able to pick up an extra 15 yards.
2nd down and 10. Platt from the shotgun, drops back, got a flag on the play, going to launch it downfield, but play is stopped on the penalty.
So it's thrown over here. Somebody lined up offsides. I'm hoping, I've been worried a little bit. Some of our cornerbacks trying to get up in press coverage and hope we didn't line up across the line of scrimmage with a cornerback. But the official on the sideline threw a flag. That could be just someone flinching for Central.
It did look like he pointed towards
there we
Central.
go.
Yep, false start.
False start. Well, very good. Very
Love
good.
it.
But look, they took the shot. They tried to take the shot downfield with the trick play and the halfback pass. But Debo Scott, like I said, he blew the play up very quickly, was in the backfield, did not have a chance to let the backup quarterback who had stuck in at running back. We used to do that with Jean Goldman last year a couple times.
That's right. Yes,
and
yes.
so, but we didn't, Scott did a great job of not letting them get it off.
All right, going to be 2nd down and 15 after the false start penalty. Here is Central on the far sideline. That is going to be Tristan Rose, his first carry of the night. So kind of like with the Yellow Jackets with a lot of different numbers and names on offense, Wildcats trying to do the same here.
Yep, and then great job on the option defense right there by the Yellow Jackets. We did a great job getting to the quarterback, to Platt, forcing the pitch, and then Caden Allen from the inside linebacker position. Chase Rose down on the outside and made an open field tackle and set up a 3rd and long.
Yep, going to be 3rd and 13 now for the Wildcats. They will have it at their own 43-yard line. Platt from the shotgun will drop back. Pressure is coming. Hit as he throws, and it is going to be out of bounds. And there is no flag on the play.
And no flag, but that's what with the nose guard is getting back there. Devin Cupid right there, the nose guard, number 99. When he's getting pressure on a drop back pass, you know your front is doing a good job. We have done pretty well. We mentioned before that might be strength on strength, our defensive line against their offensive line. And that drive for sure, the defensive front for the Jackets didn't allow any passes down the field.
All right, so we'll send out the punt team there. Good defensive stand by the Yellow Jackets. It is Dill to punt it away. Tanner Kerner stands back at his own 25-yard line. Here is a snap. Punt. Kerner steps up, fair catch at the 30-yard line. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by BJ Pawn and Gun, Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Liberty Auto Sales, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, and Quality Furniture Restoration. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
And we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. 7-6, Yellow Jackets with the 1-point advantage over the rival Central Wildcats. 2:13 left here in the first quarter. Goldman will get the snap from the 30-yard line, fakes the handoff, looks to throw, trying to hit Brenton Paul, and it is going to be incomplete at the 37-yard line. You know, Mitch, talking about the matchup here, the penalty that we got with Sean earlier, needing to kind of calm that down, that Wildcat defender kind of edging him a little bit, trying to egg him on.
Maybe
so you got to be careful.
If you get 2, I got to be check with the high school rules again. I know you get to college or NFL, you get 2 unsportsmanlikes in a game, and then you get ejected. This time, though, as you just mentioned, you saw there'll be defensive holding.
Okay, I didn't see the flag, actually.
Yeah, I didn't see. I thought maybe for a second you were talking about the cornerback and Sean Goldman down here in front of the press box after the play, but there was a defensive hold, and I think that was probably on Brenton Paul, who was trying to run the little glance route we mentioned before. That's about a little 5-step slant, little skinny post, you might call it. As John Goldman, the quarterback's going to read the defense, and I think they were holding up on Brenton Paul.
It's a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down, 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Here is a snap to Goldman. We'll hand it off to Kerner. Kerner has a hole. He's at the 45, makes a move at the 50. He's at the Central 40, still going and pumping all the way down to the Wildcat 37-yard line. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. We'll go ahead and make that another quick Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Live music on weekends, trivia monthly, and line dancing. Mitch's favorite on Wednesday nights. That's Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
You know, that's what we were hoping before the game to see from the Jacket offense. We wanted to be able to keep some consistent drives going. Right now, Coach Fournier is really doing a good job of keeping Central's defense off balance. We're doing outside runs, outside quick throws, inside runs. They all spread out right now. Tanner Kerner found a good hole right through the inside of the defense right there for a big gain.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets now into Wildcat territory. Here's another handoff to Kerner, and he will get to about the Wildcat 34-yard line where it'll be 2nd down.
And another good inside run right there. First down, we get a 5-yard run. The Yellow Jacket offensive line really doing a good job right now and opening up the holes for Tanner Kerner. You know, just give those guys some credit up in there. Max Arsu starting today, Bryson McCabe, and Christian Ferguson. That's the meat of your offensive line right there on the inside, your 2 guards and your center, and they're doing a very good job against that Central front.
Approaching 1 minute left here in this first quarter. Denham Springs 7, Central 6. 2nd down and 5 for the Yellow Jackets from the Wildcat 33. Going to be a quick pass as pressure was coming, trying to get it to Hayden Ray. Is going to be incomplete. Brings up 3rd down, stops the clock with 51 seconds left here in the first.
Yeah, the Central safety did a really good job of reading that. We mentioned his name earlier. I believe that's Bo Hill. Came up from a safety position. He saw Hayden Ray trying to slip out into the left flats on the play action pass, and he got there quickly. And so incomplete pass, so nobody hurt right there. 3rd and 5, and more than likely this is 4-down territory for the Yellow Jackets. So got 2 plays to pick up 5 yards.
All right, will be 3rd down and 5 from the Central 33 for Denham Springs. Hayden Ray goes into motion. Goldman will get it, rolls, looking to throw, has some time, steps up, throws it, going to be incomplete at the 10-yard line, looking for the twin, Sean, and just a little bit low for Sean to be able to bring that one in.
I think Sean kind of short-armed it a little bit. He was on a sprint-out action, and then he saw his brother in the middle of the field, right in that intermediate area, about 20 yards downfield, and he pulled up to throw the ball, kind of set his feet, and just short-armed it a little bit and threw it by the feet of his twin brother, or else that could have been a 1st down pickup for the Jackets.
With 44 seconds left here, it will be 4th down and 5 from the Central 33-yard line for the Yellow Jackets as Goldman gets it from the shotgun. Going to get it to Kerner. Kerner at the 30, the 25, and we'll get to the 25, and it will be 1st down for the Yellow Jackets, making another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down Visit Big Mike's website and check out Big Mike's on Facebook. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
Going to give some high IQ points right there to Tanner Kerner. He caught that ball running out to the edge, and he needed about 3 more yards to pick up the first down. And instead of trying to outrun the Central defender to the sideline, he stuck that foot in the ground and got north and south and made sure he picked up the yards needed to get the first down.
1st and 10 from the Central 25-yard line. Pressure is coming. Goldman's going to be wrapped up and brought down for a loss on the play, and a flag will come out as well. White Hat throws it in the backfield. So what do you think, Mitch?
That could have been a face mask. They had 3 or 4 defenders. They had a good time for a blitz. We had a play-action pass going. They brought a blitz and was in the backfield, but it was right where he was tackled. So I'm hoping, maybe for the Yellow Jackets' fortunes, that could be a face mask for somebody.
Great crowd here from Yellow Jacket Stadium tonight. Packed house. Looking at the stands, it is full on both sides. The kind of atmosphere you want in Week 2. Very much a playoff atmosphere here tonight.
And that's what it's going to be. Personal foul, face mask. So we're going to march it half the distance to the goal line. Should give us another Big Mike's first down. So tell me more about line dancing.
Yeah, hey, that's your favorite, Mitch. What'd you say in December? We'll meet
January,
you there at
the
first
gym? 2 weeks after Christmas. That's when we do line dancing at Denham Springs Junior High every year. First 2 weeks after Christmas break.
The penalty will make it a first down. The Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's delivers through Grubhub or DoorDash. Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
Got a new one called the Get Up. I really like that. It's not so new anymore. It was
I
new
think
a couple years ago.
You're just making it up.
It was new a couple years ago, but the kids really like that one.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Ball will be at the 14-yard line, and we've got a flag. Looks like the Yellow Jackets may have flinched a little bit.
Now they're pointing. I think they're trying to say the old the college disconcerting signals thing here. Like someone at Central barked a signal out is what our guys are pointing at. Somebody over there yelled something. A defender made our guys jump. Well, look, there's 0 seconds on the clock right now. All kind of things could happen for the Jackets. Maybe the quarter ran out before we jumped off sides. Maybe they get something on Central for barking a signal.
Waiting to see what the penalty is going to be here, and
they're going to wave it off because it's going to be in the quarter.
Turn that off. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking next door to get this light
End
off.
of the quarter.
All right, that will do it for the first quarter action here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. It's been a good one. It is Denham Springs 7, Central 6. Back after this timeout, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Member SIPC.
And we welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. It is Denham Springs 7, Central 6. It is start of the second quarter coming up, Mitch. So walk us through that. They called end of quarter before the flag could have been thrown, right?
That's what the clock hit 0 before the Yellow Jacket offensive line moved and would have been a false start. So good break there for the Yellow Jackets. Look, did a great job of weathering the storm early on. We had a costly turnover. Central took advantage of it, went in, got up 6-0. Maybe the guys on the Central sideline were thinking, hey, here we go, just like last year, we're going to win this one by 3 or 4 scores pretty comfortably. But the Yellow Jacket of 2025 unit of the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets hopped right back into it, matched the score, took a 1-point lead, and right now we have it 1st and 10 inside the Central Wildcat red zone trying to get more points on the board.
Yep, 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets from the Wildcat 13-yard line. It will be Goldman from the shotgun. Here is the snap, fakes the throw. Rolling now, going to throw it towards the end zone, looking for the twin. It is going to be incomplete. Flag will come out absolutely as the defender basically tripped him up. Could have been a touchdown there. He had him lead it just, it was either going to be right on the money or just a little too far.
That was a really good throw by Jean. It looked like we were checking the left side of the field and it wasn't there, and he started to scramble and buy just a little bit of time to the right. The Central rush was getting to him. He threw it high and deep to the back corner of the end zone on the right side of the field where his brother had either his original route was going to the corner or he broke his route off and headed to the corner on a little bit of a scramble drill. And like you said, a really good pass out in front of him. The Central defender kind of tripped Sean Goldman, the receiver, up right at the last moment. 2 flags come out, so we're going to play first down at the Central 7-yard line.
Make that a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down at Big Mike's Happy Hour 3 to 7 weekdays and all day on Sunday. Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill.
And make it the 6-yard line.
First and goal for the Wildcats, for the Yellow Jackets at the Wildcats 6-yard line. Goldman, quarterback keeper, going to keep it, makes a move, and he will be in for the touchdown. Touchdown. John Goldman, 6-yard. Yellow Jackets, touchdown.
Second time we've gone to that play. We lined up with trip receivers on the right side, a tight end on the left. The last time we ran it opposite way, but Sean Goldman is in the backfield by himself. Jean takes the snap, gets right up there quickly behind his offensive lineman. That time on the left side, Nate Black, Max Arce on the left side of the offensive line, plus the tight end in the football game right there, helped leading the way. And then Jean found the open field, got to the corner, scored a touchdown.
Bravo will come on to attempt the extra point. Dylan Johnson is the holder. Here's a snap. Here's the hold. Kick is up right down the middle. Extra point is good. Denham Springs 14, Central 6. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Member SIPC.
You are our first priority at Innovative Audio. Innovative Audio offers the very best selection of mobile audio and video, window tint, and vehicle security. Innovative Audio's installation and tinting is the finest in the industry. And Innovative Audio's work comes with lifetime warranties on all audio, video, and tint installations. Most importantly, Innovative Audio specializes in serving you. You are our first priority at Innovative Audio, 1400 South Range, Denham Springs. Visit us on Facebook.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football. Denham Springs 14, Central 6. 11:47 left here in this first half. Bravo will kick it off from the 40. We'll send this one a little bit deeper. Gets it back to the 15-yard line. On the return is 20, 25, 30, 35. He's at the 40. My goodness, across midfield. Nobody's going to catch him. He is down the far sideline. 10, 5, and in for the score. Oh, my goodness. That is Marvin Joseph on the return as he goes about 80 yards.
Yeah. Just,
wow.
Backbreaker for momentum. And we had such momentum right there, 14 points in a row, take the 8-point lead. And kickoff return, got to make sure we can cover the kicks. And
let's go ahead and get the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for you. For Auto, Home, and Life, it's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. All right, Mitch.
The Yellow Jackets went 70 yards in 2 minutes and 16 seconds, and a John Goldman 7-yard touchdown run with 11:47 left in the second quarter put the Yellow Jackets up 13-6. Bad news for the Jackets, though. That kickoff return has made it 14-12, and I said 13-6. It was 14-6. My mistake. And the Central's going to be going for 2 here early in the game.
Nope, got a timeout on the field, so we will take it with them as well. 11:34 left here in the first. It is 14-12, and we will be back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back in. Yellow Jackets football, so it will be a timeout on the field. Wildcats take their first of the half, and 80-yard return is going to be 80-79 officially, but nonetheless, it makes this game, that momentum swing that you talk about and special teams that you talk about play such a big part in games like this.
When you look at the tail of the tape, the Yellow Jackets have greatly outgained Central on offensive yardage, but
2-point play. Platt will be under center, fakes the handoff, looking to throw, throws it towards the end zone. It is going to be caught. 2-point Conversion is good. Keithan Womack with the reception, and we are now tied up at 14 apiece here with 11:34 left in this first half. So, Mitch, a very unfortunate turn of events there. You feel like everything is starting to go your way, and you hope that special teams isn't going to be the difference in this one. It could be, but you hope that doesn't be the one that you look back later on and say that one was what caused it.
Those points count just as much as when their offense scores touchdowns. And so the yardstick, I mentioned the Yellow Jackets have dominated offensive yardage today, but it doesn't matter. The only stat that matters is that scoreboard that says 14-14.
Yes.
And a short field touchdown drive after a turnover, and then a kickoff return for a touchdown. All of that counts just the same as a 70-yard touchdown drive like we just had. And so we're all dotted up, but as the Yellow Jackets have done before, heck, we almost got 3 quarters of football left because there's only 11:34. There's still 11:34 left in the second quarter, so plenty of game left. Just want the Jacket offense to get back out there, keep doing what we've been doing, and trying to get momentum going again.
All right, so it will be kicking off is Pedro de Sousa Costa. I was waiting to say that name here tonight. I didn't want it to be at the expense of a touchdown, but Pedro de Sousa Costa will be kicking it off from the 40-yard line.
Pedro's kind of telling us he's about to kick it to Trey Seals over here. He's lined it up, got the laces pointed right at him, and he's almost telling everybody, here it comes.
Kerner is lined up back at the 10-yard line, but here is the kick, and it is going to be fielded by Trey Seals. As you mentioned there, he gets to the 20-yard line trying to find some space, and he is going to be brought down. They're going to mark him down back at his own 17-yard line, where it will be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets, all knotted up here at 14 apiece in the second quarter.
Yeah, they're just killing it. I mean, the starting field position, I've been keeping up with it right here. Central has started on the 34. They're plus 35. The 45, they just ran a kickoff back for a touchdown, and the Yellow Jackets have started on the 20, 23, the 30, and now the 17-yard line. So making our offense work. Good for us. We've got 2 70-plus yard touchdown drives on back-to-back possessions, so that hasn't been an issue for the offense yet. But over the course of the game, we have got to save some of those yards with some kickoff returns or some kickoff coverage.
And we gave, what was it, Hammond? They had the jamboree where Walker had that
kickoff return for a
touchdown too. Yep. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive at their own 17-yard line. Here's Tanner Kerner. He's at the 25. He's at the 30. Going to be brought down around his own 30-yard line. It looks like they would put him at the 29 or the 30. Doesn't matter. It is a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down at Big Mike's. They are children-friendly with great food, and they are locally owned by our friend Big Mike O'Neill. First down, Yellow Jackets.
Got to give the offense a lot of credit right now. Pinned back inside their own 20-yard line to start the drive, and on the first play, you bust out a long run to get a first down and get a little bit of breathing room, but we want to keep those chains moving forward and give the defense a little bit of rest.
1st and 10, Yellow Jackets are on 29. Goldman now. There's a flag on the play, so this play will stop before it begins.
It's always hard to tell in high school because they blow a play dead if the defense jumps across the ball early. In college and NFL, they let the play go if it's the defense, but when they blow it dead, you just have to wait and find out. And there it was offsides on the defense. So in college, if they're blowing it dead, you pretty much know the offense moved because they're going to let it roll if it's just the defense in the neutral zone. But in high school rules, once a defender gets across the neutral zone, they throw the flag and they blow it dead. So Jackets, once again, going to be playing with a good yardage right here. 1st and 5, got a few downs to play with.
All right, it will be 1st down and 5 Yellow Jackets from the 34-yard line. Here's a handoff that is going to be stood up and brought down for no gain. See where they mark him down, but it was Tanner Kerner on the carry for the Yellow Jackets. Going to lose some yardage.
That shouldn't be that much.
Yeah, I was about to say. They're walking all the way back to the original line of scrimmage.
I know we lost a yard or two, but the first down box, probably Jeff Bird over there on the first down box. He's been doing it for a long time. He started walking back 5-6 yard loss. I was like, I don't think it was that much. And sure enough, our forward progress got us where it was just a 2-yard loss.
Yep. So it makes it 2nd down and 6 for the Yellow Jackets. Their own 33-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun will fix it. Will fix the handoff, throws it to Sean, and Sean will be brought down for no gain on the play. Makes it 3rd down for the Yellow Jackets.
Yep, quick bubble screen behind the line of scrimmage, trying to get the ball to receivers out wide by the sidelines, force the Central secondary guys to make some tackles. Well, bad news for the Jackets. The Central secondary guys did a great job of getting in the open field. A little bit of teamwork right there, too. Had 2 defenders in there on the play to help make a tackle in the backfield. And so Marvin Joseph was there. And also, I think Bo Hill, once again, was back there to help make a tackle.
Makes it 3rd down and 7 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 33-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun. Kerner in the backfield. We'll send Kerner into motion now, making it an empty backfield. Gets a snap, looking to throw downfield, looking for Brenton Paul, going to be incomplete at the Wildcat 40-yard line.
Yeah, good tight coverage over there. A little bit of hand fighting kind of going back and forth. Brenton Paul was hoping he might get a call, but pretty fair coverage there by the Central cornerback, and almost a little bit of a desperation throw on 4th and 7 right there for the Yellow Jackets. I won't say desperation, but Goldman thought he had to match up one-on-one down here. He was going to try and take a shot on the go route, but good coverage out there by the Central cornerback, Mason Moore. And so we're going to bring on the Yellow Jacket punt unit. This is our first punt of the night, I believe.
I believe it is. Yep, sure is. Had the fumble, touchdown, punt. Will be Luke Wilson coming out to punt it away on 4th down. Here is a snap, gets the punt off. Nice spiral punt. Fielded at the 32-yard line on the return. Now that's going to be to the, where did he get to the 40, shy of the 45, right at the 45. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats after this quick timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
Welcome back in Yellow Jackets football. It is going to be handed off in the backfield to Shane Brown from his own 43-yard line where they started this drive, and he gets to the 45. 8:46 left here in this first half, and we are tied up at 14 apiece in the 76 regular season meeting between the Yellow Jackets and the Wildcats. 2nd down and 8 from their own 45-yard line now. Platt from the shotgun. No, that is going to be Gasso. Gasso will complete the pass to Deal, and Deal will get across midfield and into Yellow Jacket territory. Looks like it's going to be around the Yellow Jacket 43, 44-yard line. We'll see where they mark it, but 1st down for the Wildcats.
Yep, the Wildcats are moving a little bit right now after Caden Allen made a really good tackle on the 1st down play for a very minimal gain. They went to an outside receiver bubble screen, just throw it quick out near the line of scrimmage, and he was able to find some room near the sideline to pick up the 1st down.
So Gasso will remain in at quarterback for the Wildcats now. On 1st and 10 from the Denham Springs 44-yard line. Pistol formation. Here is a snap. He will pick the handoff, keeps it himself now, and he gets to the 39-yard line. Will be 2nd down. So Max Gasso came from Alexandria High School as a transfer this year for the Wildcats, correct?
Yes, he did. We mentioned that last week a little bit. They've
transfer portal was good.
Right, it was good, but we also joked it was good for Denham Springs High School as well. But this quarterback here from Alexandria getting a little bit of action right now. The linebacker came from Mobile, Alabama area. Has got SEC offers, Texas A&M, Auburn, LSU's looking at him, and so a little bit different look for some of these teams players that weren't there last year.
Here's a quick pass. Gasso will get it to Womack. Womack trying to find some space. He does not, as he is brought down quickly by Cedric Polk, and makes it 3rd down for the Wildcats.
Good job getting out there quickly. Outside linebacker for the Yellow Jackets, Drayden Goldman, a sophomore, younger brother of the twins. Sophomore Goldman was there, missed the 1st tackle, but slowed down the receiver enough that the safety was able to get to it for no gain.
3rd down and 5 from the Yellow Jacket 39-yard line. Ball is on the ground, and it is loose. Yellow Jackets had it momentarily. It is loose yet again. It looks like the Wildcats will retain possession, but it will be 4th down from the Denham Springs 40-yard line.
Just an awkward snap. It kind of, I don't know if it hit the quarterback in the face mask or the running back. It was just a bad snap there. But with it bouncing on the ground, we had a chance to scoop it up and would have had the ball at our own 40, but now it gives Central a chance to try and go for it perhaps, or maybe they try to draw us off sides. But with the ball at the 40-yard line and 4th and 5 or 4th and 6, Central's offense is still on the field.
Going to be 4th down and 6 from the Yellow Jacket 40-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun will get the snap, and looks like they will call a timeout. Yes, call a timeout right before the snap. Wildcats will take their 2nd of the half, and we will take it with them. We are back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Bank Plus, together with Zelle, makes it easy to send money straight from your smartphone to friends, family, the yard guy, babysitters, or millions of others with access to Zelle. So yeah, pretty much anyone. And of course, they can all send you money too. Settle that dinner tab with Zelle. It's free, fast, and secure. And right in the Bank Plus mobile app. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC. Zelle is available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. 6:40 left here in the first half. Coming up, it will be the Whistle Stop halftime report. John Fine will be joined by, Brandy Robertson from Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Had a moment there, Mitch. Want to tell everybody that we do come to you live. Got a good watching audience here tonight. We're coming to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. As always, please give it a like and subscribe there. Helps us out, helps you out as well, staying up to date with all things at DS Jacket Vision. On fourth down after the timeout by the Wildcats. Here's the snap to Gasso on fourth. He is going to throw it downfield looking for a receiver, and it is going to be caught at the 5, and in for the touchdown is Brody Deal. Touchdown Wildcats.
Yep, they found the one-on-one matchup, went after the sophomore outside linebacker I just mentioned, Drayden Goldman, beat him downfield on a go route. Tough break. They had the ball on the ground. It was bouncing on the turf. We had a chance to pick it up and, perhaps recover the football and have possession at the 40. We don't get it. It gives them 4th and 5, and they went for it, stayed aggressive on offense, and a good throw and a catch. And then now the score is the Central Wildcats 20 and the Yellow Jackets 14 while we await the extra point.
We do await the extra point. The swinging gate, as Mitch mentioned earlier. The gate has swung shut. It is DeSousa Costa on to attempt the extra point. Gasso is the holder. Here's a snap. Hold is down. It is going to be blocked. Yellow Jackets with the block. It cannot be advanced in high school, but
that's Quentin Clay
it will
off the edge.
Yep. Quentin Clay off the edge gets the block, and it will be Central 20, Denham Springs 14, 6:32 left here in this half, and we are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Like it was never there, Louisiana Tree Pro is your tree care specialist, expertly handling tree removal, tree trimming, stump grinding, and storm cleanup with 24-hour emergency tree removal. And Louisiana Tree Pro does it the right way with properly licensed and insured professionals who will get the job done quickly and safely with a quality result. Their goal at Louisiana Tree Pro is to leave your property better than they found it. That's why their motto is, like it was never there. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro.
6:32 left here in this first half. It is Denham Springs trailing the Central Wildcats 22-14. Extra point was blocked. So that's where we get to the 20. Of course, Central did have to go for a 2-point conversion earlier because they missed their first one.
It was the second quarter.
You're right.
I was going to make the comment, chasing points in the second quarter, but then again, they got the 2-point conversion. And the next time they went for an extra point, we blocked it. So maybe they should just go for 2 every time.
It will be kicking off from the 40-yard line for the Wildcats. Sousa Costa, here is the kick. It is going to be fielded at the 25-yard line to the 30. That is going to be, Brenton Paul on the return. He'll be brought down.
Trey Seals.
Is it Trey
6
Seals?
of 5 is hard to see.
Trey Seals
Yep.
on the return. My mistake. It is Trey Seals, but it will be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Looks like they will start this drive at their own 29-yard line. Mitch, you talked about field position.
I'm
keeping
up with it. I'm going to keep talking about it, but we haven't started a possession across the Central 30-yard line yet. Meanwhile, they haven't started a possession inside of their own 30. I mean, they've had great field position most of the time out near midfield when they start possessions, and that's just a lot of yards. You're making your offense go and work, and then their offense doesn't have to work as many to find the end zone. We've just got to get better at the field position, and that's just quite honestly kickoff and kickoff return right now.
All right, going to be 1st and 10, Yellow Jackets. It will be from their own 29-yard line. Here is Goldman. We'll get it to Hayden Ray. Ray at the 35, at the 40, at the 45 across midfield. The near sideline makes a move at the 30 and be brought down at the Wildcat 25-yard line. That is a Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down at Big Mike's. They are open after the Denham games. That is Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill. The big guy, Hayden Ray, barreling downfield for a first down.
Coach Fournier is going to find different ways to get the ball to our receivers and our running backs. And we've mentioned before, they can line up, split out wide, and we throw it to them. They can all get in the backfield. We hand it to them. It's only week 2, but I can tell you this much right now. If you haven't seen this Yellow Jacket team play, you want to come watch this offense because they are going to put some points on the board this year. They are fun to watch.
That will bring us to our Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break, brought to you by Water Tree, water that simply makes you feel good. That is Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. Back after this timeout, it is Yellow Jackets football.
You already know that State Farm agent Brandy Robertson offers great service, but what you probably didn't know is that State Farm also has surprisingly great rates on auto insurance. In fact, customers call them jaw-dropping. And the surprise isn't reserved for just some. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson has surprisingly great rates for everyone in Denham Springs. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Just be sitting down when you do. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
Did you know that you no longer need a doctor's order to attend physical therapy in the state of Louisiana? This is Ben Wilson from Peak Performance Physical Therapy, reminding you that if you have an injury, nagging pain, or if you want to simply improve your overall health and well-being, come see us at Peak Performance. Gladly serving the fine people of Livingston Parish for over 20 years, now with 3 locations including Denham Springs, Watson, and Maurepas. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
And as we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, that is your Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break. And it will be first down for the Yellow Jackets. They will have it at the Wildcat 26-yard line with 6 minutes left here in this first half, trailing 20-14 to the Wildcats, but Yellow Jackets wanting to try to punch one in here. Goldman will work it from the shotgun, sends Seals in motion. Here is a snap, hands it off to Kerner. Kerner will get to the 20-yard line before he'll be brought down. Looks like he'll be right at the 20, where it'll be second down for the Yellow Jackets.
Doing a really good job of keeping Central's defense on their heels. We've got them spread out. We're running the ball well on the inside. We're getting the ball out to the edge to receivers quickly to make some plays on the edge on the outside. And as soon as Central gets up too close to the line of scrimmage, we hit them over the top with a deep ball. And so a lot of things going on out there for the Yellow Jacket offense, and, a lot of it is good. We're keeping Central very much off balance right now.
Second down and 4 from the Wildcat 20-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun will hand it off to Kerner again. Kerner going to be hit at the 20 and brought down as he is brought down by Bo Hill of the Wildcats.
I'll tell you what, he has had a great night tonight. Bo Hill's safety, and if he didn't come down and make that tackle, that possibly could have been a touchdown. But not only did he make the tackle, but heck, it was right at the line of scrimmage. He did a super job from his safety position, filling the hole downhill. Tanner Kerner just got to the hole right when Hill met him right there, and that looked like it had opened up for a big play. But a great tackle by the Central safety there, Bo Hill.
Going to be third and 4 from the 20-yard line. Goldman will get it to Brenton Paul, and Paul going to find some space. He gets to the 10-yard line, going to be brought down inside the 10. It's going to be first and goal for the Yellow Jackets, and a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Come book your party in one of Big Mike's banquet rooms. That's Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
Good job by the tandem action of Bryson McCabe, your junior center, and Christian Ferguson, your senior guard, on that right side. Opened up a little bit of a hole for Brenton Paul, squeezed through there, shot into the secondary, and picked up a big gain. And the Yellow Jackets now playing first and goal.
4:25 left here in this half. It is first and goal from the 6-yard line for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman will be under center. Paul lined up in the backfield. Sends Trey Seals in motion, and we've got a timeout on the field.
Yep, Central's calling timeout.
All right, Central calls a timeout. That's their last one of the half. We will take it with them as well. We are back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Forest Grove Plantation, Liberty Auto Sales, Shea Landry Closing Attorney, Milestone Title, Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Modad 1 Individual Sewage Treatment System, and Duke Seafood and Steakhouse. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
It is Yellow Jackets football. 4:14 left here in the first half. Denham Springs 14, Central 20, but Yellow Jackets got it first and goal from the Wildcat 6-yard line. So, Mitch, Central takes their last timeout of the half with 4:14 left there. So Coach Semino kind of using his timeouts maybe a little differently right now with the team that he has, trying to rebuild some of what they lost from last year. But nonetheless, it's Central is going to be well coached. Denham Springs trying to tie this thing up here or maybe take the 1-point lead would be nice. But, man, what a back-and-forth game all night, huh?
It is. Coach Semino's trying to do what he can for this defense to try and keep the Jackets out the end zone, maybe force a field goal. But the Yellow Jackets have been popping off big gains and hope to get a few more.
Goldman under center. Heavy package comes in. Here's a handoff to Brenton Paul. He's going to be stood up at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Luckily, we got the handoff to Brenton Paul. That was a lineman there for Central that shot through the gap and was untouched in the backfield right there. And we weren't able to pick him up, and he almost met Brenton Paul in the backfield to get the handoff. So we were lucky just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Makes it second and goal from the Wildcats 6-yard line now. Goldman will be under center again with the heavy package. Here is a snap. He will hand it off to Paul. Paul gets to the 5, fights forward, and will get positive yards and gets down to about the 2. We'll see where the spot is officially, but going to be third and goal. Yep, looks like it's going to be right at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, Coach Fournier staying very patient. On third down a while ago, after they had just stopped us for no gain on the run, you thought, okay, here comes the pass. And no, he kept the run going. Brenton Paul picked up the first down right there. They shot in the backfield and blew up our run play, but we didn't give up on it. Went right back to the run and picked up 5 yards on second down.
Third and goal. Goldman will get it to Paul. Paul is going to be hit shy of the goal line. He'll get to the 1-yard line, but it will be fourth down now for the Yellow Jackets.
I got to believe we're going for it right here. And so possibly here, maybe letting the play clock run down before we call a timeout, just looking at Coach Beard and Coach Fournier. That looks like that's what we're going to do, but I can't imagine we kick a field goal right here with it at the 2-yard line. We're going to dial up our best play right here to try and find a shot in the end zone after we call this timeout in another 15 seconds when the play clock runs down.
Yep, we're going to let it go down as much as it can before he calls the timeout. We talk about Coach Beard and how much in tune he is to what the clock's doing, the timeout situation. He manages that better than any other coach I know.
He doesn't call the offense or the defense during the game, so he's able to focus on those things.
Timeout called by the Yellow Jackets. Their first of the half, 2:29 left here in this first half, and we are back after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Amite.
We're back on Yellow Jackets football. Timeout called by the Yellow Jackets with 2:29 left here in the first half. Josh Ward alongside Mitch Covington. Lamine Figueroa back at the studio. Chris Ledoux, Darren Ferrente, John Fine. Great to have you all with us watching there at DS Jacket Vision. As always, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. We come to you on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Mitch, draw up the play here and that timeout for us if you're in that huddle.
Well, I heard a little thing on Twitter not long ago, just about a week ago, and Nick Saban was telling a story when he was calling offensive plays at one point.
I saw
and,
that,
and,
yes.
and he said an old coach, a mentor of his
first coach
they
or
said,
something,
it's a big play, coach. What are we going to do? Like the head coach asked him, and then he goes, hey, think players, not plays.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what play we got going. We want to maybe get it to our best player right here. And we were just discussing in the timeout right there. Hayden Ray's probably going to touch the football, you think, somewhere right about here. We've mentioned how hard he's been to bring down. So I don't care what the play is. I bet number 44 is going to be involved in it right here, though.
And checking in is going to be Preston Carmichael. Here is a snap. They're going to try to do the tush push to the goal line, and it is...
It was the quick dive to Hayden Ray, and he got a half-yard short. He got right there and a half-yard short. But they went with what we looked at. We tried to get the ball to Hayden Ray. He shot a moment through the offensive line, but he was met by some defenders right at the goal line, and it wasn't just one of them. I think just one. He had a good chance to find the end zone, but it was a couple of them and stopped a half-yard short.
All right, so it will be a turnover on downs for the Yellow Jackets, and it will be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They will start this drive at their own 1-yard line with 2:22 left here in this first half.
Now, the defense, you want to make sure you force a punt. We got 2 timeouts still left. If we can get a punt and get the offense the ball back with great field position, you guys still got a chance in this half.
It will be Gasso from his own end zone will get the handoff to, 1 second there, that was going to be to Brody Knaps, and Knaps tries to go off the left side and picks up about 4 or 5 yards.
Yep, good play for Central. If you're the Central Wildcats and you're backed up with the ball barely out of the end zone, and then you pick up 5 yards, just find a little bit of breathing room, you're really happy with that.
2nd down and 5 from their own 6-yard line now for the Wildcats. Gasso from the shotgun. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 out to the far. Here is a snap. Looks to throw, fires it downfield, and it is going to be incomplete. Intended receiver on the far sideline was Womack.
Good coverage by Jaden Washington, and we mentioned Keithon Womack earlier. It's their best receiver more than likely, and they're going to go to him a good bit. Just a little go route and trying to catch us jammed up in there, trying to keep them from getting a first down. So they took a shot down the field on the go route. Good coverage by Jaden Washington, not much there. So great news for the Jackets. It didn't even run the clock. So as far as, between the plays, we got the clock is stopped. So we save a timeout. If we can force a punt right here on this 3rd and 5, I got to like our chances of getting more points on the board.
Will be 3rd down and 5 from their own 6-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun gets a snap, drops back. Pressure is coming. He escapes it. Will throw it on the run. And it is going to be a 1st down and more for the Wildcats as they get down to about their own 30-yard line. We'll see where the mark is, but then a flag comes in late, so we'll have to wait to see what that one is about.
I'm not saying a busted play, but the quarterback did a great job of extending the play. The rush was starting to get to him, and he scrambled a little bit to his left, and the running back just leaked out from pass coverage. He then leaked out into a pass route. The quarterback found him for a big play on the sideline. And, not sure what that flag is going to be, but it's way downfield, so that's probably still going to be a 1st down, I would think.
Wait to see as they sort this one out. Is going to be against the Wildcats. Okay.
It will back them up, which will help us now if we're just trying to, keep them from scoring before the half at this point. But they definitely get the 1st down, though.
Coming up,
so a little quarterback switch for Central has paid off for them. A good touchdown drive on the last one, and now Gasso's done a good job of moving them out of their own end zone.
Going to be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They will have it at their own 22-yard line with 1:36 left here in the half and a 20-14 lead. Gasso from the shotgun will drop back. He will fire it downfield. It is going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Womack.
Angel Morrow with did we get any clarification? Is it Angel?
Angel.
It is Angel.
It is Angel, yes.
All right, so I apologize, Angel. So Angel Morrow right there with very good coverage. Little skinny post across the middle. And so Central isn't looking to sit on the football right here and then get in the half with a 6-point lead. They're going to stay aggressive even though they're 80 yards away from the end zone, and they're trying to get more points on the board before the half.
Going to be 2nd down and 10. Ball's at their own 22-yard line. Gasso will work it with a 4-receiver set. Gets a snap. Pressure is coming. Going to throw it downfield, and it is going to be caught by incomplete. Okay, good. My goodness.
I was worried because we had a good view over here in the press box, but the officials was kind of running past the ball, and I wasn't sure they could see it hit the turf like we did. But this referee on our sideline saw it and made the call right there. But it would have been difficult because both referees had run past the ball where it ended up, but they did see the ball hit the turf. So that's a Yellow Jacket player that's down right now in the backfield. So going to be 3rd and 10. Another incomplete pass, so still just still a minute 18 left on the clock.
All right, we'll take a quick injury timeout here. Minute 18 left here in the half. Central 20, Denham Springs 14. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
And it was Devin Cupid, the Yellow Jacket that was down, being helped to the sideline. So we will keep an eye on that to see if he is able to return to this one. We hope that he can. He is a big anchor in that nose guard of that defensive front line. So it's going to be 3rd down and 10 for the Wildcats from their own 20-yard line, 22-yard line. Check that. Gasso has pressure coming. He's going to be hit. He throws it. Ball is loose, and it is going to be incomplete as Gasso was met by some Yellow Jacket defenders rather quickly there, Mitch.
A well-timed blitz called up right there. We got some pressure in the backfield. Very good job forcing Gasso to get rid of the ball quickly, tried to get it to the running back, and then we had another big hit on the running back. So Central, with a couple of incomplete passes there, helped us out. So even though they picked up the one first down, they're going to punt it back to us, and Kerner is standing around midfield. If we can get the ball somewhere around midfield, we still have 2 timeouts left.
Sends Brody Dill to punt it away on 4th and 10 from their own 22-yard line. Here is a snap. Dill will get it, punts it away. Kerner going back. He will get it at the 42-yard line, loses the ball momentarily, then it goes out of bounds. Whew, that was close there, Mitch.
But that's just more field possession. Central flips field positions when they punt and when they kick off, and we allow big returns when it's our turn.
All right, so it'll be first down for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive about their own 38-yard line. Is that the official mark?
Yeah, because, Kerner was standing at midfield, and he had to run back to the 40 to catch it, and then after the bobble, lose a couple of yards as it rolled out of bounds. But I know Jackets offense is going to be aggressive right here. We've seen enough from Coach Beard in the last couple of years that we've been in a lot shorter time situations with this, and he's kept the pedal down, and we're going to be aggressive, and I expect nothing less than that right here with the Jacket offense going in a 2-minute work right here with 2 timeouts to go.
2 timeouts left in the half and a minute 2 left till we get to the whistle stop halftime report. 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Here is Goldman going to the sideline, trying to hit Trey Seals. It will be incomplete. Brings up 2nd down and only 2 seconds off the clock.
Time of that play was messed up. I thought we false started. It looked like our lineman moved before the snap came out, and everything was kind of off on that first play. So luckily we got away with it with no flag and not any real damage done.
Stops the clock with, they're going to put it at 59 seconds now. 2nd down and 10 from their own 38-yard line. Empty backfield for Goldman, who gets a snap, looking to throw, hits Hayden Ray at the 41. Ray trying to get some positive yards, trying to get some extra yards as he gets to the 46-yard line. Yellow Jackets going to try to go quick here.
Going to go quick. We need to pick up a first down before we start. We're going to use the timeout right now.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Yellow Jackets use their 2nd timeout of the half with
the clock is still
40
rolling. They got to put some time back.
They're going to figure that out.
About 3 seconds.
We're going to let them figure that out, and we're going to take this timeout. We're back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Use Safe and Lock, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Coconut Willie's Daiquiris, Michon and Associates General Contractors, Sport Clips, and Safe Voyage Tattoo. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts.
And we welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football. Going to be 3rd down and short for the Yellow Jackets. 3rd and 2 from their own 46. Goldman gets the snap, looks to throw. He does. Caught across midfield into Yellow Jacket territory at the 49-yard line of Central. And it is a first down. Denham Springs making another Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Live music on weekends, trivia monthly, and line dancing on Wednesday nights. That's Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill.
We're going to add a roughing the passer, hopefully. There's a flag back down there where Goldman, yes, sir, roughing the passer. Look, that was a really good throw and catch. They sent a blitz out there, Goldman. He got rid of the ball quickly. Brenton Paul had to go down near the turf to catch it. Not only did we get the catch, but also a late hit there, roughing the quarterback. And so now we're going to push the ball all the way up to the Central 34. 39 seconds left. They did put 44 seconds total back on the clock a while ago, and we still have one timeout left.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets from the Wildcat 34-yard line. Goldman, empty backfield, 3 receivers to the far sideline, 2 to the near. Waits for the snap, gets it, drops back, rolls, going to throw it downfield. It is going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Sean at the Wildcat 10-yard line.
Sean wasn't really open on that one, what I'd hope just from like you see a lot of things from the press box. The players are doing their best. They're looking downfield. He's avoiding rush and seeing everything. But Jean actually had a chance to scramble and probably could have picked up at least 10 yards maybe as he rolled to his right, 7 or 8 yards for sure. But I know time is short, but threw that one a little bit into double coverage.
Goldman, empty backfield again, will throw it to the near sideline, and it will be out of bounds at the Central 30-yard line. That was Trey Sills on the reception for the Yellow Jackets. It should stop the clock with 28 seconds left here in this first half.
Yeah, Central's doing a pretty good job. We're getting some throws and catches, but not a lot of room to run as soon as we catch it. And so, time is starting to get a little bit short on us.
One
but
timeout left.
More important right now is 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6 maybe. So we need to pick up with a first down, and then we'll worry about the clock.
Goldman, empty backfield again on 3rd and 7 from the Wildcat 31-yard line. He dances around. Pressure is coming now. He rolls, coming to the near sideline, and he is going to lose the ball momentarily, and it is going to be picked up by the lineman. That is going to be Nate Black, and it is going to be – did Nate go out of bounds?
He did get out of bounds.
He did get out of bounds, so it will be 4th down now for the Yellow Jackets after that. So Goldman doing a little bit of dancing around back there in the backfield, unable to hold on to it.
There's just room when he flushes. He could flush to the right. There's no defenders over there on the right. All of our pass routes were coming across the field to the left, but he flushed to the left, and then they had a lot of people bottled up over there, and we got lucky when he dropped the football that Nate Black was there to scoop it up.
Makes it 4th down and 9 from the Wildcat 33-yard line for the Yellow Jackets. Offense on the field. Goldman gets a snap. Rolls to his right, going to throw it now, looking downfield for the twin, and it is going to be caught at the 5-yard line. Going to be 1st and goal for the Yellow Jackets with 9 seconds left. That's a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. Jackets first down. Big Mike's delivers through Grubhub or DoorDash. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill. 1st and goal, Yellow Jackets. Wildcat 5-yard line.
Jean keeping his eyes downfield, drifting around. Give the lineman a lot of credit right there, giving Jean Goldman time to find the field, see where his brother was. And Sean Goldman ran a good route down the field, got open near the sideline, and a good throw and catch. Central's got a defender down, at the goal line here. Maybe a little cramp or something like that, but that gives us a chance to talk about. We got 2 plays to score right here.
We do have 2 plays to score, and we know we've got a good watching audience for this one with 9 seconds left. It is Central 20, Denham Springs 14. As always, we come to you live, streaming live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. We ask that you give it a like, give it a subscribe, whether you are for the home team or the away team. Great to have you along with us here. We welcome everybody, right, Mitch?
Yes, we do. We welcome them. Look, I was just thinking
the answer is yes,
here.
we do, Mitch.
I was just thinking, but look, we've got a timeout left. And
we do have 1 timeout left.
If you want to catch them by surprise right here, you might be able to try. Well, it is 6 yards. I was thinking we're about 4 yards out, but we're 6 yards out. You could, it opens the whole field up. We could run the ball if we thought we could catch them off guard. You can throw a quick receiver screen. You don't have to use the sidelines because we have a timeout left. If you didn't have any timeouts, you had to either get the ball in the end zone and make something happen or make sure you got it out of bounds. But here, with that 1 extra timeout still in our pocket, the whole field is open. We got a lot of options on what we might can do. So Central having the player hurt does let their defense get set a little bit, but also let us talk strategy on the sideline.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we got to talk to our guys. Look, this is what we want.
And we get the ball to receive the second half. So if we could do a little double dip right here, which we love. But it's going to be 1st and goal for the Yellow Jackets. It will be at the Wildcat 6-yard line. Goldman will get the snap. He drops, looks to throw, throws it towards the end zone. It is going to be
touchdown.
Touchdown. Oh, my gosh. Sean Goldman gets it. Sean gets the touchdown pass in the end zone. We were sitting here waiting for the call. Goldman to Goldman. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets with 4 seconds left in the half.
I groaned and said, the Central safety was going to double team over there to Sean Goldman. There wasn't much room at all, but it was just a little back shoulder throw, or you call it a fade stop. It was right at the front of the goal line right there. Sean caught it. I'd have to see a good replay to know if he caught it in the end zone, but it doesn't matter because the referee said it was in the end zone. Touchdown for the Yellow Jackets.
Bravo will come on to extend the lead, or take the lead. Extra point is through the uprights, and it is good. 4 seconds left here in the half. Yellow Jackets reclaim the lead, 21-20. Denham Springs over Central. Back after this quick timeout, it is Yellow Jackets football.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Welcome back in Yellow Jackets football. It is time for the Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for auto, home, and life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, and Janet Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net.
Yellow Jackets went 62 yards in just 58 seconds, and with 4 seconds left in the first half, twin to twin, John Goldman to Sean Goldman with a 6-yard touchdown pass. The Yellow Jackets take a 21-20 lead with the Johnny Bravo extra point.
Jonathan Bravo will kick it off. It will be a squib kick.
It has touched it.
Yeah, still should be running the clock. Ball is loose. It will put it at 0. I believe that will do it.
It doesn't matter. We got it, but it's going to be over. So, but going to give a little tip of the hat to Central for throwing 4 passes when they were 90 yards away from the end zone a while ago, which gave us time to score that last touchdown. They could have nice and easy. They could have just ran the ball, made us use our timeouts, and gotten to halftime, but.
Are they? It's looking like they're
not going to have any time left on the clock. It's going to be halftime.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, they should be going.
They officially should have started the clock because it hit one of the front up
guys.
Yeah,
exactly.
And they started about 2-3 seconds too late. But
we're going to go ahead and say that will send us to the Whistle Stop halftime report, brought to you by the Whistle Stop, with the same great French cuisine and coffee and fast, friendly service, but now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. That is the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs. We go to the half, Denham Springs 21, Central 20. We are back. It'll be John Fine and Miss Brandy Robertson. Stay with us. We're back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenk, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Abear, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Shay Landry, closing attorney, milestone title, Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground of Denham Springs, Brian Ross, owner, OK Computers and Auto Sales, Quality Furniture Restoration, and Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as the news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
It is Denham Springs football as we have the Whistle Stop halftime report. I'm John Fine, the producer of Denham Springs broadcast. Jackets leading Central 21-20. And with us right now, the lady responsible for our 7 most favorite words on the Denham Springs broadcast. Let me count them. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance Scoring Drive. That's 7. She is Brandy Robertson. Brandy, how are you?
I'm good, John. Thank you for having me again this year.
Thank you so much for sponsoring our broadcast, coming on. And wow, what an exciting end to the first half as we got to hear Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance Scoring Drive. Terrific.
Absolutely. It was
Brandy,
fun.
you are cooking as always, but now not only figuratively, but literally you were cooking earlier today.
Yeah, we had our team out with the Denham Springs Athletic Association, just feeding them this year right before game time. And then, of course, we get to come over and enjoy the first half of the game. And it's been an exciting one, like you said.
You are so involved in the community. You do so many great things. And let's first off talk about, let's see if I got this right, the LPCF. I know your daughter has had her trials and tribulations. What a courageous young lady. And you're right there supporting her.
Oh, yeah. Every mother would, right? But so LPCF is Louisiana Pediatric Cardiology Foundation. This week, you would have seen them here at Denham Springs High doing the heart screens for the athletes. That's free of charge to all student athletes in Livingston Parish. And we're still trying to get them into the rest of the schools this year. So if it's a high school principal listening, we'd love to get in and give those free heart screens to the kids. So please reach out to us. You can reach out to me, and I'll get you in touch with the people that you need to get it done.
Yeah, when you talk to one of them, please ask to have us do the football games at their place this year, too. Brandy, maybe you can serve as our agent here. Now, you are the president of the Kiwanis Club of East Livingston, and you have 2 major events coming up.
Yeah, so this year, because I didn't have enough to do. So I'm president, like you said, of the Kiwanis Club, and the first event that we have is a fundraiser. Everything that we raise goes back into the community to help the kids in that on the east side of the parish of Livingston. We'll be having a pancakes and pumpkins fundraiser, something a little different. It'll be held at the Carter House October 25th. Tickets are $5 for kids, 10 for adults, and you'll be able to buy a pumpkin there as well. But give us a call. I can give you some more information. Just reach out to my office. We have plenty of tickets, and we'd love for you to stop by and support us.
Put me down for one, okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that sounds great. And what about the second thing you have going on?
So the second thing is something a little bit bigger. For the first time ever, we're doing a bass fishing tournament here in Livingston Parish. It's going to be at Boopaloo's on March 7th. So we're accepting teams now, and obviously we need some sponsors. So anybody interested, reach out to us as well. Really excited about that. We have some the Livingston Parish Tourism is getting involved, as well as Louisiana Seafood. They graciously donated $750 of shrimp, so we'll be boiling shrimp, fresh Louisiana seafood. So it's actually gotten to be a pretty big deal, and we're working out all the kinks. But we are really excited to be able to offer that to Livingston Parish.
You're looking at the co-founder of the late Calcasieu Parish Big Bass Bonanza.
What?
Going back, you weren't even around, or maybe you were a very, very little girl when we were doing Ron Castile and I in Calcasieu Parish. So I am I know nothing about fishing still, but I am very interested in that, Brandy. That's
Good.
really
Then
terrific.
We'll have to get in touch a little bit later.
Yeah, they have a whole different lingo to them, the way fishermen speak. So, all right, Brandy, your philosophy at Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance, what's made you so successful?
That it's always
Tough
something
question.
big. Well, it's the community, right?
Okay.
So it's always bigger than just ourselves. We have a bigger purpose. We're here to serve. You have to lead with a servant's heart, and everyone in that office does that. We're extremely active in the community, like you said, and we love doing it. So it's hot outside. We're sweating, but we're smiling, and we just love talking to people. It's just way bigger than just insurance.
Okay.
It's a real good neighbor that's lost in today's society.
And you really epitomize that, the wonderful nature that you and your staff get involved in the Livingston Parish community. And let's talk about your terrific staff, from Bo to Amanda to my man Justin. Wow.
Justin's known for his hair, right? So Bo does a lot of our cooking. You'll see him every outdoor event that we have. Amanda's been with me as well as Justin since we opened in 21. We have Jana, we have Brittany, and our newest addition is Katie, and she is catching on and loves helping people just like the rest of us.
And you get that feeling when you walk into your office. It's not really an office. It's like a little bit of a home that you. I know. When I come to your office, I always experience that.
Good.
It's really, really terrific.
We strive to treat everyone like family, and we have a family environment. So that's what our culture is in that office.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Brandy. So, what are the plans for Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance? Keep on doing what you're doing?
Yes, keep on doing what we're doing. Even though I get tired sometimes, we love being part of the community and just giving back and the outreach that we have. Like I said, we all serve with big hearts. So we're going to continue to do that, continue to make a difference in the lives of people in the community. And then, do insurance on the side, right? Like, that's how it works.
You're going to keep on with the insurance,
We're going to keep
right?
on with the insurance part, kind of what helps us be part of the community, right?
And I'd like to think that you sponsor our broadcast because you think it's a good, solid advertising mechanism for Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. But part of it is part of your giving back. You think what we do is pretty decent, and so you want to support that too.
Yeah, the athletic program here in Denham Springs and throughout Livingston Parish, because we do that for Albany as well. But, I mean, we do like to hear the Brandy Robertson scoring drive.
Yeah. We hope to have many of them in the second half, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, if it doesn't happen, you can come up and grab the mic and...
We'll just say it.
Yeah, there you go. Brandy, thank you so much. Appreciate everything you do for us. Keep up the great work.
We definitely will. Thanks, John.
Sure, thank you, Brandy. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Halftime, Yellow Jackets football. Denham Springs leading Central 21-20. The whistle stop. Halftime report continues. It'll be Josh and Mitch after this pause on Yellow Jackets football.
Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston. The #1 choice in cleanup and restoration is Serve Pro of Livingston. Whether it's water damage, fire damage, mold, storm, or construction issues, let the highly trained professionals at Serve Pro of Livingston clean and restore your property and make it like it never happened. Serve Pro of Livingston is prepared for just about anything and is open 24/7, so Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. Serve Pro of Livingston, Florida Boulevard, Denham Springs. Soon to be at the old Albertsons. Fire and water, cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro of Livingston.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, the Law Office of Ivy L. Graham, Family Specialist, and Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Bank Plus makes it easier to bank. With extended drive-through hours plus 24/7 online and mobile banking, we're here when you need us. Lost your debit card? Get a new one instantly at any Bank Plus location. No waiting for the mail. And interactive teller machines offer drive-up personal service 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturdays. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
Where can you get good neighbor service and surprisingly great insurance rates? At State Farm. Because State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is your one-stop shop in Denham Springs for the service you deserve at the price you want. So stop looking around. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson is ready to help. Visit betterwithbrandy.net for your surprisingly great rates today. Brandy Robertson, State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
As we welcome back in to the Whistle Stop halftime report, 21-20, Yellow Jackets with the lead over the Central Wildcats. Josh Ward now joined again by Mitch Covington. An exciting first half here. I want to thank Miss Brandy Robertson for stopping in. Always good to visit with her, so we appreciate that. And John, of course, handling those duties for us. And Mitch, wow, I mean, what a first half. I mean, this is what you expect in a game like this. You know, looking at some of our drives here and looking at how this played out, you know, for the Yellow Jackets, you fumble so early deep in your own territory and you give Central that short field and boom, they go in for a touchdown, 3-yard touchdown run by Naps, puts them up. They miss the extra point, so then it's 6. And then you talked about chasing the points early in that first half where they went for the 2-point conversion and got it to tie it up at 14 apiece. So, I mean, this has had all that you could imagine. You've had turnovers, you've had short fields. The field advantage has definitely been in the Wildcats' advantage thus far, but Yellow Jackets, you get an opportunity here. You get the ball to start the second half, try to do that double dip that we talked about there and try to get your momentum on your side and no turnovers, special teams, all the things that you talked about, Mitch Covington's keys to the game have played out so far in this first half.
It has. I tell you what, if you've looked at some of the scores around the state, offenses are called up by now. At the beginning of the season, offense takes a little while to get going. You're not as smooth and crisp in the passing game and your timing and with your runs and all that. But I think Santa Maria played a game last night that was like 63-65 or something like that. It was both teams were in the high 50s for sure. It was up there. Sometimes you get some scores from teams in North Louisiana that are way up there like that. Well, we're sitting at 21-20 at halftime right now, and I could. You don't know what's going to happen in the second half. Sometimes defenses figure it out and slow some things down, but this game could easily end up being, 42-40, 45-44, something like that. Both offenses are moving pretty well. Central has hit some plays. Kickoff return was a big advantage for them. The fumble that set up a short field for them, that was a big advantage for them. So even with all the negative plays for the Yellow Jackets in that category, the offense has put up the yards, man. We have 3 touchdown drives. 2 of them were over 70 yards. The last one, we got the ball near midfield at the 43-yard line, our own 43, so we went 57 yards to score. But that one was with time constraints. We only had, a minute, 5 seconds left or so when that drive started. And so we really had to rush downfield and did a great job of finishing off with a touchdown. And so, hold on this second half, and there's going to be some big momentum changes. It might be a turnover. It just might be one big play from one team or the next, or offensive units doing it. Who knows what may happen. Defenses may get a pick six or a sack and a fumble return. So a lot of things can happen. 21-20. The Jackets love to have that extra point right now because Quentin Clay blocked the kick on the second try. The first time they missed one, they went for 2 and got back on track with 14 points. But their third touchdown, Quentin Clay coming off the edge blocking it, and right now that's the difference in the game through a half.
Well, kind of going through the recap of that first half too, sitting here looking at the sheet, you start off and you make Central punt. Then you get the ball and the fumble that you go 3 plays and you fumble it and you give it right to them, and then it's the touchdown as mentioned. Then the touchdown by Goldman to Trey Seals, extra point was good there. That puts Yellow Jackets up 7-6. Next possession, you make Central punt again. Then you take it to the second quarter. So there were 6 possessions in the first quarter, 6 possessions in the second quarter. So you're pretty even there. And then
let me add something here, though. We've been talking about in the first half. So 6 possessions for both teams. Central's possession started at their own 34 on the Denham 35-yard line, the 45-yard line. They returned the kick for a touchdown, the 43-yard line, and then the last one, because we went for it on goal to go, 4th and goal to 2, they were at the start their own 1. Well, when we had to make them go a long way, the defense got to stop them, got it back to the offense, and we put points on the board. Meanwhile, Denham is starting on their own 20, our own 23, our own 30, our own 17, our own 29, and our own 38. That's a lot of yards we have to pick up, but if we had the stats at halftime, the Denham offense has racked up a bunch of yards in this first half and to put 21 points on the board. They've been up to the challenge of it, but let's try and make it easier on ourselves. Let's get us a good kick return, get it back out to the 40. Let's force a punt and we get the ball around midfield at some point and give us a short field to work with. That's a little bit easier.
And I know you haven't been able to see it yet, and you'll go back and see it on film and watch this. But the kickoff return, we talked about the one they had against Walker. It was 99 yards. This one looked to be about 79 to 80 yards. So on your special teams, what do you do to try to fix that? I know Bravo's really good about hitting spots, and as he kicked that one, I said he kicked this one a little bit further than he usually hitting around that 30, 35.
Well, they've made some adjustments. The kickoff to Walker, we just tried to kick it deep, and it was a deep down the middle of the field, and our middle guys kind of went around the wedge that's in the middle and left the lane right through the center of the field. And since then, we've been kicking it more toward the sidelines. We've been trying to sky kick it around the 30-yard line, 35. Well, Central one time caught it, ran across the field. We missed a tackle, and they got it back to about the 45. So we said, let's kick it a little bit deeper. They still kept it to the sideline, but there was a little bit of a crease in that coverage unit. They did a great job on the return. Marvin Joseph, he found a lane right about the numbers and straight up the field. He wasn't dancing side to side on that one. He found a little bit of a crease in the jacket coverage unit, and once he broke that first wave of players, there's nobody left behind it at that point. And so a good job with the blocking guys up in front. You only need a small crease when you hit that thing running, and he did a good job on that one. So the first time, like I said, I think we got a little frustrated. We had them pinned in on the sideline. They ran all the way across the field, and we missed one or two tackles on that play, and then he ended up picking up 15 yards. So this time we're like, let's kick it a little bit deeper, try to not let them get the ball around midfield, and then they ran back for a touchdown.
They did, and that was a special teams touchdown there for the Yellow Jackets. Like I said, 79 to 80-yard touchdown run. So we are going to take a timeout here. We're getting closer to second half action getting underway. It is 21-20. Yellow Jackets with the 1-point lead over the Central Wildcats. This is the Whistle Stop Halftime Report. We're back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Danny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson, State Farm Insurance, Performance Collision Center, Sport Clips, BJ Pawn and Gun, Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, and L. King Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Personal injury?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Auto accidents?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Workers' compensation?
Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
One law firm can handle all of your legal needs, and you don't have to fight big city traffic to find them. Mark Boyer, Dominic Amato, Lucas Schenck, and Allison Costanza have a team of 12 attorneys ready to assist you. The lawyers at Boyer, Abear, and Angel have invaluable experience that allows them to provide expert legal counsel that's professional, prompt, and productive. Small town values, big city results. Boyer, Abear, and Angel.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Todd Caruso, Attorney at Law, Duke's Seafood and Steakhouse, Modad 1 Individual Sewage Treatment System, Forest Grove Plantation, and Billy Leach Professional Title Company. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
As we welcome back into Yellow Jackets football, that will do it for the Whistle Stop Halftime Report, brought to you by the Whistle Stop, with the same great French cuisine and coffee with that fast, friendly service, but now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. That is the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs. 21-20, Yellow Jackets with the lead here, and Mitch, you're the Yellow Jackets. Your keys to the second half should seem pretty simple, but go ahead and tell us anyway.
Well, a lot of what we talked about before the game, really, just keep that offensive consistency going to where, it's not just quick three and out, then a big play. Well, there was none of that in the first half. I think we got a first down at least once on every drive. And so no short drives, turn it back over to defense. We need to make sure we limit. I wanted to win the turnover battle. Right now we're -1 in that area. So in the second half, protect the football, maybe get something coming from the central side, and we can pick up a turnover where we get a chance. We missed that one. Remember, the ball bounced on the ground and we didn't pick it up, and they scored a touchdown on the next play. So that was a missed opportunity for the Yellow Jackets. And then just keep getting after it. It's a close game. It's going to be back and forth. Handle the mood swings, and just keep competing with it.
All right, and as always, we come to you live on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Always give it a like and subscribe. Certainly helps us out. We'll keep you up to date on all the things that we are doing here. We're on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. And we are ready to get second half underway here. It is going to be DeSousa Costa to kick it off for the Wildcats. Ball is teed up at the 40-yard line.
He's lining it up right at Trace Hills. We know where it's going. Let's not run across the field like he has a couple times. Try and get up the field.
Here is the kick. Second half is now underway. It is going to be fielded by Goldman. Goldman is going to get to the 30-yard line, trying to find some yards. He gets to the 35, spins around, going to be brought down at the 36-yard line. Will be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets at their own 36.
Just a little shout out to a good old friend of mine, Coach Justin Hutchinson. He's a special teams coach at Central. When I did go over to Central in 2005, he was in the first year coaching there. I was in my first year, 2006, I guess it was, and I've been friends with him since then. He spent some time here at Denham Springs High School. He coached with Drew Nettles as the head coach. He coached special teams for us here for a little while. He's now back at Central and does a good job over there. Always has. They always have really good special teams under his tutelage.
Yeah, and Mitch, you got a fan club in front of the box here. Who's
a whole lot? Everybody was waving. A lot of friends right here, turn around waving. I think they listen. I know they listen because I talk to a lot of these people when we're on the road and they're not here. They love to follow along with the Jackets with us on YouTube.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They're on 37-yard line. It is going to be Goldman looking for a quick pass. He's got Brenton Paul. He's at the Wildcat 45, the 40, the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5, and in for the touchdown, but a flag on the play, so hold up.
I don't know if I like it. Yeah, touchdown.
There we
go. So
touchdown, Yellow Jackets.
John Goldman standing there with the referee. Like, what are you going to call on this flag right here? Maybe another late hit on the quarterback, but what a start to the second half. Wow. That little play action RPO where we put the ball into Tanner Kerner's chest right there. Maybe we're going to hand it off. Maybe we're not. The linebackers step up, so he pulls it, throws it to Brenton Paul on that quick little glance route, who caught it and showed his speed sprinting down the field. I have to admit, I held my excitement. I saw the flag on the ground, and it was kind of funny. John and the head official in the back right there. John's kind of standing next to him like, what are you about to call right here? And the ref kind of told him, I guess he told him you're going to be good because Sean motioned to the sideline. It's going to be a touchdown, and sure enough, it is. And we're going to get some help on this kickoff next. We're going to take the penalty on the kickoff, so we're going to kick from the 50. So we got a good chance to use that field position we've been asking for after this extra point.
Extra point coming up. Jonathan Bravo to extend the lead here for the Yellow Jackets. Here is a snap. Hold is down. Kick is up. It is through the uprights, and the extra point is good. Yellow Jackets strike.
Really good hold by Dylan Johnson. That was a high snap, and in a one-point game, maybe later on, extra points, he did a great job of snagging it.
11:40 left here in the third. We are back after this timeout on a Yellow Jackets football.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
Welcome back in, Yellow Jackets football. Yellow Jackets 28, Central 20. And Mitch, it is time for a Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive for Auto, Home, and Life. It's Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance. Team members include Amanda Cook, Justin Summerall, Jana Goins, Brittany Watkins, and Katie Switzer. Visit betterwithbrandy.net. Hit us.
That was a 68-yard scoring drive as the Yellow Jackets started on their own 32-yard line. Just one play, 12 seconds. I can add that up real quickly. One play as Jean Goldman hit Brenton Paul on a quick throw and a long run after the throw. So the Yellow Jackets take a 28-20 lead with 11:40 left in the second half. And not from the 50-yard line, as I was mistaken. It's the other 45. I'm thinking Bravo's punching this one through the end zone.
That's your Brandy Robertson State Farm Insurance scoring drive, and ball is teed up at the central 45-yard line where Bravo will put a boot into it, puts it end over end, and it's good. Kidding. It was the kickoff, but it looks like he did put it through the upright.
Australian rules football.
Yes,
we might get some points on.
All right, so Mitch, you have an opportunity here. You come out, you get the double dip that we talked about. You score right before the half. You score on the first play of offense. And now, for the first time, you've got the Wildcats pinned back in their own territory. Probably, was that the deepest it's been all night?
Well, remember they had the 1 yard line
that's
after,
right.
after they went for it on fourth down and didn't get it. But remember, Central made a quarterback change a little bit in the first half, and I'm looking, and they're still gonna roll with that. Help me with the quarterback. I'm sorry. The new
Gasso.
quarterback for Central.
Max Gasso.
He came in, about the third drive, maybe fourth drive of the game, and
Tell you what, he
made a
fires it
few good
downfield.
passes here and there, and they're sticking with him at the moment, and we'll see if that can kind of keep momentum that they had with him late in the first half.
First and 10 for the Wildcats, their own 20-yard line. It will be Gasso in a pistol formation. Will hand the ball off, coming to the near side. That is going to be Rose, and Rose is going to be pushed out of bounds at the 25. I believe that was Rose. Am I right? Nope, I'm sorry. Check that. That is going to be Shane Brown. My mistake.
Yeah, Central does a good job. They rotate three little running backs in there: Tristan Rose, Shane Brown, and Brody Knaps. You never know which one is back there. It's hard to see unless you catch it before the play, but nice little 5-yard run to start this drive.
Yep, second down and 5 from their own 25-yard line. Gasso will work it from the shotgun. Two receivers out to the far side. Here is a snap. He is going to throw it at the numbers. Has the receiver at the 30. He's at the 35, still on his feet and going to be brought down. That is Brody Dill on the reception, and first down for the Wildcats.
Yeah, they called us on that one. We went with a strong safety blitz. Blitzed off the edge on that play, it looked like, and so they threw a bubble screen right in the hole that we left from, and a lot of room to run once they caught the bubble screen at the line of scrimmage. Good job by the safety to get up and make a tackle. Was that Gillen that got up there making the tackle?
I think so, yeah. Going to be first and 10 for the Wildcats now. They will have it at their own 37-yard line with a new set of downs. Here is Gasso. Will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be Brown again, as he will be stopped shy of the 45-yard line. Good first down run right there by Brown.
Just checking back on what it was actually, I think that was Matuire playing safety right there. So right now back deep, we have Morrow and Matuire at safety. Matuire would have made that tackle on actually the last two plays.
Going to be second down from their own 45-yard line. Going to be second and about 3. Here is Gasso. Will hand it off to Brown again, and Brown is going to be hit at the line of scrimmage. We brought down. Looks like they're going to put him at the 46-yard line. They give him the 47. It's a first down, so it depends on the spot here, Mitch.
Yep. Well, look, you mentioned late in the first half when Devin Cupid came out with an injury. We hope to see him back, and he was back right there in the game. He was in the backfield, or really, I guess not the backfield, but making a hit after the first couple of yards, doing a good job around the ankles of the running back and holding him up. So they did not get much gain, but it was short yardage. They didn't need a whole lot of yards for the first down.
Yep. They do move the 6 and get a new set of downs. It is going to be first and 10 for the Wildcats from their own 47. 10:20 left here in the third quarter. Denham Springs 28, Central 20. Gasso from the shotgun. Here is a snap. Looks to his right, throwing down the right sideline, and it is going to be caught at the 10 and in for the 5. Or in from the 5 for a touchdown. Touchdown Wildcats streaking down the sideline. That was Marcus Watson on the reception for Central.
Central may have found the quarterback right there. That's the second deep ball he's been able to hit. That was just a simple go route. Was able to get a step or two on Quentin Clay out there on the corner, but a well-thrown ball. In high school football, just because the guy has a step on you on a go route doesn't mean it's going to be a completed pass. But that was a good throw and a good catch when on a receiver that's sprinting full speed down the field to get it. And 2 big plays, one for the Yellow Jackets, now one for Central. And as I mentioned at halftime, this game might end up in the upper 40s by the time it's over with both teams.
Well, that's the scores in the Thursday night games, as you were seeing there on our newest addition to tonight's game, the Robert Graves scoreboard. So we appreciate Mr. Robert Graves back at home manning that from the recliner in the comfort of the Graves Cave.
They're going to call another timeout right here. So Central's burning timeouts.
Well, are we trying to call a timeout?
Well, no, we're mad that
Okay.
maybe we thought it was delay a game or something already. Coach Beard doesn't think they got the timeout in time, but regardless, Central's burnt some timeouts tonight on the offensive side of the ball, and here's another one.
Yep, so they will call a timeout. We will take it with them as well. It is 10:06 left here in the third quarter. Denham Springs 28, Central 26. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
You are our first priority at Innovative Audio. Innovative Audio offers the very best selection of mobile audio and video, window tint, and vehicle security. Innovative Audio's installation and tinting is the finest in the industry. And Innovative Audio's work comes with lifetime warranties on all audio, video, and tint installations. Most importantly, Innovative Audio specializes in serving you. You are our first priority at Innovative Audio, 1400 South Range, Denham Springs. Visit us on Facebook.
Wildcats take their first timeout of the half on a 2-point play as they are lined up to try to tie this one up here with 10:06 left in the third quarter. So see what they do with the timeout. It will be Gasso under center, I formation. Here is the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls to his left, going to throw on the run. It is going to be incomplete in the end zone. 2-point conversion is no good, and the Yellow Jackets will hold on to a 28-26 lead over the Central Wildcats with 10:06 left here in the third quarter. All right, Mitch. So now it gets a little interesting.
I was waiting to see. That was Jaden Washington that made a play right there to break it up. He was kind of covering 2 people at once. They had a fullback in the flats at the front of the end zone. They had another receiver at the back part of the end zone. Jaden Washington was in the middle of both of them, and he came up to make the hit on the running back right at the short front part of the pylon at the goal line, broke it up. The Yellow Jackets keep their 2-point lead, and if I recall, that's the second time Central burned a timeout on a 2-point play. So that timeout could come in, important later on in this half. As we got a tight game right now. There it is once again, 2-point conversions. Central has 4 touchdowns, but they've only gotten 1 point after. They got the 1 2-point conversion, but they've missed the extra point. We blocked an extra point. Great play by Jaden Washington right there to break up that pass attempt on the 2-point play. So. 4 touchdowns for each team, but the difference is 2 points for the Yellow Jackets at the moment. But the Yellow Jacket offense is licking their chops, ready to get back out on the field. You think in a game like this, somebody might try an onside kick at some point just to try and steal a possession.
Here's a kick from the 40-yard line. Trey Seals will field it at his own 20. He gets to the 25, the 30, has a seam. He's at the 35, 40, cross midfield. Escapes the kicker, almost escapes the kicker. The kicker will get him, and it is going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive at the Wildcat 46-yard line, and we are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Hi, I'm Jacob Neal, a nurse practitioner at North Oaks Urgent Care. When you're not feeling your best, whether it's an illness, injury, or something in between, you shouldn't have to wait to feel better. That's why we're here for you every day from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at 4 convenient locations. Walk-ins are always welcome, or you can save time by reserving your spot online at northoaks.org/urgent care. We're here to provide expert care right when you need it.
North Oaks Health System, improving lives every time, every touch.
It is Yellow Jackets football. Josh Ward alongside Mitch Covington. Mitch, you wanted fireworks. You got them here tonight, buddy.
Not even the 4th of July. We are getting plenty of fireworks.
Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive from the Wildcat 46-yard line. It will be Goldman from the shotgun, quarterback keeper. He gets to the 40, and it'll be brought down right about the 40. Nice first down pickup by Goldman with the quarterback keeper.
It definitely was. Back on that good kickoff return by Trey Seals. Got to give some credit to the sophomore Brazilian kicker. He's from Brazil, Pedro de Sousa Costa. made the tackle on Trey Seals, or else that'd have been a touchdown. And he got up and let Trey know that he brought him down. I'm the kicker, and you couldn't get by me. He let him know that after he made the tackle. But excellent field position for the Yellow Jackets right there, as we now are across the plus side of midfield to start the possession.
Going to be 2nd and 4 for the Yellow Jackets from the Wildcat 40-yard line. Here is a handoff to Kerner. Kerner going off the left side, has a seam. He's at the, tripped up just shy of the 30-yard line. Thought Tanner Kerner was about to turn the Jets on, but he does get enough to move the sticks, and it is a Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Visit Big Mike's website and check them out on Facebook. That's Big Mike Sports Bar and Grill. First down, Yellow Jackets.
You just got to be impressed with the versatility that the Yellow Jacket offense has. And there's not one guy that you can key on. We've got quarterback runs. We've got Tanner Kerner running. We can get Hayden Ray in the backfield and run the ball. We can throw the ball. We can get Brenton Paul in the back. All the guys can catch. All the guys can run. A lot of good things can happen on this offense.
Going to be 1st and 10. Goldman will try to get it to Kerner. He does. Kerner makes a move at the 30, and as he tries to spin around, he will be brought down, and it will be positive yards for the Yellow Jackets. Picks up about 3 yards with Tanner Kerner.
But that's another play. We've hit them on 2 quick inside runs. That was an outside running back screen. Just you bring him out in quick motion, throw it to him, you're stretching the defense back out. As soon as you get them spread out, you hit them with inside runs. When they got to tighten back up, trying to shore up the interior of the defensive line, you go back to the outside. So a lot of things going right now. Coach Fournier is doing a great job of getting this offense moving down the field.
2nd and 7 from the Wildcat 30-yard line. Goldman will hand it off to Kerner. Kerner will get across the 30 and be stood up at the 28-yard line of Central. Brings up 3rd down.
All right, another 2-down territory right here. It's 3rd down, but we're not going to line up and try a 45-yard field goal. So the Jackets facing 3rd and 5 at the 3rd and 6. They just moved the chain back at the 29-yard line, so 3rd and 6. But it's 2 downs to try and pick up this first down. I don't see us lining up for a field goal attempt from this position.
Yeah, talking to Coach Beard, he said with Bravo from the 20-yard line, he feels pretty comfortable there. He said 25 may be the stretch for it, but that's about where he would need to be for a field goal attempt.
I would think it would have to be about 3rd and 12 or so from the 25,
On 3rd and 6 from the Wildcat 29-yard line, Goldman will get the snap, drops back. He is throwing it towards the end zone, got an open receiver, and he's going to miss Goldman, but he also had Trey Seals in the vicinity.
Yeah, misread that one. It's a little double post. Trey Seals runs a skinny post, and then the brother Sean Goldman's running the deep post through the middle of the field. Trey had his man beat, and the safety stayed with the outside post that was Sean Goldman. Here, like I said, it's a lot easier to see at the press box, and Sean's been doing a great job of finding receivers on the field, but he kind of misread that one. I think he had Seals, and maybe later on in the game we might come back to that one.
Going to be 4th down now for the Yellow Jackets. Offense will stay on the field on 4th and 6 from the Central 29-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun has Seals lined up to his right. Here is a snap. Looks to his right. Going to throw it. It is going to be incomplete, intended for Sean. And that will be a turnover on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Hunt's Tire Pros and Car Care in Central, Safe Voyage Tattoo, Use Safe and Lock, District Court Judge Brian Abels, Mashan and Associates General Contractors, David Azar Shelter Insurance Company, and Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They start this drive at their own 29-yard line with 7:22 left. Here is a handoff in the backfield. That is going to be to Naps as Naps tries to go off the right side, and he is going to be stopped for a loss on the play.
Yep, Central tried an outside run, a little outside stretch play, but a good job by the outside linebacker for the Yellow Jackets, junior Bryson Smith. Got up the field and made a tackle in the backfield right there. So good start to this drive to the Yellow Jacket defense. I said it was Jackson. That was Bryson Smith. It may have been Jackson Sagan that was over there right now.
Going to be 2nd down and 11 from their own 28-yard line now as Gasso will throw it. Going to be incomplete. Intended receiver was Ty Williams, the tight end. And it is 3rd down. Stops the clock with 6:46 left here in the 3rd.
Yeah, 3rd time they've run that play. Trips receivers. The inside guy's going to run a little stick route. He's going to spot up at about 5 or 6 yards. They completed to him once. The other time they threw to the middle receiver who ran the go route. That time he was open, but the quarterback threw it so quickly right when he turned around and hit the receiver, he wasn't ready for it.
All right, brings up 3rd down and 11 from the rolling 28. Gasso with pressure coming is going to throw it. It is going to be incomplete in the backfield, behind the sticks. He was trying to get it to Shane Brown. It is 4th down and 11 now.
Great read on the screen by Caden Allen, and I believe we're going to get a dead ball foul on Central. There was a Central lineman coming downfield to block for the screen on McTwire, and that was 12, 13 yards downfield. They dropped a flag. Not sure what happened right at the very end, but we'll just have to wait to see what the refs came up with.
I like that, what they came up with. I mean, they got to sit and talk this one over because, you know.
I was watching Caden Allen finish off making a good play on the screen pass, and I saw the two guys rolling around 15 yards downfield, and they did call it on Central.
So, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
look, so another and a great chance for the Jackets. Look, the first half we were killed by field position. The second half we've been the one controlling the field position, and now it's another big opportunity thanks to that penalty there to have them punting from their own 15-yard line. And so a great spot for the Yellow Jackets, and we hope to have good field position after this punt.
Tanner Kerner will stand back about the Central 45-yard line. So as you mentioned there, Mitch, a big opportunity here for the Yellow Jackets to continue to win that field position here in the second half. Deal will come on to punt it away. He stands right in his own end zone. Ball goes off the turf. He picks it up, gets the punt away, and it should be great field position for the Yellow Jackets. Takes a weird bounce. I know it hits right about the 30, 35 and takes a weird bounce, but it will be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets into Wildcat territory. We'll be back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
With Bank Plus, your account is always just a tap away. Bank anywhere, anytime with free Bank Plus mobile banking. Pay bills, transfer funds, and check your account day or night with the Bank Plus mobile app. Deposit checks with the snap of a photo. Keep tabs on your account with transaction alerts. Lost your debit card? Disable it instantly from your smartphone. Then, turn it back on when you find it. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC.
Welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Man, we talk about the punt there, and I mean, just the bad bounce off the turf
something to watch for the rest of the game. Central's deep snapper on punts has had a high one, and that one bounced back there. That might be an issue later on.
From the Wildcat 48-yard line, here is a spin around, and it will be to Brenton Paul. He's going to be tackled back for a loss on the play all the way back to his own 45-yard line. So a lot of motion right there as Goldman got the snap, and Central was able to snuff that one out.
Yep, a lot of razzle-dazzle there, faking a initial reverse, and then we had Brenton Paul coming back around for what would be considered maybe not really a double reverse, but two play fakes, and then a reverse coming around with Brenton Paul. But Central got so much penetration on the initial part of the play that it's a 7-yard loss, and now we got to call a timeout because Brenton Paul was
hydration break.
Oh, hydration. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Which brings us to the Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break, brought to you by the Water Tree, water that simply makes you feel good. Go see them, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
6 minutes left here in the third quarter. Central trailing Denham Springs 28-26. Going to be 2nd down and 17. Yellow Jackets back at their own 45-yard line now. Goldman from the shotgun will get the snap. He looks. He is trying to get Kerner at the numbers, and it is going to be off the fingertips of Tanner Kerner. Brings up 3rd and long.
We had a good read on that one. They brought pressure from the Yellow Jacket right side, an outside linebacker. Goldman read it well and tried to dump it out to Kerner, who was running a swing pass out here. Would have had a chance to maybe try to beat a linebacker to get up the sideline. We just weren't able to execute the throw and catch of it. It was a good read. Just got to make the throw and catch.
On 3rd and 17 from their own 45-yard line, Goldman will have an empty backfield. He will send Sills in motion, and Sills will now line up to Goldman's right. Here is a snap. Goldman is looking right, dances around, fires it to the middle of the field. It has the twin, Sean, and it is going to be to the Central 44-yard line, but it will be fourth down for the Yellow Jackets, Mitch. So
and
you think the punt team here?
Yeah, that didn't get the first down, but that is still a good play. That picked up, about 12-yard play on that one, maybe 10. Good catch by Sean Goldman, and that field position helps. I mean, Central has to go a long way. We've done well defensively in those situations, so if we can pin them back right here, that helps with the field position.
Luke Wilson out to punt. Here is a snap. He gets the punt away. It was going to hit at the 20. It rolls to the 10, the 5, and then it's going to be picked up by the Wildcats. And picking it up is going to be Womack, and he will be brought down at the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They got to start this drive throwing 5, so a long field. So, Mitch, you talked about how important field position was going to be in this one. In second half, it has been all Denham Springs and that stat sheet.
It definitely has with the field position. And right there, Luke Wilson, he's been half rugby kicking it. He's given a little bit of a roll. He's done that early in the year. Also, not quite rolling all the way out in a rugby kick, which is low and just letting it roll. But he's getting a little bit of a half roll and a good kick, giving his coverage team time to get down the field. And that right there was able to pin them back down at the 6-yard line for Central. And so a great job by Luke Wilson in the punting game.
1st and 10, Wildcats are on 5-yard line. There will be a pistol formation for Gasso. Gasso will get the snap. We will hand it off to Brown, and Brown will try to go off the right side, but there's a flag on the play.
That came out quickly, right in the area where it's possibly going to be holding on Central. Now, where'd the play end up? They didn't get many yards because this holding penalty is only going to be a 3-yard penalty. You're at the 6. You only get half the distance to the goal line, so there's a chance Coach Beard declines it.
Yeah, because you put them back a yard. So, yeah.
You're only going to get 3 yards out of the penalty is what it would be. Let's see what we get here. We did decline it because, hey, it was a 2-yard loss on the play anyway. So, yeah.
There you go.
Second and 12.
So 2nd and 12, yep. It will be 2nd down and 12. Ball is at the 3-yard line. Gasso looking to fire it downfield. He does, and it is going to be incomplete off the fingertips of Brody Deal. And it is going to be 3rd down now for the Wildcats. But, Mitch, we've seen that play before where they scored a touchdown, and it is dangerous.
But Quentin Clay had a little bit better coverage right there. It was still a good speed out there by the Central receiver, Marcus Watson. Quentin Clay he was a lot closer that time than the last one. And then Matuire was running over the top, sprinting hard to get there. Not the easy throw for the quarterback. He really had to try and put it in a perfect spot. So forced a really tough throw right there, and a good job by the Jacket defense.
3rd down and 12 from their own 4-yard line for the Wildcats. Gasso will get it. Is having to scramble now. Gets out of the end zone. Throws it. It is going to be...
Going to be caught
at the 20-yard line. Yep.
The quarterback scrambling, getting outside the pocket is what opened it up because we had a flat defender that sucked up to go try and get the quarterback who was rolling to his right, and that opened up the hole right behind him. And the quarterback did a good job finding a receiver sitting near the sideline. If we could have kept him in the pocket, we had all the areas covered well.
Womack was the receiver that moves the sticks for the Wildcats. 1st and 10 now for the Wildcats. Their own 21-yard line. Gasso will hand it off in the backfield to Brown, and Brown will get to around the 30-yard line. Good 1st down run right there by Shane Brown.
Yep, another tackle by the Yellow Jacket safety, Matuire, right there, doing a good job. Trendon Matuire.
You know what? I'm going to check myself. That was Tristan Rose on the carry for the Wildcats. 20, not 24. My apologies. 2nd down now for the Wildcats. It will be another handoff to Rose. Rose will be stood up at the line for no gain. Brings up 3rd and short now for Central.
Inside linebacker was right there to meet him. That was Cedric Polk that met him right near the line of scrimmage. Good tackle right there for the Jacket. So after a good 1st down run for Central, a good play for the Jacket defense brings up a 3rd and 4. As we get to the back part of this 3rd quarter, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Will be 3rd down and 4. Ball will be at their own 27-yard line. It will be Max Gasso from the shotgun. Wildcats using a lot of time here. Play clock down under 10 seconds. Yeah, so we'll get it. Going to be a quarterback keeper all the way. Gets to the 30, going to be hit, but as he spins around, he gets to the 33-yard line, and enough for a Wildcat first down.
Yep, Angel Morrow, the safety, coming up making a tackle, so that's good tackles by Matuire and Morrow. However, if your safeties are making the tackle, most of the time it's 5, 6, 7 yards downfield, which means the offense picked up a few yards, and they did get enough for the first down.
Approaching the 3-minute mark here in the third quarter. It is 1st and 10 Wildcats. It will be from their own 33-yard line as Gasso will work it from the shotgun yet again. 2 receivers to the near sideline. Here is the catch. Here's the pass. It's going to be intercepted by the Yellow Jackets.
Oh, hold on.
Is there a flag on the play?
We hit the quarterback that time. The quarterback's thrown a few of them.
Caden Allen did pick it off, but
my goodness. We get the turnover that we need. Good pass rush to the quarterback, and it looks like they're going to call roughing the quarterback. Oh, tough break for the Jackets. Twice we've had chances at turnovers, a ball bounce on the ground with a fumble, and then that was a great play by Caden Allen, who dropped up underneath the slant route and picked it off.
Yeah, I think when I saw it, I think I saw the flag on the corner of my eye. That's where I was I got a little stutter step there, but I did see that flag pop in. So, again, Caden Allen's interception will be negated by the penalty, and it is going to be 1st and 10 for the Wildcats now. They will have it with a new set of downs at their own 48-yard line. 2:50 left here in the third. 28-26, Yellow Jackets with the lead. Gasso will be out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to the near sideline now. We'll send Brown to his left. Gets the snap. Hands it off to Brown. Brown does a little shake and bake, but will be brought down at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Cedric Polk, once again, right there at the line of scrimmage, making a good tackle. And so in a game when you need maybe just a couple of defensive stops because your offense has been playing really well, we've had a couple of missed opportunities that really, you're just thinking, man, if we could just grab those. But all in all, even with some missed opportunities, we still hold a 2-point lead with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the third quarter. And so the Jacket defense just needs to regroup, get back after it, and try and get force a punt right here.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats. Here's a handoff in the backfield. That is going to be to Brown again, and he will be hit around the line of scrimmage, but he will barrel his way to around midfield. See where they do the spot. If he got into Yellow Jacket territory, I believe he did. Looks like they're going to give him the Yellow Jacket 48, but makes it 3rd down now with 1:55 left here in the third.
Cedric Polk once again made that first initial hit, but the running back did a really good job of spinning off of that and picking up about 2, maybe 3 more yards after the initial hit. But Jackets have forced a third, and what we're looking at, 6 right here.
3rd down and 6 from the Yellow Jacket 48-yard line for the Wildcats. Gasso from the shotgun. Gets a snap. He drops back, looks to his left, has pressure coming. Still on his feet, gets to the 45. We pushed out of bounds at the Denham Springs 42-yard line, so it's going to depend on the mark. If it's the 43, it's going to be just short. If it's the 42, should be enough for a first down, but Yellow Jacket fans look like they might have missed a hold right there.
The coach's staff, the Yellow Jacket coach staff is not happy. Cedric Polk came off the right end for the Jacket defense, and he was pretty much tackled by the left tackle for Central, and no flag given on the play. I guess they don't see every one of them. The guys are out there, working and trying to do the job, but they missed that one, and that helped the quarterback roll around the left side to pick up the first down, or else Cedric would have been right in his face pretty early in that play.
1 minute mark left here in the third quarter. 1st and 10 from the Yellow Jacket 42-yard line for the Wildcats. Here is Brown going off the right side, gets to the 40, stays on his feet at the 35, and the little extra effort there gets him around the first down marker. We'll see where they mark him out. Did I see a flag come out over there?
It's the one the referee's coming over. It's got to be. It's going to be a holding. That's going to be a holding on the slot receiver. I think he was blocking on Matuire. Was it going to be Matuire over there he was blocking on? Maybe Sagan is over on that side. Probably Sagan was the defender that was trying to get off, and they called holding on that one. I think we'd still rather the one on 3rd down.
Yes, I was about to say.
We could have maybe got off the field with a good holding call.
If it's a makeup call, I would have preferred it just be right.
Instead of them having 3 more chances to pick up a first down, they'd only had 1 more chance. But nonetheless, backing it up to probably about midfield. 1st and not quite 20, 1st and 18. It was a couple yards downfield.
1st down and 18. It will be from midfield. Gasso from the shotgun will hand it off. This is going to be to Naps this time. Gets across the Denham Springs 45. Will be tackled just shy of the Yellow Jacket 40. Looks like they're going to put him down at the Denham Springs 42, so he gets back to the original line of scrimmage where it will be 2nd and 10.
And Central's trying to go fast. We've got Quentin Clay was down after that play. Central's trying to move it quickly there. This is where that field position has paid off. Our defense getting a little bit tired, but they're still only at the 42-yard line.
Got an injury timeout on the field. We will take it with them as well. 25 seconds left here in the third quarter. Denham Springs 28, Central 26. Back after this, it is Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by BJ Pawn and Gun, Mr. Gaddy's Pizza, Liberty Auto Sales, Cypress Pharmacy and Gift Shop, Burning Lotus Tattoo of Denham Springs, and Quality Furniture Restoration. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats. Yellow Jacket 42-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun drops back, throwing it downfield. Far sideline. It is going to be incomplete, out of bounds. Yep. Brody Deal. And every time he rears back and throws it down that far sideline, I hold my breath just a second.
He throws a good deep ball, and so he didn't enter the game as a starting quarterback, but Central may have found something right here. He gives them a deep ball throw. They've got some good receivers. We mentioned before the game they thought that was one of their strong points, perhaps, is the receiver play, and they've got a quarterback right now that is, Jackets cornerbacks are going to get up there and get in their face and try and challenge them. And Gasso's doing a good job of trying to drop it on a dime, but that one will just let him out of bounds just a hair.
2-point game here. 18 seconds left in the third quarter. It is 3rd and 10 for the Wildcats from the Yellow Jacket 42. Gasso from the shotgun looks to his left, fires it. It is going to be incomplete, almost intercepted by Trendon McTwire, but it is 4th down for the Wildcats, 4th and 10, more importantly.
And we got to talk about field position, and this is where it matters. Central has had, 3-4 first downs on this drive, but they started at their own
5-yard line, correct.
And so now I thought the punt unit was about to come on, but Coach Semino's going to go for it right here instead of playing field position himself. He's going to take a shot on 4th and 10. From the Yellow Jacket 42. We got a guy down, McTwire, right there.
Down there.
That was another one, though, had a chance to have that pick, and we'd be off the field right now.
And I lost.
Just wasn't able to come up with it.
I lost the number, but this has been a pretty sustained drive for the Wildcats. I mean, they're going to be pushing about 10 plays on the drive. They started with 5:07 left in the third quarter. I mean, they brought it almost down to the end here, and they started from their own 5-yard line.
They got a first down, and then they had another first down after the penalty. There's been another first down. They had at least 3 first downs. But now the Jacket defense is trying to hold them out, and that's why if you can use that field position, get a little bit of breathing room sometimes, you don't have to be perfect on every drive. But, man, that's the 3rd time we've had an opportunity to turnover. And a fumble that was on the ground we didn't get. We had the pick, but we hit the quarterback late. And then that one right there where McTwire had a chance, read the route perfectly, in-breaking route from a receiver in the slot, and he was right there to cut it off. And just wasn't able to come up with it. So we're going to have to play strong here on 4th and 10. Now the punt unit's out there on the field.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, Mitch, do you like the call to go for it here on 4th and 10? But
seeing how field position worked out well for us, you would think Central would try to pin us back at the 10 now. We don't have anybody deep. We're playing punt safe right here. We want to make sure they don't run any fakes on us.
Brody Dill will line up to punt it away on 4th and 10 from the Yellow Jacket 42-yard line. Here is a snap. Pressure is coming, but he will get the snap off, and it will hit at the 15-yard line. It will bounce out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it down. It'll be Yellow Jackets ball with 6 seconds left here, so we'll just keep it right here for the quarter break. Mm-hmm. And Mitch, man, I mean, this lived up to the billing. They talked about what a big game this was going to be. The crowd here, I mean, you could see people lined up along the fences, the student sections packed to the gills, the stands packed here. What a great night for high school football. And it's week 2, buddy. We got to do this.
There was some
talk. More times.
There was some talk. This might be maybe the biggest crowd that we've had in the new stadium. We'd had the quarterfinal game with Ruston, of course, with a super big crowd. But Central's visitor side is about as full as any I've seen at this new stadium. We've been at every home game here at their new refigured All-Star Field at Yellow Jacket Stadium, and then on the home side, pretty darn full over here on our side as well, and some really big bleachers, and there's a lot of people here sitting in those seats.
Going to be 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start at their own 15-yard line. It will be Goldman handing off to Brenton Paul in the backfield, and that should do it for third quarter action, and it will. Denham Springs 28, Central 26, fourth quarter coming your way after this timeout on Yellow Jackets football.
Bond Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Bond Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Bond Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
Peak Performance Physical Therapy is excited to announce the opening of our newest clinic location in Watson. We are located at 32871 Highway 16 at the corner of Amite Church Road and Highway 16. And don't forget about our Denham Springs Clinic located at 145 Aspen Square next to Spectrum Fitness Club. At Peak Performance Physical Therapy, we treat the athlete and everyone.
Welcome back in. It is Yellow Jackets football. We head to the fourth quarter, and it is Denham Springs 2-point advantage, 28-26 over the Central Wildcats. You are 12 minutes away from getting a big one here tonight, Mitch.
Tell you what, this fourth quarter is going to be fun. This second half started out. We scored on the first play of the second half. Central scored pretty quickly on their first drive of the second half. The defense has got the upper hand there the rest of the third quarter, but I know both offenses still have something left in the tank. So we got 2-point game here with 12 minutes to go.
All right, it is going to be Goldman out of the shotgun, hands it off in the backfield. Is that Kerner?
Yes, it is.
Yep, Kerner will get to the 20-yard line. Will be third down for the Yellow Jackets.
So 3rd and 5. This is a key play here early in this fourth quarter. We don't want to be forced to punt from our own 20s. We'd love to get a first down and at least try to get that ball moving forward closer to midfield. If we do have to punt, we don't want to be punting from our own 20. We want to try and get it out closer to midfield if we have to come out to a punt situation.
Yep. Going to be 3rd down and 5 from their own 20-yard line here for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman will be in a pistol formation as Hayden Ray, as a deep back, will send Kerner into motion now. Here is a snap. We'll give it to Ray, and Ray is going to get to the 25-yard line. They're going to be a yard short.
We got a spot over here on this side. It's close. That was almost a great play. We had it blocked well. It's just Central brought a guy off of our left edge. We were running right, and he hit Ray in the backfield, and it knocked him off balance. He was able to keep enough balance to pick up 4 yards. We needed 5. Without that blitz off the outside edge, though, Hayden Ray definitely would have picked up the first down. So this is kind of an interesting spot. 4th and 1.
I mean, it's fourth.
We are backed up at our own 24, but in a game where scoring has been, pretty high, we might try to force it right here and go for it. I don't know. We'll see what Coach Beard decides.
Well, so we'll wait to see what they decide there. But, Mitch, I think, the concern here for the Yellow Jackets is, Central's not doing anything special on offense. What they're just doing, they're just telling one of their receivers, whether it be Brody Deal or Womack, just streak down the sideline. I'm going to throw it to you.
That's been the best play. The deep ball. They've had 2 good deep balls thrown, and they've got receivers that can go get it. But so they can strike at any moment because we're going to challenge them guys on the outside. We play a lot of man-to-man coverage. We're not sitting back in soft zone coverage and letting you just pick us apart underneath. And it looks like Coach Beard is going to keep his offense. It's about half a yard. It is, and this isn't like at the goal line where they could have all 11 guys crammed up there at the line of scrimmage. I don't think they're going to all be crammed in that tight. So you're figuring just find wiggle room to get a half yard right here to keep the drive alive.
All right, so it is going to be 4th. The Yellow Jackets go into a tight bunch formation, and they will push across the 25 and pick up a first down, making it a Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill Jackets first down. Big Mike's delivers through Grubhub or DoorDash. Big first down for the Yellow Jackets.
Oddly enough, Central wasn't quite ready after the timeout. They had a lot of front linemen moving around as we were set and ready to roll, and Goldman got the ball snapped, and we got a good push right behind Bryson McCabe, your center, and we picked up 3 yards on that quarterback sneak, and exactly what we needed to keep the drive alive.
I was all about going for it on 4th because it worked. 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets now from their own 27-yard line. Here's a handoff in the backfield. That's going to be Brenton Paul, and he will get to the 30-yard line. Picks up about 3 on the carry.
A lot of guys have been cramping tonight. Brenton Paul came out with a cramp earlier. A couple defensive players had some cramps. Looks like our quarterback, John Goldman, is limping a little bit, which is probably just a little bit of tightness, a cramp maybe about to come here or there. It's still early in the year, and it's hot and humid outside, and Central's had a few guys cramping, and that condition is going to come into play here in the last 10 minutes.
Yep, clock is running with 10:13 left here in the fourth. The Yellow Jackets holding on to a 28-26 lead over the longtime rival Central Wildcats. Goldman will go under center on 2nd and 8 from the 27. We'll hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be Brenton Paul, who gets to the 35-yard line. So there's a nice run up the gut there by Brenton Paul.
We've put together a really impressive run game tonight, and that's one thing to start the year. We were wondering how we're going to be able to run the football. Was our offensive line going to be able to hold up? And here it gets a strong challenge against Central's defense. We have done a really good job of running the football. We've hit some inside runs, a couple of outside runs. And when you've got a lead in the fourth quarter, if you can keep getting first downs running the football, you shorten that game a whole lot. And right now, that's what we've done for the first part of this drive.
3rd and 2 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 35-yard line. Goldman under center again, and we got Central to jump off sides. Flags are thrown, and it is going to be a first down for the Yellow Jackets. Make that another. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, Jackets first down. You know, Big Mike's is children-friendly. They've got great food, and they are locally owned by our good friend, Mr. Big Mike O'Neill. Gotta love some Big Mike.
Probably the first time we had a hard count tonight, and it was a great time for it. Central had 6-7 guys at the line of scrimmage ready to put a lot of pressure on, and they jumped on the first hard count right there by Goldman. And so when on that second down run, we went from 2nd and 7, and we got a good 4-yard gain, maybe 5-yard, had it down to 3rd and 2. Central was really aggressive trying to get the stop and get off the field and was able to get them to jump off sides. A little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, and Central only used the one timeout thus far, right?
I believe so.
Yep. Goldman under center again. Here is a snap. We'll hand it off to Brenton Paul, who gets across the 40, be brought down about the 41-yard line, picks up about a yard on the carry. So Yellow Jackets will be in no hurry the rest of the way here. And heavy run dose here. Do you try to kind of lull them to sleep with the run to hit them over the top?
It's not quite 4-minute offense, and we're still 9 minutes left. I think we'd love to get more points on the board. I don't think we can keep the ball the rest of the game from Central, but they are creeping up closer and closer to that line of scrimmage, and you might have a chance to hit a ball over the top. As you mentioned, they're getting a lot of guys now near the line of scrimmage at this point.
2nd down and 2nd and 9 for the Yellow Jackets will be from their own 41-yard line. It will be Goldman under center. Here is a snap. We'll hand it off again to Brenton Paul. Paul will be stood up at the line of scrimmage, which is the 41, and he'll be brought down for no gain.
Both of those 1st and 2nd down plays, Central were bringing some outside linebackers up off the edge and just straight up man-to-man coverage on the outside. And they've now got us in a 3rd and 9 situation, so they have the advantage on this down on what they can do.
Yeah, and I understand trying to run the clock. Maybe, your offense is playing so well.
I don't think we're going to be able to kill, 10 minutes of this quarter, so we were going to have to pick up, probably get some more points. If we get a touchdown here, you can get a 2-score lead, and now you're really doing some damage, but looks like we're going to let this clock come down and call a timeout and talk about this 3rd down.
Play clock will get down to 0. Yellow Jackets will call a timeout. We will take it with them as well. It is 7:34 left here in the fourth quarter. Denham Springs 28, Central 26. We are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
If your saving for retirement approach involves the phrase, "I'll get around to it someday," Edward Jones can help. When it comes to meeting your goals, time can be on your side, and there's no better time than now to get started toward your retirement goals. Edward Jones Financial Advisors Scott Landry and Sims White can help. Stop by their office at 179 Del Orleans. That's Scott Landry and Sims White at Edward Jones, 179 Del Orleans, right across from the post office. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Member SIPC.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Brandon Rishu with Smart Move Real Estate, Baton Rouge KOA Campground in Denham Springs, the law office of IVL Graham Family Specialists, Brian Russ, owner OK Computers and Auto Sales, Dr. Chip Bankston and Baton Rouge Orthopedic Clinic, and Pony Up Restoration is now open at the Old Dave's Hardware. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
3rd and 9 for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman gets it out of the shotgun. He is going to throw it downfield looking for Trey Seals. Trey Seals is going to be incomplete at the Central 27-yard line. He was open off the fingertips, brings up 4th down for the Yellow Jackets, and stops the clock with 7:28 left in the 4th.
Mason Moore, the Central cornerback, made a break on the ball and tried to cut up underneath Trey Seals, and I think did enough to distract Trey. Trey got his hands on the ball. It was a well-placed football pass right there by John Goldman, and just Trey wasn't able to hold on to it. I don't think that Moore got his hands on the football. It's just he did enough to distract Trey, and we weren't able to come up with the big play.
Going to send Luke Wilson out to punt it away on 4th and 10. Here is the snap. Punt is away. Going to be fielded back at the 22-yard line. Hit at the 30, stays on his feet, and will finally be pushed out of bounds on the return. You see who that is?
Well, I like the first initial hit. Evan Sykes, our deep snapper, who's done a great job this year on short field goal snaps and punt snaps. He was the first guy down the field and made a big hit to slow down the returner there for Central, and I believe that might have been Womack, Keith and Womack.
It was Womack, yep. Was Womack on the return. Good eye. All right, Mitch. So 7:17 left here in the 4th. You're hanging on to a 2-point lead, and Central will now have the ball 1st and 10.
But once again, we got the ball out from our own 20. Got a first down. Did we get 2? We got at least 1 first down. Did a good job. So now when we punt, and they're going to add a block in the back on top of it here. So good news for the Yellow Jackets. So they're going to be starting this drive at their 22. So the field position, which hammered us in the first half, has been a big advantage for the Yellow Jackets in the second half, and we're looking to hold on to this 2-point lead in the last 7 minutes, so making Central go as long as they possibly can. That's what the Yellow Jackets want.
Well, we talked about the fireworks to start this second half. It was touchdown, and now we've just kind of gone defense.
The offenses got tired. They were going a long way.
They were a little gassed. 1st and 10, Wildcats will start at their own 22-yard line. Here is a handoff up the middle. That is going to be Brown, I believe. Or was that Rose? Trying to get the number here for you real quick. That is going to be Shane Brown on the carry for the Wildcats. Picks up a couple.
And he got a little linebacker sandwich right there. Caden Allen and Cedric Polk, the inside linebackers for Yellow Jackets, met him at 2 yards downfield, and a good, strong tackle. Cedric Polk down low and Caden Allen up high.
2nd down and 8 for the Wildcats. They're on 24-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun will get the snap. Going to fire it quickly. Is going to be incomplete at the 30-yard line. Intended receiver was the tight end, Ty Williams, and it is 3rd down.
4th time we've seen that. That inside receiver out of trips is open at about 5 or 6 yards, but Gasso one time threw it to him too quick. When he turned around, the ball was hitting him. That time threw it down by the shoelaces, and they weren't able to come up with the catch. So 3rd down situation here, 3rd and 8 for the Yellow Jacket defense.
3rd down and 8. Yellow Jackets with the defense trying to step up here on 3rd and 8 from the 24-yard line for the Wildcats. Gasso dancing around, has pressure coming now, rolls out of the pocket. It's going to throw it. It is going to be caught around the 35-yard line. On the reception is Womack, and it should be enough for a first down for the Wildcats. Make it 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
That's the second time this half that we had him hemmed in the pocket for a moment. If he stayed in the pocket, we had the initial routes covered. Sagan did a great job up top covering a wheel route, but the quarterback broke contain, rolled out to his right, and bought time to find an open receiver.
1st and 10 from their own 35 for Central. Gasso going to throw it quickly. It is going to be caught at the 45, still on his feet, gets across midfield. On the reception for the Wildcats is number 33, Adam Cullen. First time we've called his number here tonight.
Yep, but that inside receiver out of trips, that they're trying to find that little hole, and they hit it quickly right there and called it and got a big positive play. So immediately after the big 3rd down conversion, they hit another quick pass and catch and run, and now they're across midfield.
Makes it 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Yellow Jacket 47-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun, 4-receiver set. Here is a snap. Pressure is coming. Going to be hit as he throws, and it is going to be incomplete. Yellow Jackets with an opportunity for an interception there. Great defensive play. Great defense front. Oh, we could
but Caden Allen, water break. But Caden Allen got his hands on the quarterback and made that throw flutter out where the defense had a chance to pick it off. But a good pass rush and breakup, I guess, getting rushed on the quarterback for Caden Allen.
Brings us to our final Water Tree of Denham Springs hydration break, brought to you by the Water Tree. Water that simply makes you feel good. That is Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs. We are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
For all your flooring and carpet needs, it's Floor Store Carpet One. At Floor Store Carpet One, they offer prompt, quality personal service. They'll take care of you right away. The Floor Store Carpet One has an extensive product line: wood, carpet, plastic laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, countertops, and showers. The Floor Store Carpet One also carries luxury vinyl tile, which many customers rave about, serving the community since 1984. The Floor Store Carpet One, 1/2 mile from the Amite River Bridge on Florida in Denham Springs.
Welcome back into Yellow Jackets football. We come to you on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Give it a like, give it a subscribe. We come to you on Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the web at johnfineproductions.com. Thank you all for joining us here tonight. It has been an exciting one, and we are not done yet, Mitch. We still got 5:56 left here in this fourth quarter. Yellow Jackets holding on to that 2-point lead, 28-26.
Certainly some more excitement left in these last 5 minutes and 56 seconds.
2nd and 10 from the Yellow Jacket 47-yard line. Gasso, pressure is coming again. He escapes it, rolls to the near sideline, throwing it downfield, and it is going to be incomplete at the 20-yard line. Yellow Jackets defensive backfield stepping up right now, but give that defensive front line for the Yellow Jackets credit. They are getting the pressure on Gasso, flushing him out the pocket, making him throw on the run.
They definitely are, and that time it was Cedric Polk, a linebacker, getting in the backfield, applying the pressure. Great coverage by Angel Morrow. Looked like he had a chance to maybe pick the pass off, but then we had the receiver did a great job of getting up high and trying to catch it over the top of Morrow. So it ends up being just a pass deflected and an incomplete pass. But 3rd and 10, Central may be looking at 2-down territory because they went for it earlier in a similar spot here. They thought about it. They changed their mind.
That's right. Yeah, they
thought about it. They
Yep.
changed their mind, but. Definitely want to not let them get close enough to try and tempt them into going for it on 4th down.
3rd down and 10 for the Wildcats from the Yellow Jacket 47-yard line.
They got 2 guys on the line of scrimmage here. Throw the flag.
Here
Throw
is
the flag. Oh, come on.
Gasso has pressure coming again. He is going to be hit, and he is going to be wrapped up and brought down for a sack back at the 45-yard line. They push him back to his own 45. It is 4th and long for the Wildcats punt team coming out.
Is that Jaden Washington on a corner blitz that ended up in the backfield with the second hit? I got distracted. I was watching the trips receivers down here. There was 2 receivers on the line of scrimmage. If the pass would have been thrown, that may have been an ineligible receiver downfield. But, of course, the pass never got thrown, so it was a run play after a sack. But that was our corner, Jaden Washington, coming off the edge. And a great job by Coach Stephen Prescott, our defensive coordinator. Any Central fans listening, yes, that is the son of David Prescott, a former head coach at Central High School and an assistant principal. Not assistant. He was a principal at Central High School for a little while as well. And so the Jacket defense has really stepped up this second half.
Well, I just want to talk about this defensive front line right now. I mean, they are just pinning their ears back and getting after it. And, Gasso is such a good passer. When you give him the time to sit back there and throw it, he makes you pay for it. So I think dialing up the pressure and trying to get him uncomfortable back there is probably a good thing for this defensive front for the Yellow Jackets.
And the key right there is a couple times he's escaped some inside rush and rolled around the edge and found some time while bringing an outside cornerback. When he tried to roll to the edge, he was met by a cornerback on that side and had nowhere to go, and a big hit and a sack for Jaden Washington.
So are we saying Jaden Washington? Yeah.
Yep. And so now on this 4th and 15, I think this has got to be a punt situation for Central. They do have 2 timeouts, and so I think they may just try to challenge the defense, who's done a good job since the first play of the second half. Remember, the Jackets scored on the first play of the second half. That got us to 28, and we haven't scored since then. So if I'm Coach Semino, I'm probably going to punt it here, use my defense, got a couple of timeouts, and then try to get the ball back. Of course, if you're the Yellow Jackets, the Coach Beard, you want to get the punt and get the offense and say, if we get about 3 first downs, we win this football game.
We've got an injury on the field. We've got an injured Wildcat down, and they're looking like they're going to have a little more attention be given to the young man. So we are going to step away and take an injury timeout here. It is 5:28 left in the fourth quarter. Denham Springs 28, Central 26. We are back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
4 decades, Smith Accounting is celebrating its 40th anniversary. With Randy Smith, along with Mickey McMorris and a terrific staff, Smith Accounting Services can handle all of your accounting needs. Personal taxes, computerized payroll services, corporate income taxes, business taxes, and bookkeeping. Smith Accounting Services, 227 East Railroad, Denham Springs. Celebrating 40 years of service, count on it at Smith Accounting Services.
The tradition continues. The Whistle Stop has been serving Denham Springs for years, and they're still doing that, but are now locally owned by former Jackets Brandon and Courtney Rishu. The Whistle Stop has the same friendly staff, the great coffee and French cuisine, and wonderful service. And don't worry, Brandon owns the joint, but he won't be cooking up any of the delectable cuisine or brewing the coffee. He'll let the professionals handle that, as they have for years at the Whistle Stop, East Railroad Avenue in the heart of Denham Springs.
Local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
On fourth down, Brody Deal will come on to punt it away for the Wildcats. Here's the snap. Punt is away. It is going to hit around the 25, rolls to the 20, the 15, still rolling. It'll be brought down, or be tagged down, rather, at the 14-yard line, 13-yard line. Actually, we'll make it 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They will start this drive from their own 13. 5:03 left here in the fourth quarter. 28-26, Yellow Jackets with the lead. And Mitch, what a game, huh?
If I can be critical for a moment.
You can.
And in my opinion, really doesn't mean anything, but I wish we'd have had a punt returner back right there. We didn't have anybody back. We just played up, waited for the fake, but there was no pressure on the punter. He knew there was no returner. He could just kick it nice and easy. They got about an extra 7, maybe 8 yards of roll after the ball hit and rolled forward. I mean, 4th and 15 and 16, we were talking about this, probably a definite punt situation. I'm not saying you go for a block, but just have a returner back there so we can at least fair catch the ball and at least make the punter have something to think about when he was kicking it.
But start this.
Doesn't matter now. Like I said, if we get about 3 first downs, I think we can milk the clock.
Goldman will throw it on first down. It is going to be incomplete at the 20-yard line. Intended receiver was Trey Seals.
Trying to hit Seals on a quick slant right there. Good job. He's played a great game back there, the safety for Central. I've called his name several times. And Bo Hill came up with a good hit right as the ball arrived. Good read on the play. He recognized it and got in there quickly, and he's had a really good game for Central.
2nd down and 10 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 14-yard line. Goldman from the shotgun. Here is the snap. Got a flag on the play.
That's going to be a false start. That's going to be a false start on the Yellow Jackets right there. Preston Carmichael, the tight end, got a little bit antsy. So it's going to back it up 5 yards. And so, as we mentioned, Central, by punting, pinned us back over here inside of our own 20. And now we're going to back ourselves up inside the 10 with a penalty. This Jacket offense has been really good tonight, though. We got 2 plays here to try and pick up 15 yards. We have that capability. It's just going to, take somebody stepping up and making a big play for us.
Makes it 2nd down and 15. Ball is back at their own 8-yard line now. Here is Goldman. Will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be to Brenton Paul, who gets to the 10-yard line, so picks up 2, makes it 3rd down now for the Yellow Jackets. So, Mitch, what's making me nervous here is you're leaving that door cracked open just enough.
Yes, exactly. The doors cracked a little bit. They were able to punt us back and got us back inside the 20, and then after the 2 plays of no gain and a 5-yard penalty, puts us in a really awkward position right here. But I tell you what, we've seen Goldman make some big passes. He's found his brother an awful lot right there. Brenton Paul's going downfield and made some big catches. Be a good time for another one.
3rd down and 13 for the Yellow Jackets. Ball is at their own 10-yard line. Goldman with the empty backfield gets a snap, rolls, throws. It is going to be caught by the twin Sean at the 30, and it's going to be a 1st down for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman to Goldman. Move the sticks. Big Mike's Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill Jackets 1st down. Cater your next big party at Big Mike's. I got so excited, Mitch.
Oh, it's a good time to be excited when you pick up a 3rd and 15 backed up near your end zone like that. And I told you by my guesses, I thought we needed maybe 3 first downs. Well, there's one of them. And now we're inside of 4 minutes. Central does have 2 timeouts. But so we're going to need at least 2 more to be able to start taking a knee. So it ain't over yet.
It is not over yet, but that was a big first down right there.
That was huge first down.
1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets from their own 33-yard line. Here is Goldman. Will hand it off in the backfield. That is going to be to Brenton Paul, who will get to the 35-yard line.
But some positive yards moving forward. Central's creeping those guys up. They know we're in a spot. We're trying to run the ball and work the clock, and they're getting more guys near the line of scrimmage. Maybe a little play action pass somewhere, slipping Hayden Ray out in the flats, let him get a chance to break a tackle like he's been so good at doing this year. Somebody jumping down, trying to tackle him below the waist, and he just breaks through that tackle and pick up those extra yards.
Makes it 2nd down and 8 from their own 35-yard line now for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman from I formation will hand it off to Brenton Paul. Paul will get across the 35, be brought down at the 37-yard line.
It's guys coming around the edge. They're not getting through the interior of our line. They're coming off the edge hard, and they're just chasing us down from behind and getting to us before the running back can get to a hole. And so a 3rd and 7 situation now.
Denham Springs 28, Central 26. Yellow Jackets 2-point advantage here. Clock running with 2:33 left in the ball game, and it is 3rd down and 7 for the Yellow Jackets. Ball will be at their own 36-yard line. Goldman will be under center, going to be an I formation.
We're going to get a timeout, I believe. Yep.
Yellow Jackets will call a timeout with 2:16 left here in the 4th. Yellow Jackets take the timeout. We take it with them. We are back after this. It is Yellow Jackets football.
If you're a small business owner in the Denham Springs area, think about everything you need to help your business succeed. You need a plan, happy customers, steady cash flow, and an insurance agent that gets you. State Farm agent Brandy Robertson runs a small business in the Denham Springs community area too, and she understands the unique needs of local business owners. She will make it easy to choose the right protection at the right price. Because one thing you don't need is insurance stress. Call State Farm agent Brandy Robertson for your small business needs. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome me back in to Yellow Jackets football. We've got 2:16 left here from Yellow Jackets Stadium in the 76th regular season meeting between the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets and the Central Wildcats. And this is built up to be one of those classics that'll be talked about for a while, Mitch. You know, sometimes they're a little lopsided and on both sides, and it goes through good days and bad days as long as this rivalry has been going since 1948. But this one been pretty clean and so well played and so exciting. Great to have you all along here with us for this. Last 2 minutes and 16 seconds left here. It is 3rd down and 7. Ball is at their own 37-yard line for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman will be under center. Since Trey Seals in motion, got a flag on the play. Goldman is going to be hit in the backfield.
They're going to call us for illegal shift. We probably had 2 guys in motion at some point. That was what it's going to be, even with a catch right there. That was what I was hoping for, getting Hayden Ray out in the flats, and if he could have caught that, he probably could have turned up and got a first down, but the play was doomed from the start. We weren't quite set enough. It's going to be illegal shift. So it's going to bring out the punt team, and
so they declined the penalty, right?
We've seen some. Yeah, they're going to decline the
penalty. Makes it 4th down.
Yep. So
I really thought there was a late hit back there on Goldman, but referee didn't
special teams have to step up right here, and this, quite honestly, could be a spot you're on the right hash. Roll to your right and angle it toward the sideline. You're not trying to punt it 15 yards, but you don't want to give them a chance to make a return with this one either.
Luke Wilson will come out to punt it away on 4th down. He gets the punt off. It's a good one. Hits back at the 30-yard line, or is fielded at the 30-yard line, rather, at the 35, the 40, my goodness, at the 45. Far sideline will be pushed out of bounds into Yellow Jacket territory. So going to be good starting position here for the Wildcats with minute 59 left in the 4th.
Could have punted it out of bounds. Just why give them a chance? Why give them a chance to return it?
All right, going to be 1st and 10. All right, they're going to mark him down, 39-yard line. Yep, let's go. Let's go, defense.
The defense has played well tonight. This second half, they've made big stops when we needed them. You've talked about it's been a classic game so far. I was going to mention, I hope it's not a classic finish, because I'd love to see the Jackets just finish this out easily by taking knees at the end of the game. But Central's going to have a chance to get the ball down the field and got some good field position, but our defense has played well here. See if we can hold up one more time.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats from the Yellow Jacket 39-yard line. Gasso from the shotgun will hand it off to Brown. Brown going off the left will be pushed out of bounds.
You know, Central brought a receiver in motion and blocked on the defensive end. You know, in new school football, that could be called a crackback block, and you're not supposed to block people that can't see you coming. Old school days, yeah, that play was live all the time, but now they don't let you come in and hit a guy that doesn't know you're coming in right there. That was dangerously close to that.
Picks up 6 yards. Be 2nd down and 4 from the Yellow Jacket 33-yard line now. Gasso from the shotgun, looking to throw, taking a shot towards the end zone, and it is going to be caught at the 5 and in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Marcus Watson for the Wildcats. A stunned Yellow Jacket crowd here.
Another good throw on a deep ball. Another good throw and catch. But at the end of the day, it is 1:45 left, and we're going to have a chance with the football to go down and try and take the lead again. So this 2-point play here, we want to make sure we try to keep them out. So that way, if you do score the touchdown, you don't need an extra point. If they get this one, it makes it a 6-point game.
Will be 2-point play lining up for the Wildcats. Gasso under center will get the snap, hands it off, and getting towards the goal line and waiting for the signal, and 2-point play will be good. 1:45 left here in the fourth quarter. Wildcats take the lead. It is Denham Springs 28, Central 34. We are back after this timeout. It is Yellow Jackets football.
Von Roten Eye Clinic is your full-service eye care specialist. Dr. Hunter Bond and Dr. Chris Roten and their staff expertly handle all of your eye care needs. A former Jackets football player, Dr. Hunter Bond is proud to serve the Denham Springs community that gave so much to him. You can visit Von Roten Eye Clinic at 222 Veterans Boulevard in Denham Springs or call 791-2020. That's Von Roten Eye Clinic in Denham Springs with locations in Hammond and Ames.
Welcome back in to Yellow Jackets football. It is going to be 1:45 left here in the fourth quarter. Central Wildcats take the lead, 34-28 now over the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets. Well, Mitch, if anything, you left this time for the Yellow Jackets offense to get back on the field, and you know this is an offense that can get moving quick, but they're going to have to do it here to try to finish this thing off.
That was the plan. Go ahead and let them score quickly. So we still have we got one timeout left. We still got one timeout, but 1:45. We're going to be able to try and work the ball back down the field. And the kicker here is lining up, staring at Trey Seals. He's been looking at him all game long. I think we know where the ball's going to go. Now, he hit one earlier, and Sean Goldman went and called it a little bit closer to the middle of the field. But last time we had a kickoff return, we did get it back across the 40, so that would be great field position. I'd take that right now if we got it back to the 40-yard line.
Yep, be interesting to see what they do here on this kickoff. But as you mentioned, De Sousa Costa has been pretty accurate in his kicks and putting them exactly where he wants. He has it teed up at the 40-yard line. He steps up, kicks this one away, end over end.
Out of bounds.
It is going
That's out of bounds.
Be around the 27.
Did he catch it in bounds?
I'm not sure where he caught it.
He caught it out of bounds. My goodness.
Did they just throw the flag? I think they just threw the flag.
All right.
So it could be because of the kick, or it looked like there was a little bit of something down the sideline. It's got to be a kick.
They're discussing it. Two officials on the sideline. I think Trey Seals caught that ball out of bounds, which, if I'm not mistaken, we could take the kickoff from the 35, or you make them re-kick it. Back up 5 yards and re-kick it.
All right, so waiting to see what they are going to do here on that.
And Coach Beard's discussing it right now, talking with Coach Brian Berry, who works with the kickoff return team, trying to figure out, do we want to take a shot at a return, or are we going to go ahead and take it at the 35? Looks like we're marking it for play at the 35, so not bad field position.
All right, here we go. Here we go. You can be remembered forever on this one. 1:45 left here in the fourth. It is 1st and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. They start the drive at their own 35-yard line. Going to be a 5-receiver set for the Yellow Jackets. Goldman will have an empty backfield. He will get the snap. Going to throw it quickly. Gets it to the 12. Twin unable to bring it in. Sean just off the fingertips.
And that was
at the
going to be a
40-yard
little
line.
play. He was the inside receiver in the trips. We had an empty set, 2 receivers up top, but he had a little bit of a hole right there. And just like Central was finding that against us, Sean had a chance to catch it and going to pick up a first down if he caught it, but wasn't able to hold it onto it. 2nd and 10
from their own 35-yard line for the Yellow Jackets.
They are jammed up at the line of scrimmage for Central. They called a timeout right now. That was a zero coverage blitz coming right there.
Wildcats will take their last time out of the half. We will take it with them as well. Minute 42 left here in the fourth. We are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Denham Springs High School football broadcast on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Livingston Parish Clerk of Court Jason Harris, Family Wellness and Healthcare of Louisiana, El King Company, Performance Collision Center, Denny Pauline with 5-Star Printing, Horace Wilkinson State Farm Insurance, Sport Clips, and Dr. Brandon Wax with the Eye Center of Denham Springs. We thank you so much for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Going to be second down and 10 for the Yellow Jackets. Their own 35-yard line. Goldman out of the shotgun, drops back, looks it, throws it downfield, incomplete. Intended receiver that time was Matthew Duvall, and it is going to be 3rd and 10 now for the Yellow Jackets with a minute 36 left in the fourth.
I think John right there made a little bit of a pre-snap read and took the post route, but the safety was back over the top right there. Cornerback and a safety with help on that one. Maybe underneath, Trey Sills may have been open on a little shorter route.
You had 2 plays to try to move the sticks here and keep this thing going on Goldman on third down. Has pressure coming, going to step up in the pocket, throws it downfield, and it is going to. Oh, he dropped it.
Yep.
Did he fumble it?
Yes, he fumbled it, and that's going to be Central's ball. My goodness.
Flag on the play.
They spiked the ball afterwards. It's going to be their ball. So it's a minute 30. We only have 1 timeout left, but that was a chance he could have run the ball. Like, he had a chance. He popped out the pocket. Once again, around that right edge, I think he could have scrambled and had some room to run. Now, he keeps his eyes downfield, and he's looking to find his receivers, and he normally does a really good job of that, but when he wound up to throw the ball, it just slipped out of his hand. So the turnover margin is going to be 2-0, and when you lose the turnover margin 2-0, and when the special teams, you give up a touchdown and you give up another punt return back to the 39-yard line, it's hard to win a football game against good teams like that.
All right, so it will be first down for the Wildcats. 1st and 10 for Central. Going to see where they're going to mark this down. So there was a flag. I believe they are going to flag Central. Oh, for spiking the ball afterwards, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll put it back right at the Denham Springs 43-yard line. Minute 30 left here in the fourth quarter. Yellow Jackets trailing 34-28. Yellow Jackets 1 timeout left, and Central with no timeouts left, but Gasso will line up in the pistol. He will get the snap, will hand it off. That is going to be to Rose, and Rose will get some positive yards as he gets pushed down, or brought down at the 39-yard line of Denham Springs.
If Central pays attention, they can start taking knees now. If you end second down under a minute 20, you take a knee, then it runs down to 40 seconds. You take a knee on third down, and it's ball game.
Yep. All right, Yellow Jackets take their final timeout.
How many coaches don't know that, though?
I assume you've run into a coach that didn't know that.
No, I just watch it all the time. Guys keep running. Yeah. Teams keep running plays. It's like, you can take a knee now. You don't have to run plays and risk a fumble at any point. But 2 minutes, if the other team has no timeouts, you got first down at 2 minutes, then you can take a knee. If it's at a minute 20 and on second down, you can start taking knees.
You know I know who doesn't know that? The Benton coach. Or excuse me,
exactly.
The former Benton coach.
Exactly.
He is no longer there.
Oh, what a colossal mistake that night was for them.
Yes.
Great night for the Yellow Jackets.
Second down.
Coach Semino knows because he is in victory formation right here.
Second down and 6. Gasso will line up deep in the backfield. Will get the snap and will take the knee. And they're going to let this run down. We're approaching the 1 minute mark left here in the fourth quarter.
And it just takes one more snap.
Yep.
But, man, I wouldn't have thought we'd have ended the game with 28 points after we had 28 points after the first This is not going to lay down and be.
Is that an injury now?
It is. I don't think it changes the clock enough, though. It might. I don't know if they'll just start it on the whistle on the next one. Just stay on the field and take a delay game, and then seriously, I don't think they start the clock when they reset it. So now there's 48 seconds left, and they might not be able to take a knee at this point. Coach Semino's about to talk to a referee and get a clarification.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's
if
doing.
You're the coach, you just tell the guy, just stand there and we'll take a delay game, and then you can lay down on the ground and be hurt, and then it ain't going to hurt nothing. Right, because the rules would be you can't go reset the clock at 25 seconds and roll it again because teams would fake injuries all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
This guy's not faking an injury. Because he's got no reason to. But just for the rule's sake, I do not believe the clock starts back and there's 48 seconds left. So when they take a knee, they can only run 40 more seconds off. There's still going to be about 6 seconds left.
All right, so we'll see how they get it.
Happen,
this
in football.
And this one has had, just the way it started.
How did he get hurt taking a knee?
Up. What's that? Yeah.
How did he get hurt on a play they were taking a knee?
All right, so we'll wait till how they sort this out and see. So you think, let's see, they'll start the clock on the whistle.
Because they start the clock on the snap. That's when they got to start. Because if not,
oh, that's right.
A team would always fall down and fake an injury with 3 seconds left on the play clock, and then we can roll another 25. That's not right. That's a wrong rule. It don't matter. It wasn't going to make a difference in the game, but that's not the right rule. Because every team always would just, we'll kill 2.5 minutes then, but we'll get injured every time it comes down to 2 seconds on the play clock. But like I said, it's got no effect on the outcome of the game.
Game clock down to 30 seconds. Gasso lined up will get the snap, and he will take the knee, and clock will run out with 20 seconds left here in. That will do it. And the Central Wildcats will win it 34-28.
Alexandria Wildcats. Quarterback came from Alexandria. He made the difference for them.
Central gets the win here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. It is going to send us to the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show, brought to you by Ralph Seller Chevrolet, just over the Amite River in Baton Rouge. It is Ralph Seller Chevrolet, located at 15015 Florida Boulevard, and is open for your automotive needs. Ready to serve you at a Chevrolet location familiar to you for over 40 years. Parts manager at Ralph Seller Chevrolet is Jim McChristian, a proud supporter of the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets. Come visit Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. 34-28. Wildcats over the Yellow Jackets, and we are back after this on Yellow Jackets football.
Your local tree service in Denham Springs is Louisiana Tree Pro. Louisiana Tree Pro is a licensed and insured arborist. Louisiana Tree Pro is the only company in the parish that has a saw head, so they can remove trees by remote, making the job safer and more efficient. Louisiana Tree Pro specializes in emergency removal of trees on homes, and they're experienced with billing insurance companies. And Louisiana Tree Pro offers free quotes. Denham Springs owned and operated by Josh Howard. That's Louisiana Tree Pro. Visit treeprola.com.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Hey, it's Max Sellers from Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. We are again excited to be a sponsor of the Denham Springs Fighting Yellow Jackets football team this year. We appreciate all the support from your community in our first few years in business, and we are excited about things to come. Whether it's a new or used car, truck, or SUV, award-winning service from our dedicated service and parts staff, or even an outstanding collision repair for your vehicle, Ralph Sellers Chevrolet wants to earn your business. From our Ralph Sellers Chevrolet dealership family to your school family, go Jackets!
Bank Plus, together with Zelle, makes it easy to send money straight from your smartphone to friends, family, the yard guy, babysitters, or millions of others with access to Zelle. So yeah, pretty much anyone. And of course, they can all send you money too. Settle that dinner tab with Zelle. It's free, fast, and secure. And right in the Bank Plus mobile app. Your bank, your plus. Learn more at bankplus.net. Member FDIC. Zelle is available to United States bank account holders only. Terms and conditions apply.
Denham Springs High School football broadcasts on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Please subscribe. Family Radio 91.9 FM and on the net at johnfineproductions.com are brought to you in part by Forest Grove Plantation, Liberty Auto Sales, Shea Landry Closing Attorney, Milestone Title, Triton Outpatient Clinic, Livingston Parish Assessor Jeff Taylor, Modad One Individual Sewage Treatment System, and Duke Seafood and Steakhouse. We thank you for your support and patronage of these local businesses.
Since 1898, the Livingston Parish News, an award-winning media outlet, has served as the news source for our community. The Livingston Parish News is available in print and online at www.livingstonparishnews.com. For complete and comprehensive coverage of what is making news in Livingston Parish, as well as Livingston Parish sports, we have you covered. Opinions, politics, lifestyle, and the arts. No matter how big or small the story, the Livingston Parish News is your source for community news in our parish. Serving Livingston Parish for more than 120 years, it's the Livingston Parish News.
Welcome back in to the Ralph Seller Chevrolet post-game show. 34-28, Central Wildcats with the win here over the Yellow Jackets from Yellow Jacket Stadium. So, Mitch, this one's going to be a hard pill to swallow. There were so many opportunities that you feel the Yellow Jackets had, and, I mean, such a game that's going back and forth, the momentum. You get the score at the end of the first half. You score, what was it, the first play? First offensive play in the second half. You get a touchdown. They go down and get a touchdown. Like, okay, well, we might be in for something here. And then from there, it was turnover on downs, punt, touchdown, Central, and they come out of here with the win, 34-28. So, you know, this one's you're going to go back and watch the film on this one and probably just want to be sick, honestly.
It's going to be a game of what ifs. I mean, it just really is. What if we don't fumble early in the game and give them a short field? What if we scoop up their fumble when they fumbled? We didn't. They scored a touchdown on the next play. What if we have the interception, which we did, but don't rough the quarterback on the same play? We'd had the ball with a really short field after a Caden Allen interception, but we lost that on a penalty. Just what if at the end, maybe on the first play of the last drive, we catch a ball that's right at us and we pick up 10, 15 yards and start moving it down the field? And then, of course, the last one, what if the ball doesn't slip out of John Goldman's hand as he's trying to throw the ball down the field? Maybe he finds a receiver, maybe make a big play out of it. So just a game of what ifs for the Yellow Jackets, who by yardage, looking at the yardstick, is going to come out on top. But that's not the most important stat. The most important stat is that scoreboard, and Central comes out on top of the scoreboard as they finish it off with the 34-28 win.
Yeah, they do, and I'm just going back and it's raw right now. They talk about the raw emotions after a game when you're going through it in your head and you're thinking about all those things of the what ifs that you're talking about there, and all the little storms that the Yellow Jackets had early in it, they were able to weather all of those, and kudos to Coach Fournier what they were able to do there at the end of that first half, and then what they did to start the second half, and for me, I really thought all right, we're about to take off on this thing, this offense is going to get clicking. Mm-hmm. We're going to get rolling, and we're going to come out here with a really nice win against Central. And then things just kind of got weird for a little bit, and things started to happen, and the turnover on downs, and then it just went into a bunch of punts where we thought we were going to be talking about a basketball score here at the end. I mean, we really did. It's 28-26 right off the bat into the third quarter, and then from there it just kind of went into both teams just swapping it back and forth, and you really felt like you were starting to win the field position battle. You're starting to win all those little intangibles inside the game, and it just started to slip away from you. And I think going back and looking at where the Yellow Jackets seemed to, I don't want to say went into a stall offense, but definitely went into a they kind of got out of what they're used to doing and kind of started to go under center, power I, and run the ball. And that's, with maybe a little too much time there to do that. But, I'll talk to Coach Beard about that and see if that's something that, what their game plan was there or what the thought was there. And, he's always open with us and he'll tell us, either we made a mistake or here's what our thought was, So it'll be interesting to ask him that. But I think that'll be a moment where you'll say, maybe you need it one more drive after that and then go into that.
We became a little bit one-dimensional maybe in the last 7 minutes, and Central was bringing pressure off the edges, and they were hitting our running backs before we could get into the hole. We had the play side of the play was blocked well, but they're bringing pressure off the back edge, and we just weren't able to get going before they'd hit us. And even if we kept our balance, we were losing our momentum and our speed, and we were getting a 3-yard gain when there was a hole blocked to get good enough for 5, 6, 7-yard play. But credit to Central for, finding a way to get the ball back to their offense, especially at the end when we talked about that last drive. We needed 3 first downs, but we picked up 1, and then we had another situation where we were close to it and weren't able to get that second first down. And then so Central held us off, forced the punt. They get the punt return that goes all the way back to the Yellow Jacket 39-yard line, and then they hit a big play. And then, of course, Quentin Clay, one of our starting corners, we've mentioned several times making big plays, wasn't in the game with cramping. We talk about cramping being an issue there at the end of the game, and they found a replacement, went after him, and made a big play. Give Coach Semino credit, changing quarterbacks. I don't know that he felt that they were getting what they wanted in the first quarter, maybe quarter and a half of the football game. Switched quarterbacks out there, and they hit 3 big, deep touchdown passes with the new quarterback in the game. He made some plays, moving around the pocket, keeping the play alive, and finding open receivers. And so that was a big difference for Central, and really helped them out and get them going offensively to keep drives extended or put points on the board.
All right, we will take a timeout here. When we come back, we will try to put a cap on this one and start looking to next week. Yellow Jackets will be back at home here at Yellow Jacket Stadium. It will be the Woodlawn Panthers coming to Denham Springs, so stay with us. 34-28, the final, Central over Denham Springs, and we are back with more after this on the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show.
Your local sporting goods store is Sportin' Center. Sportin' Center has all your Denham Springs and surrounding school shirts, caps, clothing, and fan gear. And Sportin' Center is more than just athletics, offering services for businesses and organizations. Sportin' Center does in-house monogramming, screen printing, laser engraving, and large format printing. They can handle all of your advertising, promotional, and sign shop needs with personal, one-on-one customer service. Serving Livingston Parish for close to 50 years. Sportin' Center, 205 South Range Avenue. Sportin' Center, more than just a sports store.
Sunshine Cleaners is a family-owned dry cleaning business that has operated in the greater Baton Rouge area since 1995. Let Sunshine Cleaners' knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff take care of your dry cleaning and laundry needs. Whether you drop off or they pick up at your home or office, Sunshine Cleaners makes it easy and convenient. Sunshine Cleaners, Railroad Avenue in Denham Springs, with locations at Walker and Baton Rouge. Visit sunshinecleaners.net.
You know, Demco is more than just an electric company. We're your local member-owned co-op, your neighbors, your family, and your friends. Our not-for-profit structure means that we can invest in youth programs that empower the next generation to grow, lead, and make a difference. It's all part of our mission to strengthen our communities and create a brighter future for all. Demco, powering life and community. That's the cooperative difference.
Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill has it going on. Big Mike's has burgers, steaks, seafood, pizza, salad, sides, and desserts. 40 TVs. Big Mike's is open late after the game. Live music on the weekend. Locally owned and operated by Denham Springs High School graduate Big Mike O'Neill. Check out the Denham Springs Athletics Hall of Fame at Big Mike's. Big Mike's Sports Bar and Grill, 123 Aspen Square, Denham, or delivery through DoorDash or Grubhub.
Welcome back into the Ralph Seller Chevrolet postgame show. You have to excuse us, we're having a Mitch got the YouTube chat at DS Jacket Vision fired up with a little comment he made there. So good to know that you were all paying attention, because he threw that in there. And y'all were listening. We appreciate you. And of course, as always, we ask that you give it
Probably
a like
some
and
Central
subscribe
fans
there.
that were listening and called it.
I think so. Yeah, they did catch it. They didn't like it, apparently.
We appreciate the interaction.
Yes, we do. Good. Hey, we know that we feel like we had some Central Wildcats watching here tonight. Of course, we always welcome everybody to the broadcast, but if Mitch slips one in there, I can't do anything about it. We try to keep him in check, but it's been a full-time job on that. But Mitch, hey, what'd you say? He's becoming a shock jock is what he's doing here. So, Mitch, now let's get back to business.
Trying to get the internet hits.
Yes. All right, so again, it is 34-28, the final. And Mitch, you've been in games like this, and you've been on the other side of this, and you've been on the positive side of this. When you're on the negative side of this for the Yellow Jackets, what is the biggest challenge you have as a coaching staff to go in there Saturday morning and say, we got to get back to work now, guys, because it's not over?
Well, you always just have to look at big picture. And big picture, those guys are going to talk to that team tomorrow, and they're going to say, guys, you know, we were in a football game with the 5A defending state champions, and we feel like they're going to say that in the locker room. Of course, we feel like we should have won this football game. We feel like we did what it took to win, but we didn't do what it took to win, but we had the chances to win, and we didn't get it done. And if we just correct these couple little mistakes right here, if we correct these couple little turnovers or this play here or there, then we can right there and we can play with anybody. That's what they're going to tell those guys tomorrow, and I think those guys are going to believe that. They came to this game believing they were going to win. You could see it out there in the field. Those guys were playing hard. They were getting after it from the first quarter to the fourth quarter, fell behind quickly early and didn't give in, just got right back after it and took a 14-6 lead pretty quickly there. So they're going to look at that and know that, we've got to build some confidence here that we have a pretty good ball club and we have a good football team that has a chance to do some good things this season. On the short term, it really hurts. Like, it hurts to have a game that you thought you were going to win, that you put a lot into it. These guys were all week long looking to this game. We're going to show that this year's a different year, and this is going to be our year, and we're ready to make a big statement. And you had a chance to make that statement, but didn't quite finish the job and get it done. So it hurts right now. But in the big picture, in the long term, those coaches are going to try and get those guys focused, turn back going, say, look, this is what you can do. This is how good you can be. And we just got to get a few more steps forward to finish the job.
Well, absolutely, and I can tell you, Woodlawn coming in next week, they're not going to feel bad for you. They're not. They may not even know what happened in this game. They're focused on their season, and you just talk about how much it does hurt. And these are young kids who do put so much into this, and I want to give a shout out to everyone in this. Both crowds were in it. Great crowd here at Yellow Jacket Stadium. We talked about how this rivalry has gone through good days and bad days. Right now, it just feels like it's a good, healthy rivalry, which is what you want when you have a longtime rival like this. It got ugly for some years, and they weren't. It was more than chippy. It was just downright ugly. But where it's at right now, with these two head coaching staffs, it seems to be in a really good place. Coach Beard, as he said there in the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up, but they've already signed the contract for the next 2 years. So both of these coaches, as long as they are here, it looks like this game is here to stay. And I think it's a good thing. I mean, both of these communities deserve to have this game. These kids deserve to have this game. As Coach Beard said, this is what you do it for. You want to come out with the win, obviously, and you played a darn good game here tonight. You come up a little bit short. A lot to build on this one, and a lot to learn from this one, too, as well.
And that's... It's just good the coaches have talked about that. They've already set it up for the next couple of years, and you make games at 2 years at a time, and so they've got that going, and we should keep this game going. Big crowd. You want to look at the monetary side of it. The Denham Springs High School is going to make a lot of money from a big gate from this one tonight. Of course, last year we were at Central, and I'm sure they had a big gate, and a lot of people that were there for that game, they had a big home crowd. I remember that as well, and Denham had their side of the bleachers filled up as well. So it's a good game. Two teams that are so close together and have such history playing against each other. Good competitive ball games. The series over the long haul has been so very close, and it's not like a one-sided, this team always wins, this one doesn't. It's been very competitive over the years, back and forth. And right now, Central's had the upper hand for the last couple of years. So, in this little 2-game win streak they got going at the moment. So Denham's going to want to next year try and get back after it. But it's just it's a good rivalry. The teams are out there competed hard tonight, and when you can compete against two good teams and you feel yourself out, Central learns about themselves tonight. Denham learned about themselves tonight. That's going to help you in the long run as you get down toward the district opponents later on in the season.
Right, now you got to flip the script to Woodlawn coming in at 2 Yellow Jacket Stadium. I mean, they're Woodlawn, remember how close that game was last year? They had a chance to tie it up at the end. They missed the field goal, so we get out of there with a 16-13 win over the Panthers at their place. They make a coaching change in the offseason, which is a little surprising. Scott Pellegrin had a pretty decent first year at Woodlawn, but principal, Coach Beard talks about the administration here at Denham Springs and how well they work together. Apparently there was something going on there at Woodlawn, so they have now made a change there. Their athletic director left and went to Episcopal. So Marcus Randall, now the athletic director at Woodlawn. So they'll be coming in with a different look from what we saw last year as well.
We mentioned it last week with Hammond. We didn't play as well against Hammond as we'd hoped to in the year before. So this year we wanted to come back out and try and, make a statement, get off to a great start. And it really didn't happen to a great start. It took to the back end of the second quarter before we really got things going. Well, you just mentioned last year against Woodlawn, very close game. Muddy field kind of made some things awkward, but it was muddy for both teams, though. So it was a very tight football game. Came down to the very end. The Jackets scored in the fourth quarter. Then Woodlawn had a chance to try and kick a long field goal at the end of the game. Wasn't able to get it done. So I know the coach is going to be talking to the team. Hey, we've got to do better than we did last year. We can't come into next week thinking about what just happened tonight. What happened tonight has got to be done with by 12 o'clock tomorrow, lunchtime, maybe the afternoon. Get over that, start looking toward Woodlawn and getting focused on the rest of the season. And the rest of the season starts with Woodlawn on next Friday night. So that's got to be the focus once you get out there, especially by the time you get to school on Monday morning. You got to be locked in to try and play well against Woodlawn.
It's one game on your schedule. You've got 8 more left to go. You're 1-1 on the season. Central will improve to 2-0 on their season. And as you said it all right there, Mitch, I mean, you just got to regroup and come back in and get back to work and go clean up those little things. You talk about the turnover battle in this one, 2-0, right? Ends up being the turnover difference there, and that turns out being a big difference in this game. And then you think of the special teams, the kickoff return for a touchdown, which we saw against Walker in the Jamboree. There's going to be those little things in a game this tight. Obviously, those little things that you could take away that would be the what ifs, and that I think this one is going to be the what if game in the history of Denham Springs and Central, or at least it will for us.
And that's like you said, as the history of the rivalry. There's so many games that I'm sure the losing squad went back to their side many times thinking we should have won this game. All we had to do was this. If we make this play, we're going to win that ball game. And it happens all the time. And so the difference is, though, you don't get a mulligan. You don't get a redo. The only time you get a redo is if you get to match up with them somewhere on a postseason bracket and maybe play them again. That did happen a couple years ago. We got to play them twice in one season.
Yeah, what'd you say? We beat them 100-0. I think
it was close to that. It was pretty close to that. The fireworks were nice that had going that night when they ran out before the game. But so that's the goal for the Jackets, is just once get through this weekend, get ready for the next game. We've shown there's some things that we can do well. We've shown some areas there, the areas that we need to get better at and keep improving. And I know that's what the coaches are going to keep working to do, and that's what's going to try to be done next week.
All right, that will do it for us here. So that will do it for the Ralph Sellers Chevrolet postgame show, brought to you by Ralph Sellers Chevrolet, just over the Amite River in Baton Rouge. This is Ralph Sellers Chevrolet, located at 15015 Florida Boulevard, and is open for your automotive needs. Ready to serve you at that Chevrolet location familiar to you for over 40 years. The parts manager at Ralph Sellers Chevrolet is Jim McChristian, a proud supporter of the Denham Springs Yellow Jackets. Come visit Ralph Sellers Chevrolet. All right, 34-28, the final here from Yellow Jacket Stadium. Next week, it will be the Woodlawn Panthers here at Yellow Jacket Stadium. As always, it will be 6 o'clock for the Sporting Center Yellow Jackets warm-up. Hope you can join us. If you can't make it here, always follow us on YouTube at DS Jacket Vision. Give it a like and subscribe. Certainly appreciate all of you involved here tonight. I want to say thank you to Lamine Figueroa back at the studio. For Chris Ledoux, for Darren Ferrente, for John Fine, for Mitch Covington, I'm Josh Ward saying good night, everybody.
You've been listening to Denham Springs High School football on Family Radio 91.9 FM Baton Rouge, on the net at johnfineproductions.com, and on YouTube. Please subscribe at DS Jacket Vision. Josh Ward on play-by-play, with Mitch Covington on color commentary. Producer Darren Ferrante. DS Jacket Vision camera operator Chris Ledoux. And station engineer Lamine Figueroa. Denham Springs High School football broadcasts are a John Fine production.